Chapter 1: A Sickness in the Head. In the chaotic darkness, the young Ren Xiaosu awoke and started wiping off the sweat on his forehead. Then he looked towards the boy of around 14 who was standing at the door.
Lu Yuan, did anything happen? Ren Xiaosu asked. Addressed as Lu Yuan, the boy's full name was Yan Lu Yuan.
From his appearance, Yan Lu Yuan looked like a very harmless and innocent person. However, he was holding a bone knife in his hands and standing guard at the door. It was deep into the night at the moment, but he did not close his eyes even though he looked very sleepy, as he had to keep watch.
Through the night.
Yan Lu Yuan shook his head and said, "No, everything is fine."
What exactly is this sickness you're experiencing in your head? Even the town's doctor can't diagnose what's wrong with you?
You don't have to worry about such things.
What I'm experiencing is not a sickness.
Ren Xiaosu said firmly, "It'll be dawn soon, and I'll be going out to hunt. You should sleep for a while so that you can get up in time for school."
Okay. Yan Lu Yuan nodded, glum. But what's the point of studying in a wasteland like this?
It will be useful for you in the future, Ren Xiaosu said in an irrefutable tone.
I want to go out to hunt too. Yan Lu Yuan pouted. Who's going to keep watch at night if something happens to you? Me, who's unconscious?
Ren Xiaosu stood up and prepared to go fetch water from the town center as it was less dangerous to do so after dawn broke. During the night, it was a lawless land out there. Dark clouds were building up without rest in the cloudy sky. A drop of acid rain eventually fell from above. It got blown about by the strong winds and finally landed in front of Ren Xiaosu.
Ren Xiaosu was lying on the ground in the wilderness.
He frowned and felt that he was a little unlucky today as the acid rain arrived before his prey appeared. Someone mentioned that he must be careful of the beasts while moving around in this wasteland. But Ren Xiaosu felt that the person left everything else unspoken, because many things could still kill a person out in this wasteland. One of them was the acid rain.
However, Ren Xiaosu still did not make a move.
If he couldn't catch some game today, he and Yan Lu Yuan would starve to death before they could die from the disease caused by the acid rain. Ren Xiaosu's eyes popped when he heard a bird's wings flapping. However, the rhythm of his breathing did not change. Ren Xiaosu had used a tree branch to prop up a black cauldron and scattered some black breadcrumbs underneath it a short distance ahead of himself. That large bird landed beside the cauldron and looked around sharply with an alert gaze. The size of the bird was not that much smaller than the cauldron, in fact. As it stood in the same spot preening its feathers, Ren Xiaosu did not make a move and continued waiting. The bird finally seemed to let its guard down as it started sneaking towards the cauldron as a thief would. However, when it entered into the boundary under the cauldron and was about to lower its head to peck on the bread crumbs, Ren Xiaosu pulled hard on the rope in his hand. Right after, the young man jumped up and rushed towards the cauldron like an unbridled wild donkey. Before the large bird could flip the cauldron over, he mustered all of his strength and used his body to pin down the cauldron.
Phew!
Ren Xiaosu heaved a sigh of relief as he had waited an entire night just to catch the sparrow. Fortunately, his efforts had not gone to waste today, especially since such good opportunities were hard to come by. Clattering came from inside the cauldron as the struggling sparrow battered its tough wings against it. At this moment, the short melody of the clock striking the hour rang from the refugee stronghold.
Ren Xiaosu turned around and looked at the town.
He wondered when he could finally bring Yan Lu Yuan to live inside the stronghold. To Ren Xiaosu, the people living in the stronghold were fortunate because they did not have to face the dangers of the wastelands. However, not just anyone could enter that place as they wished. Right at this moment, the activity in the cauldron quieted by a lot. He let out a sigh and checked if the ragged cloth was wrapped firmly around his hand. Then Ren Xiaosu slowly lifted the cauldron up to create a tiny opening and put his hand in. He attempted to grab hold of the large sparrow by its legs. However, life was not always that smooth sailing. Ren Xiaosu yelped right after putting his hand under the cauldron. Ren Xiaosu pulled out his hand and had a look at his palm. The web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding, as not even the ragged cloth could protect it against the sparrow's sharp beak.
Ren Xiaosu got angry.
He removed his ragged jacket and wrapped it around his hand. Then he thrust his hand under the cauldron again and grabbed the sparrow by its neck this time. He took the sparrow out from under the cauldron and tucked it in his arm. With a strong twist of his hand, the sparrow's neck broke and it went limp. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a pinch in his heart because the large sparrow's claws had punched several holes into his jacket.
Suddenly, his mind went blank, and Ren Xiaosu fell to his knees.
It was as if a massive copper bell had been struck inside his head. Then he descended into a chaotic darkness.
Oh no! In the past, the sickness only occurred at midnight, but now it came earlier?
This was not the first time his sickness had acted up. Almost all the people in town knew there was something wrong with his head, and his pain would flare up at random times. Only Ren Xiaosu knew that it was not pain but a state of confusion that he was experiencing.
Wait a minute. This time, it was different from the past.
The black mist in his mind had dispersed and revealed a palace beyond it.
Ren Xiaosu's eyes flew open, and he stood up.
He looked at himself in disbelief.
I came to this quickly?
He originally had a chance to get a closer look at the palace's appearance, but he knew better. There was no difference between remaining unconscious and dying out here in the wilderness. Right now, he had to rush back to the town that was situated outside of Stronghold 113 before the heavens
opened up with the acid rain. Ren Xiaosu tied the sparrow's legs together and slung it over his shoulder. Then he lifted the big cauldron and inverted it onto his head before running away. Pitter-patter. Raindrops started falling on the cauldron.
The cauldron had turned into his umbrella. Before he could run far, however, the silhouette of a person holding a bone knife stood in his way.
Give your catch to me.
But before the person could finish his sentence, he saw a big cauldron swinging in closer and closer, until it smacked into his face.
Damn!
The robber fell backwards. He had not expected Ren Xiaosu's attack to be that swift.
And it was so forceful too.
Then he saw Ren Xiaosu lower the pot before swinging it back up and placing it over his head to use as an umbrella, all in a single, continuous motion. The robber had not even fallen to the ground, yet Ren Xiaosu was already running off into the distance. The robber laid on the ground facing the sky as the acid rain came down. It was a little painful and stung his face. There was something about this that he could not understand.
In most situations, shouldn't there be some interaction between them?
Just how many times had this young man encountered a similar situation to react so instinctively?
Something was not right. He could hear that young man's footsteps approaching again.
The robber hurriedly sat up and turned around to look. He discovered that the young man was coming back to him. Ren Xiaosu had not planned to return, but he distinctly heard a voice reverberate from the palace in his mind. Quest, gift your catch to someone else.
Who said that? Ren Xiaosu turned around and walked back to the robber with some uncertainty. The robber said in panic, let's talk this over.
Hey, that's not right, I'm the victim here.
Ren Xiaosu sized up the robber.
He noticed that there were no others nearby.
You want this sparrow? Ren Xiaosu asked. The robber's eyes lit up. I do.
Here, take it.
Ren Xiaosu stuffed the sparrow into the man's arms without explaining himself. That unfamiliar yet neutral voice intoned again, quest complete.
Awarded, basic skill duplication scroll. You may use it to learn another person's skills. Ren Xiaosu was stunned, because he could feel a leather parchment appear within his mind. A skill duplication scroll that he could use to copy another's skills?
Like hunting? Survival? Or some other skill?
The robber hugged the large sparrow tightly in his arms and began to express his gratitude.
You're a good person.
Before he could finish speaking, he saw Ren Xiaosu grab the sparrow back before leaving again. The robber was confused. He stared at Ren Xiaosu's receding figure as he scurried away. The fuck is this guy? What is he after? Chapter 2. This world has never trusted tears. Ren Xiaosu returned later than usual because of the robbery and his sudden loss of consciousness. Since he saw the sky darkening, he knew that it would be extremely dangerous to pass through the town with his catch at this time. During the day, people from the stronghold still came out to maintain order. But at night, those people would return back to the stronghold. Of course, the people from the stronghold were not doing this with good intentions. They were only worried that if the town got too chaotic, it would affect the manual labor that the refugees were performing. Oh, looks like Ren Xiaosu got quite the harvest today.
When Ren Xiaosu ran back into town carrying the cauldron, someone with a dirty face greeted him.
It was as though he had not washed his face ever since the day he was born.
Most of the people in town looked like that.
On most days, they went to the nearby coal mine to work in exchange for some food. The coal they mined would be delivered into the stronghold, and in turn, the workers would receive just enough black bread or potatoes to survive on.
It wasn't only the mining of coal.
All the necessary dirty work the stronghold needed to be done would be performed by the refugees. Since the well water in town was rationed, the amount that everyone got per day was fixed, and no one dared to even think of asking for more. Besides, barely any clean water sources existed nearby. Or rather, any clean water source was too dangerous to go to since feral beasts would gather there to
drink. Hence everyone in town would always look so dirty that no one could see their faces clearly. Ren Xiaosu was no exception either. However, Ren Xiaosu had never worked in the coal mine before.
He had his own way of surviving.
Ren Xiaosu did not respond to anyone who greeted him.
He just wanted to get back to his shack as quickly as possible.
As Ren Xiaosu took an alternate way into town, he could see the towering stronghold walls from a short distance away.
It felt very oppressive, for he could not even see the top when he looked up. Not many stone structures could be found in town as most people only stayed in shacks.
Ren Xiaosu had started out quite relaxed. But he went on guard the moment he entered town and even drew the bone knife from his waist.
The atmosphere on the street grew tense as though some kind of danger lurked within the shacks. But with Ren Xiaosu holding a bone knife in his hand, the people with threatening intentions restrained themselves. The first thing Ren Xiaosu learned while staying here was not to trust anyone other than Yan Luyuan. Whispers came from the shack next to the road.
Ren Xiaosu has caught more game meat. How does that count as game? It's only a sparrow. But it's different from the sparrow that we saw in the ancient textbooks. I reckon that the eagles from before the cataclysm were also around this size? Don't provoke him.
A voice ended the whispering from inside the shack.
Someone seemed to know about Ren Xiaosu's past.
Ren Xiaosu lifted the curtain door to his shack. The warmth in it made him less tense. When Yan Luyuan, who was sitting in the shack and doing his homework, saw Ren Xiaosu return, he looked pleasantly surprised.
You caught a sparrow? Why didn't you light the kerosene lamp? Ren Xiaosu asked while frowning.
Yan Luyuan was usually a wayward child, but in front of Ren Xiaosu, who was like his elder brother, he became surprisingly docile.
I wanted to save some fuel for us. What if you become nearsighted? Ren Xiaosu put the sparrow down. Yan Luyuan's eyes lit up.
The schoolteacher mentioned something called spectacles that existed before the cataclysm but can only be found in the stronghold now. If we have something like that, we won't have to worry about being nearsighted anymore.
Ren Xiaosu treated the statement with disdain. I've seen someone wearing the thing that you mentioned before.
But to have your vision depend on something that could be dropped at any time out here in the wilderness, that's as good as death.
Don't listen to your teacher's nonsense. Not everything he says is right. Oh, Yan Luyuan nodded and said, then why do you still insist on sending me to school? Ren Xiaosu choked on his words. Why do you keep blabbering? When can I go hunting with you?
Yan Luyuan continued to ask.
You're only 14. Why would you want to go hunting? If you do well in school, you won't have to go hunting. Ren Xiaosu said, isn't it much better to learn accounting, physics, or chemistry rather than hunting? Aren't you only 17?
Yan Luyuan was unconvinced.
In this era, even savages recognized the importance of knowledge.
This was also why a teacher could survive in town. Whatever trouble happened in town, a teacher would always be the safest person since no one would target them.
However, tuition was expensive.
Otherwise, Ren Xiaosu would have gone to attend classes himself as well.
Ren Xiaosu propped up the cauldron and skillfully dissected the sparrow at the same time. What did the teacher talk about today? I can only let you eat the sparrow's offal. I have to sell off the rest of it at the market tomorrow. Did you get injured?
Yan Luyuan frowned when he saw the wound on Ren Xiaosu's hand. It had been pecked by the sparrow, and the wound was still bleeding. The big cauldron was hung on a rod, and the flicking fire in the shack's fire pit illuminated Ren Xiaosu's face every now and again.
It's just a scratch.
It fell silent in the shack.
After a while, Ren Xiaosu ladled out the cooked organs of the sparrow from the pot and handed them to Yan Luyuan. Eat up. Yan Luyuan's eyes suddenly reddened. I don't want it. You should have it instead since you need to heal your wound. I'll just have some soup. Ren Xiaosu said, I still have some black bread that I can eat. I'm not eating. Your wound isn't a scratch at all. I saw someone in town die as a result of an infection a few days ago because we don't have access to any medicine for treating cuts and scrapes, Yan Luyuan stubbornly said as tears nearly rolled down his face. Pa! Ren Xiaosu suddenly slapped Yan Luyuan across the face and said, remember this, you and I can never cry as long as we are living in this world. This world doesn't trust tears. Ren Xiaosu continued, look at what kind of people are around us. What will happen to me if you don't eat well and someone rushes in and stabs me to death at night? I send you to school because I hope you won't become someone like me, who only knows how to hunt. You have a unique skill. As long as you study hard, you will not need to work all day in the wilderness like me to earn a living. The reason I send you to school is because I don't want you to become savages like them. Yan Luyuan suddenly took the sparrow offal from Ren Xiaosu and gobbled them down. He managed to hold back his tears in the end as he wanted to learn to be as strong as Ren Xiaosu. Ahem, come over and help me dress the wound with a clean cloth after you've eaten, Ren Xiaosu said. Okay, Yan Luyuan responded. You're normally full of mischief when we're outside, so why do you behave like such a doormat whenever we're home? Ren Xiaosu sighed. Did anything happen in town today? Oh yes. Yan Luyuan said as he looked for a clean cloth. A group of people came out of the stronghold saying that they were looking for a guide to lead them to Stronghold 112. They want to head there by going straight through the Jing Mountains. They want to go to Stronghold 112? Ren Xiaosu was stunned for a moment before frowning. They're even insisting on getting there via the Jing Mountains? Do you think they'll come looking for you? Everyone in town knows that you're familiar with the lands outside. Yan Luyuan blinked and said, I heard that they're musicians and singers of a band in Stronghold 113 who have been invited to perform at Stronghold 112. I've never seen a singer before though. I'm not going. Ren Xiaosu shook his head and said, let those people go via the Jing Mountains if they want. I want you to stay away from them. There's something strange about those people. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu had conflicted feelings. In a world like this, there were still professional singers and musicians in bands? What on earth was it like inside the stronghold? Ren Xiaosu was suddenly looking forward to finding out. Chapter 3, A Palace. Ren Xiaosu had already fallen asleep. After waiting out in the wilderness for such a long time, all he managed to catch was one sparrow. Although he spent a majority of the time lying on the ground and keeping still, anyone with experience would know that staying alert in such a position was actually very tiring. Before sleeping, he instructed Yan Luyuan again, stay away from those people if you see them. It can't be that they don't know how dangerous the Jing Mountains are. Most people would choose to avoid passing through there, yet they insist on taking that route. My instincts tell me that this isn't a simple matter. Okay. Yan Luyuan nodded obediently. Got it. As a matter of fact, Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan were quite the odd team. A few years ago, they did not know each other at all. Later on, Ren Xiaosu decided to protect the young Yan Luyuan as he unintentionally discovered Yan Luyuan's secret. On top of that, his headache had been troubling him for a very long time, so he needed someone to keep watch for him at night. Back then, Ren Xiaosu told Yan Luyuan in no uncertain terms that they were only a team because of mutual benefit. But over the years, it soon became unclear whether their partnership had any feelings involved or if it was still for mutual benefit. Yan Luyuan had always been a very clever person when outside. He only behaved like an obedient lamb in front of Ren Xiaosu. Sometimes, Yan Luyuan would say that he was only alive because Ren Xiaosu had risked his own life to save him. However, Ren Xiaosu had never acknowledged it. At present, Ren Xiaosu only wanted to find out what kinds of changes his mind had gone through. He waited a very long time tonight as he wanted to see if this sickness that had been troubling him would recur. In the end, that chaotic confusion did not set in. It seemed like the palace had always stayed hidden when he was in a confused state. But now, that black mist of confusion finally dispersed. Ren Xiaosu wanted to see exactly what was inside the palace.
When Yan Luyuan saw Ren Xiaosu lie down next to him, he silently picked up the bone knife and sat at the entrance of the shack where the curtained door was. As it was almost fall, it felt a little cold. At this moment, the rain stopped. Footsteps came from outside the shack's curtained door. The shoes that were stepping on the muddy road after the rain made a unique slippery sound. Someone lifted a corner of the curtained door. However, before the visitor could lift the curtained door aside, Yan Liuyuan's bone knife was pressed against the person's neck. It was a pretty face. A beautiful woman stood outside. Yan Luyuan frowned when he saw the woman. It was not a stranger. She lives nearby. The woman smiled. Luyuan, you're still awake? Where is Xiaosu? I heard that he got back. He's already asleep, big sister Xiaoyu. Yan Luyuan smiled. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Xiaoyu's face looked a little unnatural. Did he get hurt when he went out this time? His hand was nipped by a sparrow. But big sister Xiaoyu, you don't have to be so concerned about my brother, do you? After all, you're 8 years older than him. After Ren Xiaosu had fallen asleep, Yan Luyuan adopted a maturity beyond his years when dealing with outsiders. No matter whether he knew the person or whatever they might say, he didn't move the bone knife away from her neck. Xiaoyu took out a cigarette and lighter from her bag that she carried around. It was a rolled cigarette that was only distributed at the coal mines, power plants, and other properties under the control of the stronghold. A lot of the able-bodied laborers went there to work not only for the money and food, but also for the cigarettes. They would receive a cigarette for each day of work they put in. As such, at night after work, a large group of people could be regularly seen gathering together and smoking. Ren Xiaosu once explained to Yan Luyuan that the cigarettes were likely mixed with something highly addictive. However, it was obvious that Xiaoyu did not get her cigarette from working at those places. Xiaoyu lit the cigarette and took 2 puffs from it. She seemed to be thinking of something. You cheeky imp, I consider you two my little brothers. Oh. Yan Luyuan suddenly asked, did you catch a cold? Xiaoyu was stunned. Yes, does my voice sound a little hoarse? No. Yan Luyuan shook his head and laughed. I saw that the smoke was not coming out from one of your nostrils after you took a puff. Xiaoyu was speechless. For some reason, Xiaoyu felt that Yan Luyuan did not like her very much. Then I'll head back first. Xiaoyu said, when your brother wakes up, tell him that I came over. Okay. Yan Luyuan smiled. I'll pass the message along. After Xiaoyu left, Ren Xiaosu suddenly spoke from behind Yan Luyuan. Don't bully big sister Xiaoyu in the future. It's not easy for her either. Bro, she's not decent. Yan Luyuan said, besides, she's only sticking close to you because she knows you always succeed when hunting. Who's decent around here? Ren Xiaosu said calmly, no decent person can survive in this world. Everyone's hand is forced by their living conditions. We can only distance ourselves from her. Don't make fun of her. A chaste woman who was too decent would not be able to survive in this town. Ren Xiaosu thought for a while and said, she didn't even mention that she likes me. Besides, are you sure that she's only getting close to me because I'm successful at hunting? And not because I'm handsome? Bro, everyone has not washed their faces for months. Everyone here looks basically the same. Yan Luyuan was speechless as he looked at Ren Xiaosu. Bro, didn't you fall asleep? Why are you still awake? I was just thinking, Ren Xiaosu said as a brief explanation. Ren Xiaosu was not asleep because he had been exploring the secrets of the palace in his mind. In the circular palace, the walls were lined with old wooden cabinets, making it look like a huge showroom of sorts. However, he could not see what was on the display cabinets in the showroom as they were covered in black mist. In the middle of the room, there was only one table with a brass typewriter on top of it. It was an obsolete typewriter that would make loud clacking sounds when typed on and hadn't existed for a very long time since the cataclysm. There were only 24 brass keys on this typewriter. Each of them was engraved with a character: fair, positive, honest, real, friendly, kind, rich, strong, etc. It was full of positive energy, in a manner of speaking. But it seemed that the typewriter was supplied with an unlimited amount of leather parchment and would move by itself without anyone typing on the brass keys. Currently on it were 2 small lines of words that had appeared during the afternoon,
Quest: gift your catch to someone else. Quest complete. Awarded basic skill duplication scroll. You may use it to learn another person's skills. He could not tell if he was imagining this or if there was some other explanation for it. According to legend, some people could create a memory palace and build a fantasy world based on the level of their spiritual will. But Ren Xiaosu felt that his palace looked a little different from the description of a memory palace. Why would it get him to gift his catch to someone else? Did this typewriter want him to be a good person? To be a good person in a world where ethics came at a premium? No way in hell. At this moment, his consciousness was standing in the center of the vast palace as he looked at the display cabinets around him. It looked like items were floating within the display cabinets, but they were hidden by the darkness. That black mist didn't allow Ren Xiaosu to see what was floating inside. These display cabinets were connected to the dome of the palace, making it look like a huge museum. Ren Xiaosu walked up to one of the cabinets and tried touching the item floating in the black mist. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate the resistance of the black mist. It was a power that he could not pry into right now. If Ren Xiaosu wanted to know whether the palace was real, he would have to use actions to prove its existence. Chapter 4: Luck is a type of skill too. I might possess some kind of skill too, Ren Xiaosu said. Sitting at the entrance of the shack, Yan Luyuan was stunned as he lifted the curtain door to gaze at the starry sky after the rain. You mean? I'm still not sure. I have to try it out and see. Ren Xiaosu sat down beside Yan Luyuan. According to the legends in town, someone could pull a train out of thin air. I didn't believe it in the past, but after I met you, I thought that it might be a possibility. Now that I might also have a strange skill, this feels very weird to me. Yan Luyuan's skill was luck. It was a very baffling skill to comprehend. When Yan Luyuan made a wish for Ren Xiaosu to return from a successful hunt, a sparrow would mysteriously drop at his feet even though he did not do anything while walking out in the wilderness. However, this skill had a side effect. Yan Luyuan would usually get a fever that would not subside or suffer some other minor illnesses or mishaps after he made a wish. This was why Ren Xiaosu wanted to protect Yan Luyuan at the beginning. At first, he did not believe it. But later, he had no choice but to accept this truth. Suddenly, a shooting star flashed across the sky. Yan Luyuan subconsciously put his hands together to make a wish. However, he was stopped by Ren Xiaosu. Don't you go making any wishes. Something is going to happen to you if you do. Nowadays, Ren Xiaosu rarely depended on Yan Luyuan's luck as he was capable of hunting with great success. He did not need Yan Luyuan to cast his skill anymore, and Yan Luyuan wouldn't go against his wishes either. The skinny Yan Luyuan watched the shooting star vanish, lost in thought. Why do shooting stars come and go so quickly? What if people can't make a wish in time? Ren Xiaosu thought for a while and answered, they probably move so quickly because they don't actually want to listen to anyone's wishes. Yan Luyuan turned his head and gave Ren Xiaosu a blank stare. Yan Luyuan was Ren Xiaosu's night watchman, but it did not mean that he had to keep watch throughout the night. Ren Xiaosu would take turns with him. After all, Yan Luyuan still needed to attend school during the day. This was an excruciating situation, as not getting enough sleep was a huge problem. But to survive in such an environment, be it Ren Xiaosu or Yan Luyuan, they had no choice but to take these actions. In the early morning, Ren Xiaosu led Yan Luyuan outside. They took their valuables, including Ren Xiaosu's big cauldron, with them. It was expected for someone to rummage through their shack by the time they returned at night. I heard that the people living in the stronghold don't shut their doors at night because no one will steal their things. Yan Luyuan was carrying a bedroll on his back while he looked at Ren Xiaosu holding the cauldron he carried wherever he went. These were almost all of their belongings. Yan Luyuan would usually carry the bedroll with him whenever he went to school. It was almost the same situation with the other students as well. Everyone was accustomed to this. Bullshit. Although Ren Xiaosu looked forward to living in the stronghold, he refused to believe there was a place where people would leave their doors open at night. Some people have the mindset that even the farts of those who live in the stronghold smell good and that the air there is sweet. But you still shouldn't be carrying that cauldron on your back everywhere you go, Yan Luyuan said. What do you know? Ren Xiaosu explained, it wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this cauldron.
I can cook meals and catch sparrows with it.
If we lose it, how are we going to spend our days?
Ren Xiaosu held the cauldron over his shoulder with one hand while clutching the large sparrow upside down in his other. Along the way, many people were looking at Ren Xiaosu with envious eyes.
It was important to realize that humans were no longer at the top of the food chain.
There were rumors that the sparrows of the past were smaller than the size of a palm. But these days, even a bird like that could kill people by pecking them. Not everyone could catch a sparrow or had the patience to lie in wait in the wilderness for an entire day to catch one. They all hadn't seen meat and fish dishes in a long time, so it would be a lie if they were not envious of Ren Xiaosu. Ren Xiaosu led Yan Luyuan to the stronghold city gate.
The towering walls made them feel minuscule and oppressed.
Once they reached this place, there were noticeable changes in the architecture, and they could even see brick houses. As they approached the stronghold, the place began to look cleaner, tidier, and wealthier. The people living here were likely related to the people living in the stronghold. Perhaps they were good at flattery or had relatives living inside. But no matter what, these refugees were all known as contaminated and were not allowed inside the stronghold. Ren Xiaosu walked into a shop with a grocery store sign above the entrance. All sorts of items, such as cigarettes, matchsticks, metalware, food, and clothing, were sold in here. But the prices were very expensive. The old man in the shop was over the moon when he saw Ren Xiaosu. "That looks like a rather large sparrow."
Ren Xiaosu threw the sparrow onto the glass counter. "How much can I get for this?"
"Oh my, don't be so rough. That's an expensive piece of glass you're throwing it onto," Old Wang said, pained. He picked up the limp sparrow and put it onto the metallic scale beside him.
1.74 kilograms.
"Not bad, Xiaosu." At this moment, the claw-like fingers of Old Wang's wrinkled hands instinctively started making some calculations on an abacus. The abacus beads were pushed around, ticking and tacking. "The market rate today is 200 yuan 1 per 500 grams, so I'll pay you 700 for this catch."
"Make it 900.
Ren Xiaosu said firmly. "It's almost winter, and there are fewer sparrows out there these days, so 900 yuan is the lowest I will sell it for." Old Wang was unhappy as he pushed his abacus in front of Ren Xiaosu and said, "I'll be sending this sparrow into the stronghold for the aristocracy to eat. Although there's a lack of meat in the stronghold, there's still a fixed price for everything. We have to do it by the book." Right as Old Wang finished speaking, he saw Ren Xiaosu take the sparrow back and get ready to leave the shop.
He quickly yanked the sleeve of Ren Xiaosu's ragged jacket. "Where are you going?"
"I'm going to check the price at Old Li's grocery store," Ren Xiaosu said.
Old Wang's grasp tightened even further.
Someone from the stronghold's management had specifically given notice that they would be coming out to collect exotic animals today.
This news wasn't promulgated to him alone.
Old Wang smiled, his wrinkles appearing.
"How much do you want to sell it for?"
Ren Xiaosu still wanted to leave.
"We'll talk again after I ask around."
Old Wang smiled amiably.
"Then won't Lu Yuan be late for school?"
"All right, 900 yuan it is."
"What did you just say?"
Ren Xiaosu asked calmly.
"Then wouldn't Lu Yuan be late?"
"The sentence before that."
"How much do you want to sell it for?"
Old Wang was confused.
A moment later, Old Wang was feeling the pinch as he counted the money.
He wet his fingers with his saliva and counted the cash over and over again, afraid that he would get the amount wrong.
The final transaction price was 1,198 yuan.
Ren Xiaosu had also given some concessions of his own. A sparrow fetching 1,198 yuan was not the result of the inflated prices, nor was it because of the large size of the sparrow. More importantly, it was because the people in Stronghold 113 did not normally get the chance to eat such exotic animals. Things were precious because they were scarce. Old Wang would never make a bad business deal. When he resold this sparrow to a powerful customer, he would still be able to earn a small profit from it and even gain their favor. Old Wang stuffed a stash of loose change into Ren Xiaosu's hands unwillingly. Nobody knew what he was thinking when he lowered his voice and whispered, "Xiaosu, the next time you catch a sparrow, don't kill it. Some aristocrats want them alive and will offer an even higher price to buy them in that state."
Ren Xiaosu was taken aback.
Why would they want a live sparrow?
So that they can kill it themselves?
No, Old Wang shook his head and said, "You don't know, right?
There are people who keep them as pets. Chapter 5: The School. As pets? They're not buying them to eat? Ren Xiaosu was puzzled. What a waste. All of the meat on this is great. You won't understand the world that the rich live in.
Old Wang laughed and said, I heard that rich people used to keep eagles as pets a few hundred years ago.
But haven't the eagles gotten too big and dangerous now? So the next best thing is the sparrows. Just look at how menacing this sparrow looks. It's exactly what the rich like. Ren Xiaosu thought about it for a while.
So while there were still a lot of people who didn't have enough to eat, some people had started keeping sparrows as pets. But I'll have to sell it for a higher price if they want it alive. Ren Xiaosu said, when this bird is still alive, it can even kill people if you aren't careful.
It's too dangerous. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu thought that if the refugees outside the stronghold were contaminated, wouldn't the sparrows be contaminated as well? Or did the people in the stronghold only need these refugees to work for them? And the walls, did they naturally divide them into a hierarchy? You can only get rich by taking risks. Old Wang smiled and said, since you can wait an entire night hunting, you're no ordinary person.
If you make an effort to catch a live sparrow, you can probably afford to stop working for the next 6 months.
Besides, haven't you thought about making some money so that you can get a wife? Get a wife? My ass. Ren Xiaosu said petulantly.
Old Wang purposely said in a mysterious tone, Oldly, who lives next door, has a daughter who's studying at the same school as your little brother, Lu Yuan.
She's a really decent girl. Based on what you said, wouldn't it be better if I just sold this sparrow to Oldly directly? Would I still need your introduction then? Ren Xiaosu turned his head to Yan Luyuan and asked, is Oldly's daughter your classmate? Yes. Yan Luyuan nodded. She's quite big.
Shoo, go play over there, Old Wang snapped.
Pretend I didn't say anything since you're mistaking my kindness for ill intent.
Seeing that he almost got caught between Ren Xiaosu and Yan Liyuan's bantering, Old Wang decisively stopped them by changing the topic.
Remember, the next time you catch a live sparrow, you must bring it to me. Sure. Ren Xiaosu nodded.
Although catching it alive was dangerous, it was not impossible. He looked around the grocery store and asked, how much are you selling the cotton padded jacket for?
The jackets are new arrivals, and they cost 500 yuan apiece.
You should know that I bought them for 490 yuan each.
I'm not looking to profit from selling these cotton padded jackets at all.
Old Wang said, one less death is one life saved, after all.
How kind of you, praised Ren Xiaosu nonchalantly. I'll buy one.
Check and see what size Lu Yuan should wear. Bro, buy one for yourself too, Yan Lu Yuan quickly said.
Don't interrupt when adults are talking. Ren Xiaosu frowned. I'm not cold. Money was a good thing.
The organizations that controlled the strongholds issued money to ensure the distribution of goods and materials. Although it was convenient, without it, nothing could be done. The winter here was freezing, but he had to put some money aside in case of emergencies. As there was still over a month left until winter, Ren Xiaosu thought that it would not be too late to buy another cotton-padded jacket by then if he could catch another sparrow. More importantly, it was time for Yan Luyuan to pay for his monthly tuition. Ren Xiaosu glanced around the grocery store again, his gaze resting at the counter behind Old Wang.
How much are you selling the antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs for? You want to buy medicine?
Only then did Old Wang notice the blood-stained bandage wrapped around Ren Xiaosu's hand.
You're injured? You really must buy some medicine then. If not, you could get an infection and die. I'm asking you how much it is. Ren Xiaosu said impatiently. 210 yuan each. Old Wang said, antibiotics must be taken for 3 days straight.
I'll sell you 3 pills for 620 yuan and give you an application of iodopavidone 1 for free. I only have 10 pills left in stock here.
Ren Xiaosu thought for a while before saying, how about rounding it down?
If by rounding down, you mean removing the zero, shut it, Old Wang snapped.
Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips and reluctantly looked away. Forget it, I'm not buying them. Inflammation is uncommon during winter.
He turned around and led Yan Luyuan to school. When they passed by the grain store, Ren Xiaosu went in and bought a long loaf of black bread. The black bread was mixed with something that would make their throats uncomfortable when swallowed. Yen Luyuan said as he chewed on the black bread, "Bro, why don't you also pay for the tuition and come to school since you want to attend classes so much?" "I still have to go out to hunt." Ren Xiaosu said, "About what old Wang said earlier, there are quite a few well-to-do girls in your school, right? You had better not fall in love at such an early age." "I heard that people in the past used to get married when they were around 13 to 14 years old," Yen Luyuan retorted. Although he had never given such matters any thought before, he found it fun and enjoyable to bicker with Ren Xiaosu. Finding joy amid hardship was probably one of the greatest skills that humans had. Ren Xiaosu feigned a slap upside Yen Luyuan's head. "How can we compare what people did in the past? You're still young. The women you get into a relationship with now will end up becoming someone else's wife in the future." Ren Xiaosu marveled at the thought. A relationship with someone else's wife sounds quite exciting for some reason. "Bro, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" said Yen Luyuan while blinking. "Get lost. Stop acting innocent with me," Ren Xiaosu said, peeved. The school was the cleanest and tittiest place in the entire town. It was also the only residence that had its own individual yard. Walking in from the outside, properly spaced crops grown in the yard could be seen: scallions, garlic sprouts, potatoes, cabbages, and many others. Ren Xiaosu felt that a place like a school should have bamboo trees growing around it instead. But then again, with food not easily accessible these days, it was quite fortunate to have a place to grow these vegetables. As such, Ren Xiaosu's wish was for Yen Luyuan to become a teacher when he grew up. It was not because he had a lot of respect for teachers, but that he felt that being a teacher was safe. They also had the privilege of having their own yard to grow some vegetables in. Furthermore, no one would ever steal their crops. It was such a wonderful thing. Generally speaking, Ren Xiaosu's wishes had always been very simple. Yen Luyuan took his tuition money and went to class. Ren Xiaosu squatted on top of the wall and listened to what was being taught inside the classroom. As he could not afford to pay the tuition, he had to eavesdrop like this. The teacher would sometimes tell the students stories about how glorious human civilization was in the past. Frankly, however, the teacher had not witnessed such a time either. Whatever he was telling them now were details passed on by word of mouth, so the truth had probably been distorted already. Although it was not very reliable, Ren Xiaosu was still fascinated by it. At times, Ren Xiaosu would ask Yen Luyuan questions about information he didn't understand or hear. This greatly troubled Yen Luyuan because if he could not answer him, it would show that he did not pay attention during the lessons. Hence, whenever Ren Xiaosu was present to attend the lessons, Yen Luyuan would be exceptionally attentive during class. For some reason, Yen Luyuan had to admit that his brother looked rather charming when he was seriously learning. It was no wonder Xiaoyu would throw herself at him. The teacher was holding a book in the classroom as he stared with melancholic eyes at some of the sleeping students. Then he looked at Ren Xiaosu, who was on top of the wall outside the window. He said to Yen Luyuan, "When you get back today, tell your brother that he can come into the yard and listen to my lessons in the future." "All right." Yen Luyuan smiled happily. Chapter 6, Walls and Science. There was only one teacher who gave classes at the school. His name was Zhang Jinglin. Most people felt that the teacher was wise and thought that he knew everything. However, Ren Xiaosu always had doubts since people specialized in different professions, which meant people were usually only good at certain things. So how could it be possible for Mr. Zhang to be omniscient? Ren Xiaosu had always been different from most other people as he liked to ponder questions that he came across. Later on, he found out from listening to Mr. Zhang's lessons that this was known as dialectical logic. Yen Luyuan was sometimes bewildered because Ren Xiaosu would often oppose Mr. Zhang Jinglin's views, yet he still kept coming back to attend classes whenever he had free time. During the afternoon class, Ren Xiaosu specially brought Yen Luyuan out to celebrate. It wasn't for any reason other than to celebrate the fact that he could start listening to the lessons from the yard in the future. Usually when he squatted on the walls, he was too distant from the classroom to clearly hear what was being taught. Zhang Jinglin used to like to keep the windows shut during class as he was afraid that any outside commotion would affect the students and distract them. But after he realized that Ren Xiaosu was eavesdropping from outside the class, he left a window open for him. And now, he might as well just let Ren Xiaosu into the yard. Living in this chaotic world, many of the students' parents sent their children to school not because they wanted them to gain knowledge, but so that they could easily get married in the future. This was especially true for the girls who attended school, as they would often marry into good families. In this generation, it was impressive to be literate and to handle three-digit calculations. Everyone was busy trying to survive, so who would care if you were cultured or not when food was short? Hence, most of the parents were sending their children to school not because they had any long-term plans for them. Even in this hamlet, there were poor and rich people. Wherever there were people, comparisons were unavoidable. Yan Luyuan saw Ren Xiaosu go into the grocery store to buy a filtered cigarette. Old Wang even proudly mentioned that his cigarettes did not have any additional substances and were very safe to smoke. A cigarette costs 20 yuan per stick, extremely expensive. Yan Luyuan asked with suspicion, "Bro, why are you buying a cigarette?" "Your teacher allowed me to listen to his lessons from the yard. Even if I don't have to pay tuition, I should still show my gratitude." Ren Xiaosu smiled and said, "I know that Mr. Zhang likes to smoke." Whenever someone treated Ren Xiaosu kindly, he would return the gesture. Zhang Jinglin did not reject it. However, he made Yan Luyuan stand a distance away from him. "It's not good for you to inhale cigarette smoke while you're still growing." Ren Xiaosu thanked him. "Thank you for letting me into the yard to attend your lessons, sir." Phew. Zhang Jinglin lit the cigarette with a match he used for preparing meals at home. Then he blew out a breathful of smoke, looking pleased. "Students who enjoy attending lessons like you are rare. You can attend the lessons if you like. In the future, you can stand at the door, but you're not allowed to enter the classroom." "That's great." Ren Xiaosu said, "Teacher, I have a question." "Speak." Perhaps due to the fact that Zhang Jinglin rarely had the chance to have a smoke, he didn't mind any questions that Ren Xiaosu had for him. "Teacher, you said before that humans had a lot of technology before the cataclysm happened. Since we humans were not wiped out, why didn't those technologies reappear?" Zhang Jinglin glanced at Ren Xiaosu. For a period of time after the cataclysm, humans did not keep track of how long they had been drifting along in anarchy. It was good enough to survive each day, so nobody bothered with gaining knowledge and becoming a learned person. But we should still have some information left, right? If we learn them, couldn't we return to civilization quicker? Ren Xiaosu wondered. "It's become lost through the generations," Zhang Jinglin said in regret. "Let me ask you. If I gave you a set of instructions to construct an airplane, would you be able to make one? It's not like I've learned how to do it before. Although having the instructions can save a lot of time, I'll still have to start from scratch," Ren Xiaosu said. "That's right. Everyone is starting from scratch." Zhang Jinglin looked at the remaining half of his cigarette, feeling a little pained. It looked like he was deciding on whether to keep smoking. He had intended to save the remaining half of the cigarette to smoke at a later time. But if he put out the cigarette in front of Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan, wouldn't it be a loss of face for him? Ren Xiaosu was still doubtful. How could no one have overcome the hardships and gotten into research and building up knowledge again in all those years? "Those who attempted all died from starvation," Zhang Jinglin said. Could all of that knowledge really have become lost through the generations? Ren Xiaosu could not accept it. Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu seriously this time and said pointedly, "They are in the possession of a small number of people." "That's enough." Zhang Jinglin stood up and said, "Don't pursue this matter any further. It's time for class." Ren Xiaosu pestered Zhang Jinglin with a final question. "Teacher, when were the walls of the stronghold built? And why did they build them?" "After the cataclysm, wild animals ran rampant. A very long time ago, there was even a bug infestation. As such, humans were forced to build tall walls to ward off the danger," Zhang Jinglin explained. "But even though animals have evolved, they don't actually initiate attacks on humans." Ren Xiaosu was curious about this. Monkeys still remained omnivores, and sparrows still loved eating grains, so it was not like they would actively try to make a meal out of humans. In the ring where humanity was living in its stronghold 113, the majority of the more ferocious animals had actually been isolated outside of it. The higher the number of a stronghold, the more dangerous a place it was. For example, the legendary stronghold 178 would often see many casualties each year as they tried to expel beasts from around their area. Meanwhile, Stronghold 113 was considered to be an inland area. There were still many dangers lurking out in the wilderness though, like the wolf pack he had encountered before. However, it wasn't impossible to overcome them. So then why were there still such towering walls built in a huge gathering place of humans like this one? Zhang Jinglin smiled and said, so long as danger still exists on the outside, refugees must depend on the stronghold to make a living. In this way, the stronghold will gain a large force of cheap labor.
Do you think that the organizations controlling the strongholds do not have the ability to eliminate those dangers out there? The firearms and explosives that humans possess are more powerful than you can imagine. But why would they want to eliminate them? They don't pose any threat to the organizations at all. Ran Xiaosu fell deep into thought. Although he was mature beyond his years, there were still some things he hadn't experienced. As such, it was expected that he could not understand them. This was also the reason why he was so thirsty for knowledge.
Zhang Jinglin continued, they won't topple the walls. Why would groups with a vested interest behind the walls give up a stronghold that gives them a natural class superiority?
Zhang Jinglin then went to get a change of clothes. Ren Xiaosu asked, Teacher, why did you change your clothes?
Your previous set of clothes were not dirty at all. Zhang Jinglin adjusted his collar and replied, the set I was wearing earlier reeks of cigarette smoke. It is not good for the students if they smell it. Yan Liuyuan's respect for him deepened, but Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt a little unhappy.
So it's all right for me to smell it then? It wasn't like you asked me to stand further away from you just now, right?
Zhang Jinglin thought for a long while. Get lost. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu heard a voice speak again from the palace in his mind, thirst for knowledge is never a bad thing. But you have to teach other people whatever you've learned.
Ren Xiaosu was stunned.
He did not fully understand what this quest required him to do. During the afternoon class, the students found it very refreshing when they saw Ren Xiaosu, who was a few years older than them, standing outside the door. It made many of the students turn their heads to look at him. Zhang Jinglin had to knock on the blackboard several times before he could get the students' attention. He said, I'll be teaching about survival for the afternoon class. This was the current era, and the distinctiveness of school came from not only teaching the arts and sciences, but also teaching survival. However, Zhang Jinglin had always felt exasperated when teaching this lesson, because he wasn't experienced with surviving in the wild. Therefore, for most of this lesson, he could only teach it according to what was written in the books that were preserved from the past.
Zhang Jinglin looked at the students in the classroom. Pay attention and listen in class. Don't think that danger is very far from you. For now, your parents are still protecting you. But when you grow up, you have to learn how to protect yourselves. For today's lesson, we'll be discussing what you should do if you encounter a pack of wolves. The students in class actually liked listening to the survival lessons the most. The other subjects were still a little boring for their current age group, whereas they found the survival lessons to be the most interesting. The classroom quieted down. Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu, who was standing at the door and listening in on the lesson.
You there, tell us what you do when you encounter a pack of wolves in the wild. Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought before replying, I try my best to find a slope surrounded by greenery, because that will be the most suitable place for an auspicious burial ground.
Zhang Jinglin was surprised.
Chapter 7, Substitute Teacher.
Zhang Jinglin was left speechless by Ren Xiaosu's answer.
However, he wasn't aware that Ren Xiaosu was also wondering about this right now. Didn't he teach everyone what he knew? Why was the quest still not complete? Could there be something wrong with the knowledge that he imparted? Teacher. Ren Xiaosu said in a serious tone, you probably haven't seen how huge the wolves in the wild are. Most of the people in town haven't even seen or dealt with them before, but I did. Don't mention a pack of wolves. Even if I were just encountering a lone wolf, the outcome would still be the same. Choose wherever you want to be buried.
Initially, Ren Xiaosu thought that Zhang Jinglin would refute him.
After all, the way he answered the question would affect the teacher's authority and dignity. However, Zhang Jinglin thought for a long time before saying, you can sit in the classroom for future lessons. You will also be teaching the survival lessons from now on. For the first time ever, the school in the town outside Stronghold 113 gained a substitute teacher.
However, Ren Xiaosu did not give any explanation in class about how he survived despite encountering a lone wolf or wolf pack in the wild. Quest complete.
Awarded 1.0 strength. By the end of the day, Ren Xiaosu still could not find an opportunity to use the basic skill duplication scroll he had. He went to school because he liked to gain more knowledge, but the knowledge Zhang Jinglin had would not be very useful for his survival for the time being.
The first priority Ren Xiaosu had to consider was still survival.
Therefore, if he could not use the skill scroll, it would be impossible for him to prove whether everything in his mind was purely made up by his own imagination. However, Ren Xiaosu kept waiting because he felt that there would still be another quest given. Now he had completed yet another quest, and he was rewarded with a 1.0 strength increase. This was a very straightforward figure, and Ren Xiaosu could feel it in his body. He could feel his muscles bulking up slightly underneath his clothes. This was a real supernatural phenomenon, as no one could suddenly gain additional muscle strength in a mere tenth of a second. With this, Ren Xiaosu was quite sure that his mind palace was indeed a unique type of skill.
This made Ren Xiaosu ecstatic.
In fact, he should have been overjoyed about it long ago, but he was afraid that none of it would turn out to be real. A frequent hunter must be highly familiar with their body. They had to know how much they could lift and how fast and hard they could punch or stab with a knife. So Ren Xiaosu immediately evaluated his newfound strength. If the average male adult had a strength rating of 3.0, then Ren Xiaosu used to have a strength rating of 2.5. As he was only 17 years old, it was quite normal for him to be weaker than an adult. He could survive in this town all these years not because of his strength, but because he was ruthless, alert, and calm enough. As his strength surpassed that of the average male adults, this meant that his chance of survival in this wasteland increased by a large amount. After school, Yan Luyuan excitedly said, "Bro, now that you've become the substitute teacher, maybe you'll replace Mr. Zhang as our town's teacher in the future?"
Ren Xiaosu paused. Indeed, that seems likely.
Mr. Zhang also started off as a substitute teacher. It was only after the old teacher passed away that he took over teaching at school.
Yeah, everyone in town knows that whoever becomes the substitute teacher will likely take over at the school someday. Think about it.
Mr. Zhang allowed you into the classroom to attend the lessons and even made you the substitute teacher.
He's definitely thinking of letting you replace him in the future.
Yan Luyuan smiled and said, "If the people in town learn about it, they will have to treat us with more respect next time."
That might not be the case. Ren Xiaosu thought and said, "I'm guessing it's only because he hopes to get more cigarettes to smoke."
Yan Luyuan stared at Ren Xiaosu.
"Bro, are you being serious?"
"Actually, it's not a bad idea if I really do become the schoolteacher." Ren Xiaosu said, "When I get the position, I'll give it up to you."
In that way, you'll end up becoming the schoolteacher instead, right?
Ren Xiaosu had really never thought about becoming a schoolteacher, but it was not because he despised the profession. If he had despised it, he wouldn't think of handing the position to Yan Luyuan. Instead, he felt that he was not suitable for this profession at all. If he really had no chance to enter the stronghold at some point in the future, then the wilderness would be the only place left where he could truly belong. Ren Xiaosu was imagining a future where he handed the schoolteacher position to Yan Luyuan as they walked, but he did not notice Yan Luyuan slowing down. Looking at Ren Xiaosu's back, Yan Luyuan experienced an indescribable feeling. This young man's hand was still wrapped in bandages, and even though he had a sharp tongue, he would always leave the best for him. When Ren Xiaosu turned around and realized that Yan Luyuan had fallen quite far behind, he barked, "What are you doing?
Hurry up! Coming!"
Outside the stronghold, a continuous trail of white smoke was billowing out of the factory chimneys into the sky. As the setting sun shone down onto their backs, it was as though they had nothing in life to worry about. On their way back home, Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan suddenly saw a group of people come out of the stronghold. There were around 14 of them in the group, and half of them were wearing fanciful clothes of all colors, while the other half was made up of people who donned the combat uniform of the private army employed by the overseers of Stronghold 113. It looked like their trip would be accompanied by soldiers, so it was no wonder they dared to head out into a place like the Jing Mountains.
These people actually didn't require guides with combat value. They only needed someone who knew the way. However, Ren Xiaosu did not assume the private troops were strong just because they were employed by the overseers of Stronghold 113.
In fact, he rarely saw these private troops leaving the stronghold, so it could still lead to serious issues as they might not even have any actual combat experience or seen blood before. Ren Xiaosu saw some of the private troops smoking filtered cigarettes, which were rarely seen in town. A light whiff of cigarette smoke drifted over. Ren Xiaosu could distinctly smell a weird odor. He remembered old Wang mentioning that many of the cigarettes given out by the factories had addictive substances added into them to give people a high. Ren Xiaosu was puzzled why the private troops would smoke something like that when their profession required them to keep a clear mind. He had witnessed people go crazy from smoking these cigarettes, and the private troops only seemed to be smoking the better quality ones. Slowly, a crowd in town gathered. This was because these people had such clean faces that it sharply contrasted the faces of those in town. Bro, is water so abundant in the stronghold that they can wash their faces every day? Yan Luyuan blinked with a shimmer in his eyes. There's no need to envy them. The grease on our faces acts as a protective layer for our skin, Ren Xiaosu consoled without actually trying. But then he noticed a unique presence among that group of people. There was a girl wearing a cap so low he could not tell how old she was. She was dressed in relatively normal clothes that looked loose but fitting. Ren Xiaosu focused on her because it felt like an encounter with a beast in the wild the moment he saw her. Something was fishy about these people, and Ren Xiaosu trusted his intuition. Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan stopped in their tracks, watching from afar. They vaguely knew that this group of people was making inquiries about something with old Wang from the grocery store. They could hear old Wang saying loudly, "If y'all are going to the Jing Mountains, you must look for Ren Xiaosu. Without him, you definitely can't pass through. Besides, there are also wolves out there in the wilderness. Might I suggest that you don't take that route?" A soldier in the private army sneered, "Those wolves will be scared off when they hear our gunshots. Why would we need to worry about them?" Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. So the wolves were actually afraid of gunshots? This was probably due to the natural instincts of such wild animals. As he had never seen a firearm before, he wasn't sure if the other party was telling the truth. However, some doubts still remained. Another member of the private army asked, "Who is Ren Xiaosu?" "We don't care how skillful he is at combat as long as he knows the way." "Oh, Ren Xiaosu is well known for being the best hunter in town. He knows most of the routes, so it'll be perfectly fine if you get him to lead the way." Old Wang smiled and said, "Take my word for it, he's definitely the right choice. But there's something wrong with that kid's head." Having heard all this, Ren Xiaosu turned around and led Yan Luyuan away. "Is old Wang's son in your class too? That fat kid?" Yan Luyuan gasped at him. "Bro, you shouldn't involve his family members." Ren Xiaosu frowned as he had wanted to steer clear of this issue. However, he never expected that old Wang would deliberately recommend himself to this mysterious band. Chapter 8: Something really is wrong with his head. As night fell, the people in town gradually returned to their homes. Those living in houses would keep their doors shut while those living in shacks would conceal themselves behind curtain doors. When Ren Xiaosu came back in the evening, he heard that a man working at the rubber factory had been stabbed to death after returning from work. It was said that someone learned about that man's habit of saving money, so someone got evil intentions. The people in town liked living together to look out for each other. Friends, brothers, and couples stayed together and took turns to keep watch throughout the night. In a way, this gave them a better sense of security. This was also how Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan teamed up together at the beginning. But some people fell victim to the people they partnered with. The assailants were often short-sighted as they did not realize that after harming their partners, no one would ever trust them again. The assailants who ended up alone this way would usually come to a bad end. Ren Xiaosu sat in his shack and unwrapped the bandage from his hand. He frowned when he saw the condition of the wound. The flesh around it was red and swollen. This was a sign of inflammation. When he looked up and saw Yan Luyuan walking over, he hurriedly rewrapped the bandage around his hand. "Bro, how's your injury?" Yan Luyuan asked. "It's fine," Ren Xiaosu calmly said. "I don't believe you." "Let me have a look," Yan Luyuan said as he tried to remove the bandage that Ren Xiaosu had just rewrapped. "I said that I'm fine." Ren Xiaosu pushed Yan Luyuan away. "If it gets bad, I'll go and buy medicine. Don't lie to me." You tried to endure it the previous time, Yan Luyuan said in agony.
Ren Xiaosu sighed. Don't worry. I won't treat my life as a joke. In nature, predators didn't usually go hunting on a whim because they understood one principle: if they got injured even slightly, it could spell death. If even animals could understand this, how could Ren Xiaosu not?
Bro, there are 2 potatoes hidden under the chair.
Oh, there are even 3 pills here too. Aren't these the anti-inflammatory pills that you wanted to buy today? They look just like the ones we saw at the store.
Yan Luyuan was surprised.
Did you put them there?
No, Ren Xiaosu shook his head as he looked at the 3 pills. These sure are anti-inflammatory pills. Then Big Sister Xiaoyu must have been the one who put them there.
She was the only one I told about your injury.
Yan Luyuan grinned as he handed a potato to Ren Xiaosu.
Big Sister Xiaoyu is so good to you. Why don't you marry her? Ren Xiaosu did a double take. You really change your stance quickly, huh?
When she gives us something to eat, you praise her. But when there's nothing, you start bad-mouthing her.
He.
Yan Luyuan chomped on the potato noisily.
They usually wouldn't get any dinner.
Ren Xiaosu said that one had to eat a hearty breakfast and a full lunch, but eating at night was bad for the body. This was a saying passed down from before the cataclysm. Actually, Ren Xiaosu knew the reason for not eating any supper in the present was due to the fact that they were poor.
Bro. Ren Xiaosu turned around.
He suddenly noticed that Yan Luyuan had his head down and sounded a little sad.
He asked, "What's wrong? Do you still remember when you came back here after getting attacked by a wolf pack last year?"
Someone secretly gave us some medicine that ended up helping you survive the ordeal, Yan Luyuan said.
Of course I remember.
I've always been trying to find out who that person was, Ren Xiaosu said.
Big Sister Xiaoyu probably also gave us those pills.
Yan Luyuan said, the hiding spot of the pills is exactly the same.
Ren Xiaosu got lost in thought.
All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu heard footsteps coming from outside. There were a lot of people. It was very rare for people to travel on the streets of the town at night. But Ren Xiaosu had already guessed who they were and what their motive was. The reason why the band needed to go via the Jing Mountains this time was just as Ren Xiaosu had predicted. The soldiers of the private army were indeed on another mission. Stronghold 113's overseers had found some information that proved that the Jing Mountains were actually formed after a severe tectonic movement of the Earth's plates, so this could mean that something from before the cataclysm could still be found there. The group had learned about Ren Xiaosu from Old Wang's grocery store. Although they had some hesitations over his mental illness, they asked some other sources as well, and almost everyone felt that Ren Xiaosu was the best candidate to act as their guide. Some of them even wondered what was so great about this Ren Xiaosu that made him so well known in town.
Driven by curiosity, they continued making further inquiries.
Finally, they got an ambivalent answer. Ren Xiaosu seemed to be the only person around here to have survived an attack by wolves and still make it back to town alive. Last year, when Ren Xiaosu returned to town after a hunting session, he was almost at death's door. His body was bleeding from the wounds that the wolves had inflicted on him with their claws. No matter how vicious the people in town were, they would not do something bad to a dying youth.
Everyone looked on with indifference from the sidelines.
Even though everyone thought that Ren Xiaosu would surely die that night, he unexpectedly pulled through and even lived well until now. The band members were interested in learning how that youth had managed to survive. Old Wang smiled and said that it was entirely because of Yan Luyuan, who went door to door to beg for food on his knees. In the end, Ren Xiaosu survived. It even seemed like someone had given him some medicine, but no one knew who it was. Everyone in town knew that Ren Xiaosu had survived through that ordeal, but it also left him with a sickness in the head from that day onwards. By the way, Wang Fugui, a person from the group, said to the accompanying Old Wang, "What do you mean by there's something wrong with his head?"
"It's nothing. I was just saying."
Old Wang said with a grin as wrinkles appeared on his face, "It's not a big deal.
It's not anything serious. Look, his place is right ahead."
Old Wang only dared to tread the streets at night if he was tagging along with these important people who hailed from the stronghold. At this moment, he deliberately spoke in a louder voice as though he purposely wanted to let the townspeople know that he, Old Wang, had a fantastic relationship with these important people of the stronghold.
Xiaosu, hurry out. You have VIPs, old Wang shouted with a laugh.
Suddenly, the shack's curtain door was thrown aside.
Ren Xiaosu happily grasped old Wang's hands and said to him, "Congratulations. Father and child are both fine. The baby weighs 3.24 kilograms.
Old Wang was confused, as were the band and the soldiers of the private army.
A band member pointed at Ren Xiaosu and looked at old Wang. How can you call this alright when he's so mentally ill? Besides, what the hell did he mean by father and child are both fine? Wasn't it supposed to be mother and child are both fine? That band member said angrily, Wang Fugue, do you know what the consequences of lying to us are? Is this what you call alright?
As soon as he finished speaking, the band members turned around and left. They had had some expectations for the legendary Ren Xiaosu, but in the end, they found out that he was just a lunatic.
No wonder the people in town said that there was something wrong with Ren Xiaosu's head. Didn't what they say turn out to be true? Chapter 9. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand.
Ren Xiaosu stood at the entrance of his shack as he watched the band leave. Old Wang was still at their side apologizing to them. Although there's something wrong with Ren Xiaosu's head, this is not what it's like.
Please let me explain. The band member did not bother listening to his explanation. Wang Fugue, I'm giving you 6 hours to get me a suitable candidate. Even if there's nothing wrong with this kid, we won't be using him. We'll be setting off at dawn, so don't screw up our plans. Ren Xiaosu stood happily at the shack's entrance and watched the commotion as though he had nothing to do with it. But unexpectedly, the girl wearing the cap turned around and looked at him. Ren Xiaosu suddenly had a feeling that he had been figured out. He could not even see the expression of the girl under her cap, yet he felt his heart throb for some reason. Ren Xiaosu subconsciously activated and used his skill duplication scroll. A voice intoned from the palace, one of the target's skills will be randomly copied. Randomly copied? Randomly copied target's firearms skill. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Seeing the skill duplication scroll disappear, Ren Xiaosu thought that if he did not learn it, it would have gone to waste. Learning successful. You've mastered the advanced firearms proficiency. Wait a minute, didn't I get a basic scroll? How did I master advanced firearms proficiency? Shouldn't I learn a skill at the basic level at most? Ren Xiaosu wondered in his mind. There are only 2 types of skill duplication scrolls. The first type is the basic skill duplication scroll, which you can use to learn any skill advanced and lower. The second type of scroll is the master skill duplication scroll, which you can use to learn a master level skill, provided you've also attained the advanced level of the skill. There is also the chance of copying a target's superpowers, answered the voice from the palace. Ren Xiaosu was stunned to learn that he could also duplicate another's superpowers. He then remembered the girl and asked, "Can you tell me the level of that girl's firearms skill?" Yes, this information can be revealed if it's a target you've learned from. What is the level of her firearms skill proficiency? Master? Perfect. The basic skill duplication scroll allowed the user to learn a random basic or advanced skill of the target. Meanwhile, the master skill duplication scroll allowed for a master level skill to be learned, provided that particular skill was in the advanced level. There was even a chance of learning the other party's superpower. These levels were entirely judged by the palace itself. Although the palace mentioned something about a success chance, Ren Xiaosu got a little excited at the possibility of learning other people's superpowers. Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan had once discussed whether some superpowers were superior to others. Some people were born fighters while others were born a little weaker. A person like Ren Xiaosu, who needed to survive in the wilderness, would feel that an offensive superpower was more powerful. However, Yan Luyuan's skill depended on the element of luck, so he couldn't partake in battles. Therefore, Ren Xiaosu was insistent in his belief that there were only different types of superpowers, none was superior to another. However, Ren Xiaosu was puzzled about that girl wearing a cap. When Ren Xiaosu received the advanced firearms proficiency, a large amount of firearms knowledge was channeled into his mind. It was as though the knowledge had been integrated into him. He gained an instinctive feel for the subject. What he possessed was not only the knowledge of all the different types and models of firearms, their disassembly, maintenance, and usage, but also a near instinctive feel for aiming them.
Ren Xiaosu even knew how much recoil each type of gun had. If he was handed a gun right now, as long as it was covered by the advanced firearms knowledge that he had gained, he would be no different from a professional who had trained for years. Regarding accuracy, getting a score of 9.5 and above at a range of 100 meters seemed to be the standard for the advanced firearms proficiency. This surprised Ren Xiaosu a little, but not to the extent of being ecstatic yet. After all, he did not have a gun in his hand. What shocked him even more was that his mind palace had evaluated the girl's firearms skill as perfect. Ren Xiaosu couldn't imagine how amazing the master-level skill was, much less think about what he could do if he perfected the skill. Someone like her was in a band? It seemed that those soldiers of the private army and band members were not aware that such a terror existed in their group. Ren Xiaosu realized earlier that everyone treated her as a normal member of the group. The girl had probably not expected that Ren Xiaosu would use such a mysterious method to gain access to her secret. He made a wise decision to get out of joining this group for their mission. At the same time, Ren Xiaosu derived great pleasure from finding out about someone else's secret. "Bro, why do you keep staring at her back?" Yan Luyuan asked as he stuck his head out of the shack. Ren Xiaosu grinned from ear to ear. He turned around and looked at Yan Luyuan. Just when he was about to behave like an elder brother with authority, the curtain door from next door was lifted. A woman asked, "Who's back?" "Where?" Yan Luyuan and Ren Xiaosu were stunned. The person who came out from the shack next door turned out to be Xiaoyu. Yan Luyuan wondered, "Big sister Xiaoyu, why are you in the shack next door?" Xiaoyu combed her hair and said with a smile, "I moved here and will be your neighbor from now on." "Where's the family of 3 who were living here?" Yan Luyuan asked, "Where've they gone?" "I switched houses with them," Xiaoyu explained. Yan Luyuan pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and whispered, "Bro, big sister Xiaoyu has made a big investment this time. She used to live in a brick house." Ren Xiaosu did not say anything as he lowered his head and went straight back into the shack. Yan Luyuan smiled at Xiaoyu before withdrawing his head back into the shack as well. "Bro, you're still a virgin, right?" Yan Luyuan asked. Ren Xiaosu stared at Yan Luyuan and said, "Luyuan, since you're not young anymore, I wish to educate you about this." Yan Luyuan sat bolt upright and turned serious. "Alright, bro, ask me if there's anything you don't understand." Before Yan Luyuan could finish, he was kicked to the ground by Ren Xiaosu. But Yan Luyuan did not get angry. He just kept laughing. "You've really grown bolder, huh?" Ren Xiaosu laid the bed and said, "Do your best to not provoke big sister Xiaoyu, and don't try to matchmake us. We can't even handle ourselves, so where will we get the time to worry about others?" "Okay," Yan Luyuan replied obediently. "But she gave us some potatoes and medicine, and she's also very concerned about you. Are you really going to ignore her?" Ren Xiaosu thought for a while before saying, "The most important things about being human are to be honest and have a clear conscience. But if we ever feel a pang in our conscience, we must convince ourselves that it isn't so." Yan Luyuan was confused. When Ren Xiaosu started speaking, Yan Luyuan got ready to get lectured by him. But by the time Ren Xiaosu finished, Yan Luyuan couldn't be more dumbfounded. Perhaps this was just how Ren Xiaosu was. In an era like this, a person like Ren Xiaosu would probably survive better than most people. However, Yan Luyuan did not mind at all the kind of person Ren Xiaosu was. Ren Xiaosu's constant fussing and cautiousness was all due to the lessons and experience he gained through the many scars that he received in the past. However, Yan Luyuan knew that Ren Xiaosu still kept some of the things he wanted to say filed away. Chapter 10 Side Quest. At this moment, a rough voice came from outside the shack. It was directed to their new neighbor, Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, I only found out you moved here when I went over to visit you just now. I brought you cigarettes." Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan looked at each other and frowned. They heard Xiaoyu say, "I don't provide that kind of service anymore." Ha ha. It was as though that person with a rough voice had heard something funny. "If you don't do that kind of thing anymore, how are you going to survive? Who will supply you with cigarettes in the future? Let go of me." Xiaoyu sounded angry. The two of them had apparently come to blows something ripped. It sounded like someone's clothes had been torn. When Yan Luyuan turned to look at Ren Xiaosu, he saw that Ren Xiaosu was still frowning. Then he said in a whisper, "Bro, go and help her."
Ren Xiaosu stood up and untied the bone knife from his calf. Raising it aloft, he walked out of the shack. Right at this moment, the keys of the brass typewriter within Ren Xiaosu's mind palace started typing words onto the leather parchment. The voice from the magnificent palace intoned at the same time, "Quest, help." He sneered in his mind and interrupted the voice from the palace. "Even without this quest, I'll still help her." From the time that Ren Xiaosu came out of his shack holding the knife, it took just 2 seconds for him to rush up to that man. Ren Xiaosu did not say any threatening words like "let her go" or "touch her again if you dare," because he knew that any unnecessary actions could lead to failure. All he needed to do was to use the simplest solution to solve the simplest problem. When Ren Xiaosu's slim but strong figure came sprinting over like a cheetah, the man promptly drew a knife from his waist and slashed at Ren Xiaosu. Everyone in town would carry a self-defense weapon on their person. The man started to laugh mockingly in his mind because he was almost a head taller than Ren Xiaosu. Further, he was holding an actual metal weapon, not just some bone knife. However, in the next moment, his ridiculing laughter halted. It was common knowledge that a metal weapon would reign over a bone knife even though the wild beasts had gained a skeletal structure as strong as steel. But being as strong as steel did not mean that it was steel. Melee weapons were not banned in town, but it was almost impossible to obtain a good metal weapon. Even though some industries were slowly catching back up to the standards before the cataclysm, they were still limited by a lack of resources at present. Ren Xiaosu appeared before the man in a flash. His sprint had started off with his left leg hitting the ground while the muscles in his right leg tensed up and supported his body weight. Both of his feet now gripped the ground as he concentrated all of his strength there for maximum push-off. Then, like an electric current, he let this strength surge through him from his waist up and into his arms. Ren Xiaosu swung his knife diagonally upwards so hard that he almost slashed a crack right into the darkness of the night, cutting a gully across the land. Clang! The bone knife and the metal weapon collided with each other. The onlookers who were secretly watching were astonished when they saw the two knives break in half at the same time. They had only expected the bone knife to break. In that instant, Ren Xiaosu threw the bone knife aside without hesitation as the man was caught by surprise. This action of throwing the knife away was done in a swift motion after the swing. It was as though Ren Xiaosu had expected it to break. It was obvious he had other plans from the start. He grabbed the man's wrist and punched him hard with his other hand right in his axillary nerve one. The man tried to break free from his grasp but suddenly realized that the young man was much stronger than him. How could this be? Wasn't his opponent young? This young man probably only stood as tall as his neck. However, when the man noticed the tough muscles around Ren Xiaosu's neck, he realized that it was pure strength. The axillary nerve ran about 3 centimeters around the upper arm and the armpit, but the punch did not need to land precisely because the size of the fist was enough to cover any deviation. This area is one of the human body's weaknesses. When the axillary nerve receives heavy trauma, neuropathy too can occur. Considering the nerve as an electrical cable, such a trauma can cause the axillary nerve to generate an uncontrolled release of electrical signals that can interfere with accurate signal transmission. When the brain gets overloaded by such signals, it will send out a pain signal. The signal overload also causes the limbs to receive a confused jumble of signals. The body then begins to secrete large amounts of calcium and potassium ions in reaction, and the resulting electrical overload is enough to paralyze the entire body for a second. The man let out a scream as he fell to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. When he finally realized what was going on, he did not have any strength left to take on Ren Xiaosu. Ren Xiaosu stood silently beside him and looked like he was thinking about something. The man panted for a while before begging for mercy. "I won't bear a grudge. Please let me go. I'll forget about today's incident." Any smart person would know that their life was in the hands of Ren Xiaosu. So he shouldn't hoot and holler rudely and unreasonably, but to leave it for later instead. Ren Xiaosu looked at Xiaoyu. Who is he? He's a foreman of the coal mine. He was also the one who led the group that stabbed a person to death in town last night. Since he heard that man had a habit of saving money, he started getting ideas since he had gambling debts. Xiaoyu revealed what the man had told her last night when he boasted about the incident to her. Ren Xiaosu walked over to the road and picked up the man's metal weapon. Then he walked back next to the man.
As he stared down at him in contempt, he estimated there to be at most 4 to 5 seconds before the man would regain his mobility. Suddenly, the voice from the palace that had been silent for a while intoned again. "Quest, set your foe free." But just as the voice from the palace started trailing off, Ren Xiaosu crouched down and jabbed the metal weapon into the man's stomach. The sharp sound of the metal weapon tearing through leather and skin left every onlooker or anyone eavesdropping with a tingling sensation on their scalps. Then the man started bleeding profusely. "You have around 3 minutes. If you can reach the town's clinic in time and get it stitched up, there might still be a chance for you to survive," Ren Xiaosu said calmly. When the man heard that, he stopped caring about the pain. He immediately got up and ran towards the clinic without another word. Quest complete. Awarded Basic Skill Duplication Scroll. Quest complete. Awarded Basic Skill Duplication Scroll. Due to the loss of your weapon, a special side quest has been activated. Ren Xiaosu was stunned even before he finished listening. The first quest should be related to him saving Xiaoyu, so he could understand why it was successfully completed. He did not expect for the second quest to also be considered complete. How the hell does this palace make judgments? Yan Luyuan asked from beside him. "Bro, you're letting him go just like that? What if he recovers after getting stitched up at the clinic and comes back to take revenge on you? He's not a good person at all." Ran Xiaosu stared into the night. As if that shitty clinic in town knows how to stitch someone up. "Bro, seeing how you're still so ruthless, I can rest easy." Because of this, Ren Xiaosu was relieved that the quest was considered complete even though that man was definitely going to die. Moreover, even if he did not die, that rusty metal knife was still a potent weapon for causing tetanus. Even if he could survive the injury, he might as well be dead. Although that man had a metal weapon, he could only afford to get the cheapest type. Ren Xiaosu would probably not have broken the knife otherwise. A person like Ren Xiaosu had a personal set of principles that he would not stray from. Even though he had a superpower now, it would not change his way of doing things. If he had to change, it would due to his own free will. No one else could make him do it. Therefore, it seemed that the criteria for whether a quest was complete was not that strict. What the palace really cared about was the attitude that Ren Xiaosu displayed. At this moment, some people in the shacks along the road started whispering. In fact, over the years, they learned how ruthless Ren Xiaosu was. Nonetheless, they were shocked by today's events. This was because the physiques of the two combatants today were too different. Besides, the strength displayed by Ren Xiaosu was by no means inferior to the foreman's. In fact, he was probably even stronger than the other guy. It was unbelievable. Someone muttered softly in one of the shacks, "See, I said not to provoke him." Ren Xiaosu went to pick up the bone knife that had accompanied him for over a year. Its lifespan had finally come to an end. He turned around and looked at Xiaoyu. In the night, Xiaoyu looked a little delicate. Xiaoyu was, in fact, 8 years older than Ren Xiaosu, but right now, it looked more like she was younger than Ren Xiaosu by 8 years. Ren Xiaosu bluntly asked, "Can you quit smoking?" Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "Those things aren't that addictive since they've only added a tiny amount of poppy pods to it. Old Wang mentioned that the proportion of added substance is very low, so it's still possible to quit if you really want to," Ren Xiaosu said as he walked to the door of Xiaoyu's shack and crouched down. He thrust half of his white bone knife ruthlessly into the mud, leaving only a small portion of it above ground. The onlookers who had some unscrupulous thoughts for Xiaoyu immediately dropped the idea. In the town, this half of the bone knife now symbolized a certain someone's will. No one was willing to make any rash decisions and end up offending the ruthless Ren Xiaosu. Ren Xiaosu turned around and said to Xiaoyu, "But there's something I want to make clear. Although I'm very handsome, it's impossible between us." Xiaoyu looked stunned. "I've only seen you as a little brother." It was Ren Xiaosu's turn to be stunned. "Ha ha ha, this is so awkward." Ren Xiaosu immediately led Yan Luyuan back to their shack. He stared at Yan Luyuan as they walked back. "It's all your fault for always babbling nonsense about that to me." Yan Luyuan surreptitiously turned around and winked at Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu saw Yan Luyuan's face, she started laughing. All her unhappy feelings seemed to vanish into thin air. She squatted on the ground and stared at that half of the bone knife for a long time before heading to sleep with a smile on her face.
Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu closed his eyes and took a detailed observation of the inside of the palace.
He also checked out what the typewriter had typed onto the leather parchment.
A side quest? How interesting. Chapter 11 easily worth millions. Getting 2 basic skill duplication scrolls was extremely useful to Ren Xiaosu.
He had always thirsted for knowledge. With just one of these scrolls, he could now readily learn an existing skill from someone.
As such, Ren Xiaosu regarded them as treasures.
Although it was used to learn a random skill, and he might end up learning something useless, the advanced firearms proficiency he learned had already given him a sweet taste of things to come. However, what attracted Ren Xiaosu to come to explore the palace was not these 2 skill duplication scrolls, but what the palace had mentioned at the end, a side quest. Since it was only a side quest, then it should not be something too important or was something that took a brief amount of time to complete. However, Ren Xiaosu clearly heard what the voice from the palace had said at that time, due to the loss of your weapon, a special.
So this quest had something to do with a weapon, right?
In the long time that Ren Xiaosu had been going out into the wilderness, he understood well the importance of having a good weapon. Old Wang once bought a steel knife and wanted to resell it to Ren Xiaosu, but Ren Xiaosu couldn't afford it even after trying to earn and save money for half a year. In the end, Old Wang sold that knife to a manager at the chemical plant. A factory manager was usually selected by the stronghold from among the refugees to take a leadership role. In a way, they could be considered people who enjoyed the benefits as followers of those in power within the stronghold. At that time, Ren Xiaosu thought how great it would be if he could get his hands on a good weapon soon. Then he would not have to lie in the wilderness every day to wait to catch sparrows. It was getting much harder to wait for the birds. It was tormenting him. If he got his hands on a knife, he could totally go out and hunt for some other wild animals such as rabbits, field mice, bamboo rats, etc.
Yes, even rabbits were considered wild animals now.
Rabbits in the wilderness would not attack humans, but they were very strong and could reach the height of an adult's shins. Ren Xiaosu once dug a trap that was about 2 meters deep and a rabbit fell into it. However, when Ren Xiaosu approached it, the rabbit hopped straight out of the pit and even kicked him in the head while in midair. Ren Xiaosu nearly suffered a brain hemorrhage as a result. Ren Xiaosu looked at the leather parchment in the typewriter. Due to the loss of your weapon, a special side quest has been activated. Collect 100 sincere gratitudes to unlock a new weapon. In addition, you can use the gratitudes gained in exchange for items.
Ren Xiaosu looked bewildered. Why does this side quest feel so weird? Collect gratitudes? And they had to be sincere too?
It should be easy for him to collect thanks, but this was made difficult by the fact that they needed to be sincere.
Besides, thanks could even be used as currency? More importantly, what kinds of items could it purchase?
He continued reading the leather parchment and was astonished to see new words appearing on it from time to time.
Gratitude received from Li Xiaoyu, +1.
Ren Xiaosu was pleased to know that he had not saved an ingrate.
There shouldn't be any mistakes with the palace's judgment.
At this moment, he noticed another line of words in fine print on the leather parchment, weapon unlock, 1/100.
Ren Xiaosu felt unfortunate.
If only he were required to collect negative emotions instead, that would have been great. He knew that he could easily cause the entire townspeople to max out on their negativity for him with no effort at all. But he would have to make do with what the palace needed him to do. Now, Ren Xiaosu was looking forward to getting his hands on his future weapon.
An item given by the mysterious palace would definitely not be inferior.
Ren Xiaosu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yan Luyuan.
Luyuan, say thank you to me.
Yan Luyuan was stunned.
Bro, don't be like this. You're making me a little scared.
What are you scared of?
Ren Xiaosu snapped. Hurry up and say it.
Yan Luyuan thought for a while and said, thank you for taking care of me all this while.
Gratitude received from Yan Luyuan, +1. Ren Xiaosu was overjoyed. Is it this simple? Come on, thank me a few more times, Ren Xiaosu said.
Yan Luyuan suddenly felt at a loss for words.
Thank you.
Ren Xiaosu was disappointed this time.
It looked like he could not keep getting thanked repeatedly.
The main focus was still on the gratitude needing to be sincere. He raised his head in dissatisfaction and looked at Yan Luyuan.
You're not being sincere. No, that's not right. Your emotions are not correct, say it again. It's still not right. You have to let your emotions build up. Come, yes, this is the expression. Try it again, sincerity can work wonders. Try again, put more emotion into the way you say it.
Yan Luyuan nearly collapsed.
He said with a dry mouth, Bro, this is your skill? It feels like your skill really takes a toll on the voice.
On this very night, Ren Xiaosu insisted on testing the gratitude system with Yan Luyuan throughout the night. In the end, he still only received one sincere gratitude from him. But with this gratitude, he now had 2 token coins in total. The token had a heart engraved on it with line of words on the reverse side, a grateful heart, thankful to you for accompanying me in life and giving me the courage to be myself. A grateful heart, thankful for fate. As flowers bloom and wither, I remain appreciative. Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips, thinking that it flowed well. At this moment, the showroom cabinets in the palace that were originally shrouded in a black mist saw some changes.
On the left side of the typewriter, the black mist finally dissipated from one of the cabinets and revealed something within. A vending machine.
Ren Xiaosu was stunned for quite a while. He wondered what its function was since this was the first time he saw it. He hadn't come across something like it before in the outside world, as no such thing existed in the current day. However, he knew what the words on the vending machine said, coin slot.
There were no other options on it.
Since there was only a coin slot available, he did not need to think further and just inserted a token into it.
Clink.
The token with the heart engraving was slotted into the machine. Then it started to activate with a rumble. After that, a small bottle about the size of a palm rolled out.
Ren Xiaosu took it out and had a look.
The vial was only labeled with the word drug.
Come on, you should at least tell me what illness this is for, right? Ren Xiaosu hesitated for a moment.
When he thought about it and opened his eyes, he was holding the vial of medicine in his hand.
But when that thought vanished, the vial of medicine disappeared as well.
Yan Luyuan was stunned at the sight.
Bro, are you performing magic? Ren Xiaosu ignored him.
He decisively pulled off the cloth bandaging the wound on his hand to reveal an already infected wound. Extravasated blood had surrounded the wound for quite a while now, and interstitial fluid was continuously flowing out. Ren Xiaosu knew that if he did not apply medicine to it in time, the wound would fester, and he would go down with a fever soon after. When Yan Luyuan saw this, he immediately stood up and walked out.
Ren Xiaosu pulled him back. What are you doing?
I'll go and buy medicine for you, Yan Luyuan stubbornly said.
No need for that.
Ren Xiaosu picked up the vial and swabbed a little bit of the ointment in it with his index finger before applying it carefully onto his wound. This vial of ointment was not large and was even very shallow. It looked like it was probably just enough for 3 dosages. After applying it, Ren Xiaosu felt a little regretful. The vial was only labeled with the word drug, but what if it turned out to be poisonous? However, his worries did not come to pass. After applying the ointment onto the wound, Ren Xiaosu immediately felt the initial burning sensation in the wound disappear.
The anti-inflammatory medicine given by Xiaoyu had been saved since he no longer needed it. Anti-inflammatory medicine must be taken for 3 days straight, while this ointment immediately worked wonders.
An anti-inflammatory pill was worth 200 yuan each, and Ren Xiaosu roughly estimated that if he were to use this vial of ointment in place of the anti-inflammatory medicine, its value would be easily worth millions. Then Ren Xiaosu spun around and looked at Yan Luyuan.
He firmly demanded, "Help me think. What can I do to quickly gain other people's gratitude?"
Chapter 12, A Grateful Heart, Thankful to You. Ren Xiaosu had a very serious discussion with Yan Luyuan on what they could do to quickly reap the gratitudes. As he was a very down-to-earth person, once he learned how valuable each of these sincere gratitudes was, he understood that he needed to have them. It was just that Yan Luyuan felt that Ren Xiaosu had used the phrase down-to-earth in the wrong sense.
"Bro, I think that you can go out and perform some good deeds," Yan Luyuan said. "Wouldn't that be the most direct method to gain other people's sincere gratitude? For example, you can hand out food to hungry people or give out water to the thirsty." Ren Xiaosu glared at him. "Am I such a person? If I give them food and water, What would I have left to eat and drink? And what will you have to eat and drink?
Yan Luyuan said resentfully, then, bro, please don't expect to get any sincere gratitude from anyone.
No, Rin Xiaosu rejected Yan Luyuan's statement. There must be other ways. Since a long time ago, Rin Xiaosu knew that the current era was not kind to humans.
Or rather, it was also very difficult for humans to treat other humans with true kindness. There was once a beggar in town, and a kind-hearted girl would bring him something to eat every day. But after the girl got married, she no longer sent him any more food. The beggar pursued the girl to her home and asked her why she did not give him food anymore. In the end, he was thrown out by her family as that girl's husband was not as kind as her.
Everyone thought that the matter would end there. Some people in town even purposely went to mock the beggar and wanted to see when he would starve to death.
But on that very night, the beggar made his way back to where the girl lived and murdered the couple.
Ren Xiaosu always felt that there was a much greater philosophy in life behind these events.
But as he was still young back then, he only had a vague understanding that he had to be careful when sleeping at night. The next morning, a hubbub clamored from the streets. Ren Xiaosu got up and lifted up the curtain door to have a look outside. He was surprised to see the people from the band making their way out of town with an acquaintance next to them. That man was also an experienced hunter in town who was very skilled. He appeared quite happy as he walked beside the band members. It was as though he finally had the opportunity to get to know important people from the stronghold.
In fact, many successful people in town also started off this way.
It seemed that whoever the important people from the stronghold picked to do their bidding would lead to those people living prosperous lives. And the prosperous life would mean opening a grocery store like Wang Fugue had done. Ren Xiaosu had once asked Wang Fugue why he always fawned upon those who came out from the stronghold.
Surely not everyone in the stronghold were people of importance, right?
At that time, Wang Fugue gave a mysterious smile and said, "There are indeed poor and rich people in the stronghold as well, but only the important people are allowed to freely enter or leave the place." Based on what Wang Fugue had said, it would mean that it was also very difficult for the poor to come out from the stronghold. The towering walls did not only stop people outside of the stronghold from getting in. It also stopped those on the inside from getting out. Wang Fugue was also following alongside the band members. As he walked past Rin Xiaosu, he kept staring at him.
Finally, he whispered to him, "You ingrate, I recommended such a wonderful job to you and you rejected it? Do you know something?
I heard the band say that they intend to find a capable guy to bring into the stronghold so that they will have someone to guide them whenever there is a need."
Ren Xiaosu was stunned as he did not expect it to be an opportunity like this. If he knew that it would turn out this way, would he still reject the opportunity?
Yes, because even though he would be brought into the stronghold, Yan Luyuan would definitely not be allowed to go in with him.
How could he leave Yan Luyuan on the outside by himself?
Yan Luyuan whispered, "Bro, why don't you talk to those people from the band again? You're much more capable than that old Lu. He always returns home empty-handed from his hunts. Besides, he's never dared to venture too far out of town either."
"Stop spouting nonsense."
Ren Xiaosu frowned as it was impossible for him to not regret or feel tempted by the opportunity. However, he had already made his decision.
"Let's go, I'm sending you to school."
When Rin Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan reached the school, Zhang Jinglin was already in the classroom cleaning the blackboard. He nearly jumped when he turned around and saw Rin Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan standing there. They had very deep and dark circles under their eyes that made them look like ghosts.
"What happened to the two of you?" Zhang Jinglin asked with some uncertainty.
Yan Luyuan tried to explain.
"My brother insisted on."
However, before Yan Luyuan could finish speaking, Ren Xiaosu slapped him upside the head and cut him off.
Ren Xiaosu then said, "It's nothing, we just didn't sleep well."
"Oh?"
Zhang Jinglin did not try to pry into their private affairs.
He asked, "Have you thought about what you'll be teaching for today's lesson? It will be your first day as the substitute teacher."
"Yes, I have." Ren Xiaosu nodded.
For most of the day, he would be sitting in the classroom as a student until it was time for the last period in the afternoon when he would take over as the substitute teacher to teach the survival lesson. When it came time for the last period, Zhang Jinglin started worrying about Ren Xiaosu not having any experience in teaching, so he sat down in the back row of the class to give him some support. When Ren Xiaosu walked up to the podium, the class monitor shouted, "All rise."
Then, everyone said loudly, "Good afternoon, teacher." To the students, Ren Xiaosu was a unique presence in class. He was their classmate, the oldest one among them, as well as a well-known person in town. So it was a really refreshing experience for them to have Ren Xiaosu teach their class. It was at this moment that Ren Xiaosu suddenly said, "Don't you guys think that it's tough for Mr. Zhang to teach us? We're all allowed to sit down during the lessons, but Mr. Zhang has to stand all day." In such circumstances, how could the students say that it was not tough? As Zhang Jinglin was still around, they could only agree. Then Ren Xiaosu said, "So shouldn't we be showing our gratitude for Mr. Zhang?" "Yes." The students answered in unison. Yan Liu Yuan's expression changed as he cheered madly in his mind. "Here it comes." Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. "Then from now on, there will be no need to say good afternoon, teacher. We will say thank you, teacher, instead." Zhang Jinglin was dumbfounded throughout this as he did not understand what Ren Xiaosu was trying to do. "Alright, everyone, please sit down. Let's give it a try," Ren Xiaosu said with a smile. "All rise." "Thank you, teacher," the students said in unison again. However, when Ren Xiaosu had an internal look at the typewriter in the palace, he was sorely disappointed. None of these little bastards were actually being sincere when thanking their teacher. Was it so difficult to show sincere gratitude to educators these days? This wouldn't do. He had to come up with another way now that his first attempt had failed. However, failure was not something that Ren Xiaosu was unfamiliar with. Accepting his failures with grace was actually one of his greatest strengths. Ren Xiaosu heard of a saying once, "Life is no bed of roses." What this means is that most of the time, life doesn't go your way. But even so, wouldn't you still have to continue living? Of course. Chapter 13, This is Reality. After much thinking, Ren Xiaosu still felt that being a teacher was the easiest way to gain the gratitude of others. However, he had neglected one problem. While he was very eager to learn and was very thirsty for knowledge, it was because he was born into abnormal times that lacked knowledge. This was what caused him to be so hungry to learn. The more one lacked something, the more one desired it. However, the things that he desired were not necessarily the same as what the students desired. The students who could attend school in such an era were mostly from families with a rather good background. All of them were living with the blessings of their parents. These kids had been attending school for several years now, and the most annoying person to them would be their teacher, since he would make them recite from textbooks and give them homework. During students' teenage years, teachers were their mortal enemy most of the time. Even though Ren Xiaosu was teaching them their favorite survival lesson, the students were far from feeling grateful to him. Ren Xiaosu thought that perhaps with a few more lessons, the students would finally be grateful to him for teaching them. Usually, the school in town would let out at 4 p.m. Starting from 6 a.m., the Stromhold's clock would ring every 2 hours to signal the time. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Jinglin would never prolong his lessons. However, today, in his attempt to gain the gratitude of the students, Ren Xiaosu was teaching them almost all of his experience in wilderness survival. Once he got started, he continued talking all the way until 5 p.m. As it was late autumn, it started getting dark at 5 p.m. The students stared blankly at him and thought to themselves, "This son of a bitch just keeps on fucking going." Even Zhang Jinglin couldn't bear it anymore. He went out to the yard to chop up a cabbage and made dinner. A student who could not stand it any longer said, "Son of a teacher, if you're not going to end class soon, it'll be dark out, and it won't be safe to be in town." The student was still a little afraid of this person who was well known in town for being ruthless. That was the reason he did not dare to challenge him directly. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He thought, instead of showing your gratitude, you're asking the teacher to end class? However, he understood that safety came first. So when Ren Xiaosu saw the sky darkening, he could only helplessly wave his hand and say, "Class dismissed." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." The students started swarming out of class. When 2 of the students thanked Ren Xiaosu for saying class dismissed, they were truly thankful. If class still didn't get dismissed, it would have become unbearable for them. Ren Xiaosu suddenly noticed 2 more gratitude tokens appear in the palace and was overjoyed. Like he knew what the students were thanking him for.
All he felt was that he'd done a great job teaching them.
Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, looks like my loving efforts have not gone to waste.
After such a long lesson, he felt that the students were still actually very grateful to him.
Yan Luyuan said as he pulled a long face, can you stop making the lessons run late? Before Ren Xiaosu could say anything, Zhang Jinglin walked in with a bowl of rice that he was eating from. He controlled his tone and said, Xiaosu, I know that you're passionate about teaching, but it's bad to make the class stay behind for such a long time. Also, what if you overextend yourself by working too hard? Ren Xiaosu was having none of it. Was he making the class stay behind?
No, he was just ensuring that he would earn the sincere gratitude of the students, which in turn meant making money from them. No, Ren Xiaosu said righteously, I'm willing to devote my entire life to the cause of education, so it's fine with me if I have to teach a little longer. Zhang Jinglin coughed, choking at Ren Xiaosu's words. But when he saw Ren Xiaosu behaving like that, he did not bother to argue with him.
All right then.
The two students who thanked him did not even know that by saying thank you, teacher, they had brought a major disaster upon themselves. A proverb for situations like this went, loose lips cause trouble. On the way back, Yan Luyuan was sulking and ignoring Ren Xiaosu. He had originally planned to stroll around town with Ren Xiaosu after school. But in the end, it wasn't to be. When they passed by a pawnshop at the city gate, Yan Luyuan tugged on Ren Xiaosu's sleeve and pointed at it.
Ren Xiaosu was surprised to see Xiao Yu in there.
She seemed to be talking to the shopkeeper. Ren Xiaosu led Yan Luyuan a little bit closer. They could hear Xiao Yu saying to the shopkeeper, my pair of earrings are very valuable.
Can't you give me a little more for them?
The shopkeeper smiled flippantly at Xiao Yu.
Actually, you don't have to pawn it. Why would you have to?
He shut his mouth before he finished talking because he saw Ren Xiaosu walking towards the pawnshop. Word of last night's incident had already spread all over the town, and everyone knew that Li Xiaoyu was now very close to Ren Xiaosu. It didn't mean that just because this was a survival of the fittest era, everyone would naturally become more ferocious. In fact, every era would always have its fair share of weaklings and ruthless people. And most of the time, those who were ruthless would survive better. The shopkeeper was a weakling, and a weakling feared the strong and would only dare to bully the weak.
The person that Ren Xiaosu had killed last night was well known in town as a ruthless person.
So Ren Xiaosu had become the most ruthless of the ruthless. The shopkeeper's gaze became shifty as he pretended to drink some water.
He wasn't sure if Ren Xiaosu had overheard what he had just said.
Ren Xiaosu counted 620 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Xiao Yu's hand.
You don't have to sell your belongings. This is the money for the 3 anti-inflammatory pills that you gave me last night.
As Li Xiaoyu did not have a source of income now, she had no choice but to fritter away her savings.
However, Ren Xiaosu could not bear to see her in such a miserable state.
Li Xiaoyu wanted to return the money to Ren Xiaosu, but he said, I was already planning to use the money to buy some medicine anyway, so you should keep it. It's not that I'm rejecting your kindness, but there's no need for us to be so polite with each other in the future.
Li Xiaoyu was stunned for a while. What do you mean by that?
After Ren Xiaosu luckily escaped from the wolves last year, he did not mention to anyone how he made it back alive. However, it was a fact that he only survived because of the medicine given by Li Xiaoyu. Without the antibiotics and anti-inflammatory pills, he would have been dead long ago. Therefore, what he owed to Li Xiaoyu was not just a few pills, but his life. Ren Xiaosu said to Xiao Yu in a serious tone, don't worry. From now on, as long as there's meat for me to eat, I'll make sure there will be soup for you to drink. Yan Luyuan whispered, bro, you said it wrong.
Shouldn't all of us be eating meat together? Why, then, has it turned into you eating meat while the rest of us only get soup to drink? Besides, we don't even have any meat at home. Oh. Ren Xiaosu nodded and put it another way to Xiao Yu. From now on, as long as I have soup to drink, there will be bowls for you to wash.
Yan Luyuan was confused.
Put.
The shopkeeper who was taking a sip of water did a spit take from nearby.
However, Li Xiaoyu did not mind. All right, I'll wash the bowls and do the laundry for you too.
When she said this, she did not consider if there would be enough water to go around for all of them. In any case, she agreed to it. The shopkeeper pouted as he looked at the 3 of them walk out. He turned around and said to his shop assistant, don't ever provoke him, ya hear? Right when the trio stepped out of the shop, they heard someone shout, "Doctor, please save my husband. If he dies, our family won't survive." They saw a middle-aged woman kneeling and kowtowing to the town's only doctor in front of the clinic. However, the doctor sneered. "If you don't have any money, what makes you think you can see the doctor? If you save him, our whole family will thank you for your great kindness." The woman sobbed. The old doctor was such a benevolent man when he was still around. As his son, you must also be very benevolent. My father's benevolence was his business. Then the doctor turned around and slammed the clinic's door shut. A man was lying beside the woman, his stomach bleeding non-stop. Ren Xiaosu did not approach them nor be the good Samaritan this time around. In fact, he could tell that the man had already died. He calmly said as he looked on, "Lu Yuan, remember everything that you've just witnessed. This is reality." Chapter 14, Deception. Dark clouds loomed on the horizon before night fell. The acid rain is coming. "Let's hurry back home," Ren Xiaosu said with an impassive expression. The woman was still crying and shouting, but no one cared about them. The man did not look like he had suffered the injury due to an accident. Ren Xiaosu could easily tell that it was a knife wound, so he was sure that the man did not accidentally get injured at the factory but was killed in a fight. When they got back to their shack, the acid rain came and went just as quickly. Yan Luyuan suddenly said as he sat on the bedroll, "Bro, you want the sincere gratitudes of other people, right? Being a doctor seems like it's an easy way to gain more gratitude." In the past, when the old doctor was still around, everyone was always very grateful to him. But I don't suggest you become a doctor. First off, it's very easy for a doctor to get stuck in a dilemma. Second, you don't have any medical skills. Ren Xiaosu turned around and looked at Yan Luyuan with an expressionless face. "Then what the hell are you blathering about? Wait a moment." Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt that he had missed something. Although he did not have any medical skills, he could learn them. The 2 skill duplication scrolls awarded by his mind palace were still available. By using one of these scrolls, he should be able to learn another person's medical skill, right? At that time, he could start seeing patients, or at least be able to treat Yan Luyuan or himself if they fell sick or got into accidents. When the old doctor was still around, he would often go out to gather medicinal herbs. Back then, the old doctor had smilingly mentioned to people that even though the beasts were more powerful in the current day, the medicinal herbs had also become more effective. Thus, the old doctor successfully treated many people with his skill in identifying the different types of medicinal herbs and having excellent medical skills. Furthermore, he even sold the medicinal herbs that he gathered at a dirt cheap price. But of course, Ren Xiaosu was not as kind as the old doctor. He only felt that if he should possess such good medical skills, he could better deal with future emergencies, as well as making money on top of that. Usually, Yan Luyuan would suffer a cold, headache, or fever as a consequence of making a wish. Even though he did not want Yan Luyuan to face these side effects, what if they were forced by circumstance? "I'm going to be a doctor," Ren Xiaosu said as his eyes shone with an unwavering determination. "Bro, are you alright?" Yan Luyuan was stunned. "It's not like you have any medical skills, so please don't cause deaths. Although we don't know how to save people, we shouldn't harm them either." Ren Xiaosu feigned a slap upside Yan Luyuan's head. "You always have so much to say. When have I ever initiated harm upon others?" Ren Xiaosu was making some calculations. If he became a doctor, he would definitely profit and earn a stable income. As the people in town often got injured, going to the doctor for their injuries had become a necessity. He proceeded with his plan immediately. The next day, Ren Xiaosu did not go to school when he awoke. After scarfing down 2 bites of black bread, he went and crouched at the clinic's door and waited for it to open. In the end, the clinic opened late. Ren Xiaosu waited until the afternoon, but the clinic still remained closed. In the afternoon, when the stronghold's clock rang to signal that it was 2 p.m., the young doctor leisurely opened the door from the inside and stretched himself under the sun. But before he could stretch his entire body, he was startled by the presence of Ren Xiaosu, who was crouching at the entrance. "Are you here to see the doctor? And did you bring any money?" the doctor asked. The doctor did not even bother asking what illness Ren Xiaosu was suffering from. All he recognized was money. Ren Xiaosu said with a grin,
I'm not here to see the doctor. Please carry on with whatever you were doing. The doctor was dumbfounded. If you're not here to see the doctor, what are you doing squatting at my front door? Ren Xiaosu silently used one of the skill duplication scrolls in his palace. He saw the skill duplication scroll made from leather parchment spontaneously combust and instantly burn to nothing. One of the target's skills will be randomly copied. Randomly copied target's bragging skill. Do you want to learn it? Ren Xiaosu was dumbfounded on the spot. Why would I learn bragging? He had almost forgotten that the skill duplication scroll could only randomly copy another person's skill for him to learn. It wasn't something that he had control over. But the problem was, why the fuck would you even have a skill like bragging? Something like this can even be considered a skill? You fucking useless piece of shit. Ren Xiaosu gave the doctor a dirty stare and felt that the man was an awfully disgusting person. However, since he was here to steal his occupation, he couldn't possibly be beating him up after trying to do so, right? That wouldn't be cool. The doctor felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Just as he was about to say something, he finally remembered who Ren Xiaosu was. Ren Xiaosu never came to his clinic to see him. However, both of them had heard about the other. One of them was the only doctor in town, while the other was a well-known ruthless individual. So it was only natural that they knew about each other. As such, the young doctor was terrified. What are you trying to do? The doctor asked meekly. Are you always bragging when you have nothing to do? Ren Xiaosu snapped at him. The young doctor was dumbfounded. What the hell? Ren Xiaosu did not bother arguing with him. He definitely did not want to learn how to brag since it would be useless even if he learned it. So he could only consider it a waste of a skill duplication scroll. Then he used the second skill duplication scroll. One of the target's skills will be randomly copied. Randomly copied target's deception skill. Do you want to learn it? Learn, my ass. What the hell is this? Ren Xiaosu glared at the young doctor. You've got quite a lot of messed up skills for someone so young. The young doctor was on the verge of crying. What are you talking about? Don't mind me saying this, but do you like cheating people a lot? Ren Xiaosu asked, who've you cheated before? Why don't you tell me about it? Don't you bullshit me. Who have I ever cheated? Ren Xiaosu was a rational person. After suffering such a heavy loss, he meticulously analyzed his current situation. He certainly needed to learn some medical skills. He was sure that the palace would give him another skill duplication scroll in the future, but he did not know when it would assign him another quest to get them. Hence, Ren Xiaosu wanted to find out how good his target's medical skill was and whether it would be worth trying to continue learning from him. He asked in his mind, what's the level of that doctor's medical skill? This information can be revealed if it's for a former target that you've attempted to learn from. He has no medical skill. What the fuck? Motherfucker. Ren Xiaosu wanted to smash the large cauldron that he was carrying right then and there. He had carried the pot with him when he came out this morning. No wonder you're so fucking good at deception. Damn it. So it turns out that you don't have any medical skills at all and have been swindling people all this time? How did the old doctor get such a good-for-nothing son? This guy was utterly relying on the reputation of the old doctor to get by. Since there wasn't a second doctor in town, he had no qualms about swindling others. If his patients managed to survive, then good for them. For those who did not, the people around here were used to death anyway. After all, there were also some patients that the old doctor couldn't save. Moreover, before the old doctor passed on, he left behind a lot of medicinal herbs for his son and even labeled what symptoms each type would treat. All he needed to do was to give a prescription to his patients. Ren Xiaosu learned a lesson today. If he encountered another such situation in which he was unsuccessful at copying a skill on the first attempt, he would have to make sure that the other party had the skills that he wanted in the first place. Chapter 15, Promoting Your Own Product. Ren Xiaosu sulked as he left. He wanted to beat up the young doctor, but his reason was unjustified. After all, he had intended to steal the doc's occupation. He had to become a doctor. Ren Xiaosu completely agreed with Yan Liuyuan's point of view. The physician profession could very easily obtain the gratitude of others. But how was he going to become a doctor if he did not have any medical skills? After he reached the school, he started racking his brains. Then he remembered the scene when they stepped out of the pawnshop last night. The woman was crying loudly at the door of the clinic while the man was bleeding non-stop. In the end, his heart stopped. Ren Xiaosu unwittingly looked at the skin between his thumb and index finger. The infected wound had scabbed over today? So that black ointment not only reduces inflammation, it can even quickly heal a wound?
Ren Xiaosu had been wounded before, so he knew a great deal about the healing process of the human body. For example, a wound caused by a sparrow's peck would take at least 7 days to scab over.
Wait a minute.
Ren Xiaosu got an idea on how he could become a doctor.
If that person at the clinic could become a doctor through deception and bragging, why couldn't he also become a doctor?
This was especially true as he had a miracle medicine on him now.
Wouldn't it be fine if he just opened a clinic that specialized in knife wounds?
He could just stitch up the patient and then apply some black ointment onto it and the job would be done. Back when the old doctor was still alive, he mentioned that he would not do suturing because he did not have the necessary sterilization equipment. If outside bacteria stayed in the body, they could kill the patient, so it would be useless even if he did stitch them up. The old doctor understood this. However, it was different for Ren Xiaosu. He did not have to worry about this at all. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaosu got an idea. He even thought of how he could make some arrangements for Xiaoyu in the future. Xiaoyu's plan for the future was to see if she could get some sewing or patching jobs to earn some money to make a living.
But Ren Xiaosu felt that this would be very difficult for her.
If she were to offer this service in the stronghold, there would probably be a lot of customers looking for her. But as everyone in town was poor, they could do their own sewing and patching work at home.
Who would want to waste their money on a service like this?
Ren Xiaosu thought that since she wasn't going to be able to sew clothes, she could sew wounds instead. But he did not know if Xiaoyu would faint at the sight of blood.
Ren Xiaosu even specially went to inquire with the schoolteacher, Zhang Jinglin.
After all, he knew more than most people.
Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu in surprise. You want to open a clinic that specializes in treating knife wounds? Do you have sutures? Ren Xiaosu thought for a while and asked, what's a suture? Zhang Jinglin was dumbfounded. Then do you have anesthetics? What's an anesthetic?
Zhang Jinglin was at a loss for words.
In this moment, Zhang Jinglin realized that Ren Xiaosu was utterly unprepared.
Zhang Jinglin patiently said, do you know why the clinic has never thought of doing such procedures when there are so many patients with knife wounds in town?
It's not only a problem of bacterial infection. There's also a lack of anesthetics and sutures.
I heard that these supplies are desperately needed even within the stronghold.
Zhang Jinglin continued, there's also a particular way to administer the anesthetic. If too little is administered, it will be painful for the patient. But if too much of it is administered, the patient will be susceptible to complications. As for the sutures, it's even more difficult.
Not only do you have to consider the tensile strength, you also have to consider if its coefficient of friction will allow it to penetrate the tissue of the human body.
Oh, so it's like that. Ren Xiaosu waved his hand around. That's not a problem. A dying person won't care about the pain.
I'll just use threads for sewing clothes to stitch them up.
Then what about the sterilization? Zhang Jinglin asked in a startled manner.
I have a secret formula for that.
Ren Xiaosu said. It was just as Ren Xiaosu had predicted. Zhang Jinglin was not omniscient.
He had some specialized knowledge, but the rest of his knowledge rested at a superficial level. As such, Zhang Jinglin suddenly realized that he did not know how to refute Ren Xiaosu. In the end, he gave a wave of his hand. Get ready for your class. The next period will be the survival lesson. Because Ren Xiaosu had tasted the sweetness on the first day he taught the class, he decided to prolong the lesson again until night fell before dismissing the class. Some of the students still did not realize the kind of life they were going to live from now on. After school, the students started walking out of the class. When Ren Xiaosu noticed that no one thanked him today, he could not help but take the initiative to ask, aren't you guys going to thank your teachers? The students shuddered in fear as they collectively turned around and thanked their teachers.
However, Ren Xiaosu was utterly disappointed when he took a mental look at the palace. He did not gain even a single gratitude token coin.
Zhang Jinglin had already told him that it was quite normal for the students to not understand the teacher's perspective. Ren Xiaosu felt that he still had a long way to go. On their way back home that night, Ren Xiaosu could see that the lights were on in their shack from a distance away. He hurriedly went over and lifted the curtain door. When he stepped inside, he was surprised to see Xiao Yu sitting in their broken chair and sewing their clothes for them. There was even corn porridge and cooked wild vegetables next to her, which she had made for them. They usually left their clothing in the shack since no one would steal them. Even if someone stole the clothes, the thief would have to wear them out someday. Once they did that, they would get recognized. It would be a surprise if Ren Xiaosu did not beat the thief to death. When Xiao Yu saw them return, she smiled and said, "Sorry that I came in without your permission. I saw that your clothes were ripped, so I decided to sew them up for you.
Quick, eat dinner."
Yan Luyuan reached his hand out, wanting to scoop out some porridge.
This meal was considered a luxury in town.
Normally, they would only eat black bread or potatoes for their meals.
However, Ren Xiaosu slapped Yan Luyuan's hand. "Have you thanked big sister Xiao Yu yet?"
Yan Luyuan still behaved himself in front of Ren Xiaosu.
"Thank you, big sister Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu quickly said, "Stop hitting Luyuan."
"I can spoil him now, but no one will spoil him when he's on his own," Ren Xiaosu explained.
Then he also said in a serious tone, "Thank you, big sister Xiao Yu."
"You're welcome."
Xiao Yu smiled and said, "What do you two usually like having for dinner?"
Yan Luyuan said, "We don't usually eat dinner."
"How can that do?"
"You're both still growing," Xiao Yu said. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt that Xiao Yu should have been their sister all this while. No one would say such words to them in the past.
"Big sister Xiao Yu," Ren Xiaosu asked, "your sewing skills are great.
Why don't you come over and help us when our knife wound clinic opens for business?"
"A knife wound clinic?" Xiao Yu was stunned.
"Why do you suddenly want to open a clinic that specializes in knife wounds?" "Because I have a medicinal herb formula for treating knife wounds.
It can reduce inflammation and help wounds heal quicker."
After Ren Xiaosu finished, he showed the wound on his hand to her.
Xiao Yu took a look at it and noticed that Ren Xiaosu's wound had already formed into a scab.
Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, "But there are much fewer fights happening in town these days. In the past, more than 10 people would get injured each day, but only one person gets injured every few days now."
This was indeed true.
Excluding the person killed by Ren Xiaosu and the man at the clinic entrance yesterday, it seemed that there were really no fights happening recently. The cases of night break-ins weren't counted because there wouldn't be any survivors left most of the time.
Ren Xiaosu pondered it for a moment. "Why don't I go and chop some people up?" He quickly shook his head.
At the same time, Yan Luyuan was shocked.
"Bro, aren't you being too ruthless? What is this? Promoting your own product?"
No, we can't do such things. We mustn't get carried away by our own interests."
Chapter 16, I'll make it cheaper for you. In the dead of the night, Ren Xiaosu checked his harvest thus far. 2 days ago, Xiao Yu, Yan Luyuan, and the 2 students had each earned him a gratitude token. All in all, he had collected 4 gratitude token coins. However, as he used up one of them, he only had 3 gratitude tokens left and a small bottle of ointment with 2 dosages remaining.
Ren Xiaosu decided to name this ointment the Black Medicine as it was simple and easy to remember. In Ren Xiaosu's opinion, he could use 1 gratitude token in exchange for 1 bottle of black medicine, and each bottle of black medicine could be used to treat 3 people. In the long run, having 1 bottle that could get 3 gratitudes in exchange would surely guarantee him a profit. By exchanging the gratitude tokens for the black medicine and selling them, it seemed that it would slow down his progress of unlocking the weapon. But the more black medicine he exchanged with his gratitude tokens, the more gratitude tokens he would get in return, right? This was an exponential growth, and it might even help to unlock the weapon faster. Moreover, he could still make do with Yan Liu Yuan's bone knife. In the short term, he would not need to go out to hunt. Thus, bringing home the bacon became his utmost priority. He had to earn some money first. Last night, Ren Xiaosu had a dream. He dreamed that he was standing in the wilderness with a black knife in his hands,
the knife as dense and mysterious as the night. Ren Xiaosu went out early the next morning. He did not carry his cauldron today, taking only Yan Liu Yuan's bone knife with him. Now that Xiao Yu was staying home to look after the two shacks, it became very unlikely that they would lose their belongings during the daytime. And frankly, the people in town who harbored evil thoughts would only dare to bully the weak. Why would they resort to stealing from the ruthless Ren Xiaosu? Not needing to carry the cauldron out with him felt amazing. As a promising young man, Ren Xiaosu wouldn't look good if he had to carry the cauldron out every day wherever he went. Today, he went out to the wilderness not because he needed to hunt, but to pretend that he was gathering medicinal herbs. Ren Xiaosu was a very cautious person. Since he claimed that he had a herb formula, he would have to gather the herbs. Only then would he not be suspected by others. Although Ren Xiaosu did not hear about anyone being against supernatural beings, Ren Xiaosu understood the principle. If you wanted to ensure your survival among a group of chaotic people, you would have to blend in with them. Tall poppies get cut short, the tallest trees get blown over first, don't flaunt your wealth, these ancient sayings were warnings to everyone to not posture. When he came back to town, it was still noon. When Ren Xiaosu carried a large bunch of medicinal herbs back, someone he knew asked, Ren Xiaosu, why are you carrying all these weeds around? Are these weeds? Ren Xiaosu stared at him and said, these are medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs? The person asking was dumbfounded. As someone born and raised right here in town, wouldn't he know what those plants were? No one had ever thought of them as medicinal herbs before. Ren Xiaosu said conspiratorially, as long as you add in different fractions, you can concoct a medicine that can be used to treat wounds. How do you think I recovered from my past injuries? The questioner thought for a long time. Didn't you pull through due to sheer willpower? Get lost. Ren Xiaosu did not stop in his tracks and headed straight back to his shack. Xiao Yu was currently sewing Ren Xiaosu and Yan Liu Yuan's clothes. When she looked up and saw Ren Xiaosu walking in with a large bunch of medicinal herbs, she put the patchwork in her hands down. What are all these? These are the medicinal herbs used to concoct the secret formula, Ren Xiaosu explained. Ren Xiaosu set up the cauldron and started a fire. He added some water in and pretended to concoct the medicinal herb formula. In the process of concocting this formula, the costliest part was actually the water. Water was a much more valuable resource than the firewood used or the weeds that were put in. He even purposely lifted the shack's curtain door to let the people in town see what he was doing. A lot of people saw Ren Xiaosu brewing a herb concoction, but no one dared to approach him to ask what it was. Ren Xiaosu was starting to feel unhappy about this. The reason he lifted the curtain door was so that people would come over to ask him what he was doing. When that happened, he would be able to promote his medicinal concoction. After waiting for a long time, no one approached him to ask about it. Ren Xiaosu pulled a long face as he looked at a skinny man who was surreptitiously lurking outside the entrance. You! The skinny man pointed at himself. Me? Yes, come over here. Ren Xiaosu waited until the skinny man warily came closer. Then he said, ask me what I am doing already. The skinny man was speechless. So was Xiao Yu. Go on, ask, Ren Xiaosu urged him. What are you doing? The skinny man asked. With his motive achieved, Ren Xiaosu broke into a smile. He said with a kind look, I'm brewing a herbal concoction. I usually brew this type of medicinal herb concoction when I get injured. It not only reduces inflammation and stops pain, it can also make the wound heal faster. In the past, I kept this medicine hidden from everyone. But now I've realized my mistake. So I've decided that I want to make the concoction and share it with everyone. From today onwards, I'll open a clinic that specializes in treating wounds. Is anyone injured and in need of treatment? The people standing outside were stunned by the speech that Ren Xiaosu had just given. However, everyone just looked at one another before dispersing. No one believed him. What a joke! Ren Xiaosu, you might be impressive, but to suddenly claim that you can treat people's wounds is bullshit. Everyone in the entire neighborhood knows that you pulled through by enduring your injuries in the past. But now you're suddenly telling us that you have a medicinal herb concoction? Like we'd believe you. Ren Xiaosu wasn't very happy about this. He had to make everyone learn of the medicine's effectiveness.
It was very simple because he had personally tried it before. The moment he applied the medicine on the wound, the pain and burning sensation vanished and then scabbing formed the next day. If only he could make everyone learn of its effectiveness. Business would boom, right? Ren Xiaosu brought the small vial of ointment with him and went around town looking for patients. Which place had the most patients? The clinic, of course. When Ren Xiaosu reached the clinic, he realized there was not a single patient there. In fact, the fees for the doctor's consultation were so expensive that nobody could afford to come here. Ren Xiaosu glared daggers at the young doctor before turning around and walking away. The young doctor, who was leisurely sipping tea, suddenly became a little nervous due to Ren Xiaosu's intense glaring. Left with no other choice, Ren Xiaosu went to find other opportunities in town. It wasn't until every factory had ended work in the afternoon that Ren Xiaosu finally spotted a skinny man with a cut on his hand. Ren Xiaosu was overjoyed. "Brother, did you injure your hand during work? I have a wonder drug here. Do you want to try some?" The skinny man looked at him warily as he felt that Ren Xiaosu's tone did not sound reputable. "No need. Come, try it." Ren Xiaosu went forward and held the skinny man down. To promote his black medicine, Ren Xiaosu even bent his most important principle. "I'll make it cheaper for you." But the man was still unwilling. After all, the black stuff on Ren Xiaosu's hand looked a little dubious. Ren Xiaosu clenched his teeth and said, "For the sake of publicity, I'll treat your wound for free this time." All right, put away your knife first." When Ren Xiaosu came out looking for patients to treat, he had brought a bone knife with him. Chapter 17, Totally Unexpected. "Bro," Yan Luyuan asked Ren Xiaosu, "did you really treat someone for free this afternoon? That's so unlike you." "Don't ask. Kill yourself if you do," Ren Xiaosu said bitterly. Honestly speaking, he really wanted to promote the black medicine to everyone. He would largely have to depend on this method to gain the gratitude of others. Moreover, this medicine was also the core of his plan to make money in the short term. So Ren Xiaosu convinced himself that the beginning was always the most challenging as a consolation. People with big goals should not be hindered by trivialities. He would have to be generous as a person. Ren Xiaosu was not stingy for the sake of it. He knew well what he had to do at the appropriate times. However, he couldn't help but feel the pinch. Xiaoyu consoled with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll definitely succeed." After saying that, Xiaoyu returned to her shack and went to bed. In the past, she could not sleep all that well at night. But since moving here, she could always sleep soundly every day. The next morning, the stronghold's clock abruptly rang as though it were reminding everyone that it was time to go work at the factory. Ren Xiaosu returned with the allocated amount of water that he was allowed to draw for the day. He estimated that it would take 12 hours for the wound to start scabbing over after the black medicine was applied, so he was not in a rush to see what the reactions of the people in town were. Once everyone learned of the effectiveness of the medicine, people would naturally approach him with questions. However, Ren Xiaosu did not expect that when he carried the bucket of water back, Wang Fugue would be there waiting at the entrance of the shack with a smile. "Old Wang, what are you doing here so early?" "I haven't been out to catch any sparrows lately," Ren Xiaosu said unhurriedly as he put the bucket on the ground. He glanced into the shack. Quick-witted Yan Luyuan had already raised his bone knife to guard against old Wang. It was only after he saw Ren Xiaosu that he finally lowered the bone knife. When Wang Fugue saw Ren Xiaosu, his eyes shimmered. "Oh, Xiaosu, you're finally back. I came over this early in the morning just to look for you." "Why?" Ren Xiaosu felt that something was amiss. What could make old Wang that happy? He examined old Wang closely and said, "Have you been drinking?" Wang Fugue immediately looked annoyed. "What do you mean by drinking? Don't you know that alcohol is prohibited now? Who'd be brave enough to drink when everyone does not even have enough food to spare? I remember smelling something particular on you the previous time." Wang Fugue's expression became thunderous in reaction to Ren Xiaosu's words. He quickly interrupted him and said, "Don't you spout nonsense." All right, I won't." "Why are you looking for me?" Ren Xiaosu asked. "Did you treat Ironhead's wound yesterday? The one who lives on the east side of town?" Wang Fugue said as he winked at him. "Oh, so he's called Ironhead.
His head doesn't feel that hard to me, so why does he have that name? Ren Xiaosu wondered. Don't interrupt me. Wang Fugui said, just tell me if you did or not. Yes, I did. Ren Xiaosu was beginning to cheer in his mind.
Wang Fugui was a person who would not look for someone without a reason. It must be the black medicine's effectiveness that attracted him and made him see the profitability of it. Why else would he be so polite towards him? This proved that the market for his black medicine was opening up. Wang Fugui was elated when Ren Xiaosu admitted to it. Do you still have that medicine? You can give them with me. I'll sell it for you. You want to sell it for me? No way. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. I can't have a middleman taking a cut of the profit. This town is so small already. Wouldn't it be better for me to sell it myself? It's not like I'm planning to sell my medicine at every stronghold out there. Besides, even if I had such a big business, you wouldn't be able to handle it. Wang Fugui was stunned at Ren Xiaosu's words. Right, this town was tiny, so why would Ren Xiaosu let him sell the medicine for him? But Wang Fugui said again, it's fine even if you sell a little bit of it to me. Eh? Ren Xiaosu scrutinized Wang Fugui. You don't look injured, so why would you need this medicine? Wang Fugui smiled mysteriously and said, you still don't know, right? Yesterday, Ironhead got a little suspicious after returning home. He wanted to know what you applied to his wound. So he smelled it but couldn't make out what it was. After that, he licked it, trying to taste what it was made with. Guess what happened as a result? Ren Xiaosu wondered what the hell was wrong with that guy. He'd even licked it. There was nothing wrong with the black medicine's effectiveness. When Ironhead inspected his wound that night, he knew that Ren Xiaosu did not lie to him. It was indeed a good medicine. Driven by curiosity, he was hoping to find out what it was made with. Wang Fugui continued, in the end, he and his wife went at it all night, all the way until this morning. That medicine of yours is way too effective. Ren Xiaosu was shocked. Yan Luyuan, who was in the shack, was also shocked by what he heard. Ren Xiaosu had also wondered whether the black medicine could be taken orally and if there would be any side effects. He felt that maybe it could be taken orally, but he did not dare to try it out himself. Now he found out that the medicine had such an effect when it was taken orally. To be able to do it from night until morning, just what kind of medicine was this? Ren Xiaosu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then why are you buying this medicine? He had good reason to ask this. He knew Wang Fugui's wife had passed away several years ago due to illness. So he wouldn't have any reason for taking this medicine. Wang Fugui said unhappily, can't I have a second chance at love? It's just that my body's a little weak now. Eh? You found another woman? Ren Xiaosu chuckled. Not yet, old Wang said, but I'm thinking about it. No one would want to marry an impotent man, right? That's why I want to be ready with your medicine. Ren Xiaosu laughed. You're funny, Wang Fugui. Old but energetic. What kind of wife are you looking for? Wang Fugui said modestly, as long as she likes me, it's good enough. Ren Xiaosu mulled it over. That's not an easy requirement. Wang Fugui was annoyed. Are we close? Wang Fugui said with a dark expression, I'm one of the richest people in town anyway, so why wouldn't the women take a liking to me? Ren Xiaosu sighed, a little melancholic. One of the richest people in our town is a grocery store owner. Why does that sound a little shameful? Who are you to criticize me? Cut the crap. Do you want to sell it or not? Yes. Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought before saying, you get the special acquaintance discount, 600 yuan. Highway robbery. Wang Fugui said angrily. For now, the amount of black medicine that Ren Xiaosu had left was only enough for a one-time treatment of wounds. However, based on old Wang's description of the medicine being effective with just one lick, the remaining portion should still be enough for quite a few more licks. However, the sought-after effects of this medicine when taken orally were not driven by necessity, so he could not sell it for too much. Do you want to buy it or not? Ren Xiaosu snorted at Wang Fugui. Yes. Wang Fugui then counted out 600 yuan and paid it to Ren Xiaosu.
He did not even try to haggle over the price. Ren Xiaosu could never have expected that the market for his black medicine would get opened in such a manner. His initial plan was to become a doctor so that he could practice medicine to help the people. He never thought he would become an aphrodisiac supplier instead. Wang Fuguei spun around and said to Ren Xiaosu, "Thank you for this." Gratitude received from Wang Fuguei, +1. Ren Xiaosu was speechless. He finally had 4 gratitude tokens again, although this gratitude token was earned a little differently from how Ren Xiaosu had expected. Chapter 18, It's quite simple. Bro, this is actually not bad at all. Yan Luyuan smiled and said, no matter what effects it has, we can still make money off it. Ren Xiaosu was unhappy about this. He whispered, is this a matter of making money? How many sincere gratitudes can I even get from this? Ren Xiaosu understood that if he relied on this effect of the medicine to sell it, then the chances of gaining the sincere gratitude of others would be much lower than through saving people's lives. It was only people like Old Wang who desired to re-inject some intimacy back into their private lives. Who would show their gratitude to him? Besides, was his motive to make money? No, he still needed people's gratitude more. Without it, he would not be able to get more black medicine. Ren Xiaosu said in annoyance, if I healed people and saved their lives, everyone in town would start treating me with respect whenever they see me. Just look at that fellow down at the clinic. Even though so many people have died in his care, no one does anything to him. Why? Because he's the only doctor in town. You're right, bro, Yan Luyuan agreed. In reality, it did not matter to him at all. All he knew was, they were going to get rich. And most importantly, Ren Xiaosu said, if I healed people and saved their lives, everyone would address me as Dr. Run whenever they saw me. If I don't heal people and save their lives, do you know what they'll call me behind my back? Hey, that drug dealer. It was obvious that the social standing of the two were not the same. Yan Luyuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He was convulsing with laughter in the shack as he said, bro, you have an overactive imagination. However, Ren Xiaosu was unaware that Old Wang did not use the medicine that he bought from him. After all, Old Wang had not found a lover yet. The vial containing the black medicine was nothing unique. It was just a small, normal-looking porcelain bottle that could be found everywhere in town. The original vial that contained the black medicine was made of glass, and the craftsmanship was of an exceptional caliber. Ren Xiaosu was worried that people would get suspicious of the medicine again and learn where it came from. After all, no one sold this kind of vial in town. Wang Fuguei passed on the small porcelain bottle to one of the town administrators. He was also one of the few people who was sent out here from the stronghold. Old Wang felt that Ren Xiaosu did not know the value of the medicine, but he did. Which place needed this black medicine's effect most when it was taken orally? Was it the men in town? Nope. Although the men in town barely had enough food to eat, with some of them even skin and bones, everyone was still performing physical labor. Even if they were skinny, their health was actually great. With enough exercise, maintaining the body's metabolism and functions of organs would not be difficult. As such, the men in town did not really need this black medicine. The people who needed the black medicine most were actually the aristocracy in the stronghold. Wang Fuguei furtively handed over the black medicine to the administrator who had been sent by the stronghold. The town administrators were people who had knowledge of all the ongoings in town. Their daily work was to gain insight into any unusual activities happening in town. Hence, this administrator also knew about the incident from last night when Ironhead licked the black medicine. However, the administrator did not use it either. After he went back at night, he regifted it to his superior. Nobody knew where the small porcelain bottle with the black medicine eventually ended up. Ren Xiaosu had no knowledge of any of this. He used another gratitude token in exchange for another vial of black medicine. Then he had Xiaoyu buy a white linen cloth from town. Afterwards, he had her sew the word clinic onto it using black thread, as well as the words kind doctor specializing in wounds in a smaller size underneath. With that, the clinic began operating. While Xiaoyu was sewing, she asked Ren Xiaosu if he wanted her to sew the words magic hands restore spring. Ren Xiaosu quickly turned her down as he was a little sensitive to the word spring one right now. Ren Xiaosu's life slowly got on track from here. Before dawn,
he would go and gather herbs in the wilds. During the morning, he would stay in his shack to attend to patients. In the afternoon, he would go to the school to teach survival lessons. After that, he would use Yan Liu Yuan's notes to catch up on his homework. Although there was no business at his clinic yet, he could not afford to be away from here. If a patient came to see the doctor, Xiao Yu could not handle it alone. He would have liked to sit in the bright and spacious classroom like Yan Luyuan and learn. But if he went to school to study, what would happen to Yan Luyuan and Xiao Yu? In this family, there had to be someone who was willing to sacrifice their aspirations. The next day, Ren Xiaosu was sitting and resting in the shack with the curtain door lifted wide open. Xiao Yu was sewing and patching behind him. Sometimes, Xiao Yu would lament how these two brothers did not even patch up their clothes once in the past. How on earth did they accumulate so many holes in them? At this moment, someone sprinted over from the other end of the dirt track with a bleeding arm. Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up. You might die if you don't get your injuries treated. However, that man did not even look at Ren Xiaosu. Everyone would still subconsciously head to the clinic to treat their injuries since that place was the more authoritative one. Besides, everyone's impression of Ren Xiaosu was still the drug dealer rather than someone who treats knife wounds. Then the long-awaited voice intoned from the palace in his mind, "Quest, successfully treat one patient." Ren Xiaosu stood up and said disconsolately, "I'm sorry." After that, Xiao Yu saw Ren Xiaosu dash out of the shack. Less than a minute later, she saw him carrying that man back. Ren Xiaosu kindly said to the patient, "That doctor at the clinic is a quack. Do you know that by carrying you back here, I'm saving you?" As the man had been bleeding for a long time, he did not have any more strength. The man nearly crumpled with Ren Xiaosu holding him down firmly. At this moment, another two men ran over from the opposite side of the dirt track. Seeing their bodies stained with blood, Ren Xiaosu was stunned. "Did y'all get into a fight?" When the man who was being held down heard that, he explained, "No, it's the boiler at the factory. It exploded. The injuries that we sustained are light, so we could still run back here by ourselves. However, I'm afraid that some people died on the scene." Ren Xiaosu nodded in silence. In the present, no one would be so kind-hearted as to bring you to get your injuries treated in the event of an accident at the factory. They couldn't wish more than for you to die so that your belongings would go to them. "Come, big sister Xiao Yu, sterilize the needle," Ren Xiaosu said. Although he was not worried about the inflammation, he still had to put on an act for the patient, right? After he said that, he went outside again. This time, he brought back another two men. Ren Xiaosu used both his hands and a leg to hold the three of them down. The three of them lost all will to resist. If not for their injuries, Ren Xiaosu would never have been able to hold them down. In fact, they knew they could also get treated at Ren Xiaosu's place. However, they were running towards the clinic out of sheer habit. Now that they had been pinned down, they might as well stop resisting altogether. Then they saw Xiao Yu put down the patchwork in her hands. She took the needle that she had been using to sew the clothes and placed it over the fire. As this needle was a little longer, she did not get burned while holding the other end. "Do I just stitch them up?" Xiao Yu asked timidly. "Yes. Just stitch their wounds like you're sewing clothes." Ren Xiaosu smiled and said, "It's quite simple." Xiao Yu mustered up her courage and proceeded to suture the wound on one of the patients. However, the skin sizzled, the smell of burning flesh accompanying it. The man trembled as he asked, "I understand that you're using fire to sterilize the needle, but could you at least wait for the needle to cool before you start stitching?" Chapter 19, Why didn't you run faster then? It was a mistake, Ren Xiaosu explained with a smile. This is the first day of work for our nurse, so she doesn't know the exact procedures yet. Come, let's continue suturing. Big sister Xiao Yu, treat it as sewing clothes. Xiao Yu was not afraid of blood. Frankly, everyone in town was used to seeing people die all the time, so it wasn't such a big deal when they had to face minor injuries like these. Besides, she really enjoyed her current job. It wasn't that she liked seeing blood, but that she liked being a useful person. It was common knowledge in town that everyone had to be useful in the current environment as it was full of hardship and difficulties. Useless people would get abandoned sooner or later. This was the simplest logic for deciding who to live around. Xiao Yu was unsure if Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan would abandon her due to her uselessness, but she knew that she couldn't just do nothing and leech off of them. When she heard Ren Xiaosu tell her to stitch up the wound like she was sewing clothes, her confidence grew and her stitching motions became much more consistent. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu was still holding down that man by his arm, so it made it easier for her to put her sewing skills to good use. When the suturing was almost finished, Xiaoyu said to Ren Xiaosu, "There's still some difference between stitching up a wound and sewing clothes. When sewing clothes, the thread should stay hidden in the clothes as far as possible so that it won't be visible. But for the suturing of a wound, the thread should not be left inside and has to be reverse stitched. However, that makes it look quite ugly." The three patients became incredibly uncomfortable. The more Xiaoyu said, the more flustered they became. When Xiaoyu finished suturing, Ren Xiaosu took out a small porcelain vial and applied the medicine onto the first patient's wound. "My medicine is very precious, but I will not overcharge you for it. I'll just charge you the same fee as the clinic does, 600 yuan. I believe all of you should be able to afford it." The price of a cotton-padded jacket was around 600 yuan. However, these workers' salaries per month were probably at around 2,200 to 2,800 yuan. This made the price of the goods sold relatively expensive to their salaries earned. But all of this was due to a supply and demand issue. The aristocracy in the stronghold could not wish more for these people to earn as little as possible for the rest of their lives. In that way, they would have to keep working earnestly for the aristocrats. Besides, these workers could not just drop everything and leave since they would not be able to survive in the wilderness. The aristocracy relied on this to exploit the refugees. In the opinion of the aristocracy, it was already nice that they did not make the refugees pay protection money to them when they were living under the protection of the stronghold. But that was only because they felt that protection racketeering was below them. The reason Ren Xiaosu could get by in the past without needing to go to work at the coal mine was because he only needed to hunt 3 sparrows a month to earn more than the majority of workers. Even if he did not manage to hunt 3 sparrows, he could scrimp and save and still be able to lead a normal life. These were abnormal times, and people tried resisting it at the beginning. However, they all failed. Ren Xiaosu was right that the 3 men could afford the fees. After the black medicine was applied to the wound of the first patient, his pain immediately stopped. He paid up very willingly as the fee would have been the same if he went to the clinic to treat his injury. When the patient who had just been treated was about to leave, Ren Xiaosu said amiably, "Shouldn't you be saying thanks now that you've been treated?" The man shuddered and quickly turned his head back and said, "Thank you." Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. However, when he had a look in the palace, he was startled to find that he did not gain any additional gratitude tokens. Ren Xiaosu thought, "Are patient-doctor relationships these days all as tense as that? I've treated your wound, yet you won't even give me a sincere thank you?" Immediately, Ren Xiaosu heard the voice from the palace informing him that he had completed the quest. Quest complete. Awarded 1.0 strength. The quest to successfully treat 1 patient was finally complete. He did not expect the palace to award him with another 1.0 strength increase. It was also one of the things that Ren Xiaosu desired most at this moment. After all, whoever had the bigger fist won. The voice from the palace intoned again, "Quest, successfully treat 2 patients." So this was a repeatable quest? When the first quest was completed, another quest of a higher difficulty would appear. Weren't there 2 patients in front of him right now? Would he be awarded another 1.0 strength increase after completing this quest? In that case, wouldn't he end up looking like a beefcake? Actually, that wouldn't be good because he would be sacrificing his speed for more strength. With greater muscle mass, it would lower the speed at which he could put them to use. The fastest runner should be someone with the most balanced muscular build, not a bodybuilder with the most chiseled physique. As of now, Ren Xiaosu's strength was much stronger than the average adult's. He deliberately made an observation and realized that no one had noticed that his muscles had swelled up this time. As it was late autumn, the clothes that he wore concealed his build quite well. But right at this moment, one of the patients took the opportunity to get up and run out of the clinic while Ren Xiaosu was distracted. Xiaoyu called out to him, "The patient is escaping." Ren Xiaosu smiled and said, "It's okay. He won't get far since he's still injured. I'll go and bring him back." Xiaoyu and the remaining patient were speechless. While Ren Xiaosu went out to catch the patient, Xiaoyu looked at the remaining patient and gently said,
are you going to run away too?
If you're also thinking of doing so, I'll suture you up afterwards.
No, I'm not gonna run away.
That patient closed his eyes and put a determined expression on his face.
Go ahead and stitch me up.
When Ren Xiaosu carried the patient back again, he didn't find it as strenuous as before and could carry him with just one hand. However, this made the patient despair.
The following treatments for the patients were much easier to do. Ren Xiaosu used one hand for each person and held them down so no one could move.
The two men who were being held down at this moment were rather astonished because they never expected to not be able to fight back against Ren Xiaosu. It was as though they were being dominated by him.
Just how much strength would he need to achieve this? Even if they were injured, they shouldn't be that weak, right?
They were still able to struggle a bit ago. What was most important here was, would anyone still be able to escape from Ren Xiaosu if he ever decided that he wanted to treat their wounds in the future?
Quest complete.
Awarded 1.0 Dexterity.
Quest, successfully treat 10 patients.
When Ren Xiaosu heard this voice again, he froze, because he could feel his muscles that had swelled up earlier had now started to deflate by quite a bit. Dexterity was a way to increase the strength of the muscle fibers.
Upon reaching the same level of power, it would help to lower the muscle mass.
In this way, Ren Xiaosu would not need to worry about looking like a beefcake. If Ren Xiaosu's muscle fibers in the past were as strong as a wooden staff, then the muscle fibers were now comparable to the strength of an iron rod. Right, this was more logical. The correct way would be to increase the quality, not purely build on the quantity.
Moreover, his resistance to attacks would increase accordingly, right? Ren Xiaosu looked at the patient who had just attempted to run away. Do you understand now the benefits of the black medicine that I applied on you?
It can stop your pain immediately, and the wound won't get inflamed afterwards either.
I can't understand why you'd run away.
The patient hemmed and hawed for a long time before finally saying, I don't have enough money. Ren Xiaosu was pained.
He said resentfully, why didn't you run faster then? Chapter 20, Wolf Pack.
When the patient heard Ren Xiaosu lamenting how he did not run faster, he couldn't feel more aggrieved.
I was already running with everything I had. You were too crazy fast for me.
Ren Xiaosu grimaced and said, the others have already paid and left.
Tell me, how are we going to settle this? We are a clinic, not some charity organization. Then why don't you tell me how I should settle it?
The man was about to cry. Seeing how he was no match for Ren Xiaosu and was unable to afford the treatment, he might just end up dying here today.
Look here. Ren Xiaosu said nicely, why don't you try to recall whether you have any money hidden somewhere at home? No. Who would dare to hide their money at home these days?
Even your own wife is not trustworthy. The man was nearly driven to despair.
Ren Xiaosu started getting a little impatient.
You're a grown man, so don't act like you're being bullied.
Just tell me how much money you have on you.
It's almost the end of the month, so there's only around 5 days until I get paid.
We can't save much money doing what we do. I'm asking how much money you have on you.
Ren Xiaosu yelled. 432 yuan, the man sobbed. He definitely could not allow him to write a promissory note. In the current day, if he let someone sign a promissory note today, who knew if that person might just end up dead the next day? Ren Xiaosu was wondering whether this man had any other valuables on him. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu thought of something.
He said as his eyes lit up, how about this? I don't think it's easy for you either, so why don't I waive the remaining fee for you? You can just give me whatever money you have in your pocket. You can keep the 32 yuan for your meals. Scratch that, you can keep 2 yuan for your next meal.
When the man heard that, he teared up with emotion.
Thank you so much. Gratitude received from Dongming Shui, +1. Ren Xiaosu was ecstatic. He had finally found a way to gain the gratitude of his patients.
First, he had to set a reasonable price. If the clinic charged 600 yuan, he would charge 600 yuan too. In this way, no one would feel that he was ripping them off. Secondly, he would have to put on an act. Even if it meant earning less money, he would earn their gratitude. Making money wasn't the priority, gaining gratitude was.
Only by gaining gratitude could he earn money. Within a short period of 1 day,
Ren Xiaosu had already made 1,630 yuan. This was even faster than if he had gone to hunt for sparrows. Moreover, there wasn't any danger involved. For now, Ren Xiaosu's number of gratitude tokens was back to 4. It might look like there wasn't an increase, but it was more important he had found a method to gain more of them through trial and error. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was happily thinking about buying a set of fall clothing for Yan Luyuan. He turned around and glanced at Xiaoyu. And he could buy a cotton-padded jacket for Xiaoyu to wear through the winter as well. Now that Xiaoyu had become their clinic's nurse, Ren Xiaosu couldn't let her work for nothing, right? But there was no hurry. He could wait and see roughly how much they made in a month before deciding how much to pay Xiaoyu. When news of the boiler explosion at the factory spread, many of the town's women got very worried. They were all afraid that something happened to their husbands. In the afternoon, Ren Xiaosu sat in his shack as he waited for the factory workers to return so that he could intercept and carry them to the clinic for treatment. But in the end, he didn't see anyone else coming back. The person who found it most unbearable would have to be that swindler at the town's clinic. After he heard about the boiler explosion, he excitedly waited for the patients to come. However, no one came to him to seek treatment even as night fell. As such, the young doctor went out and asked around. He'd clearly heard that 3 injured people ran back in the afternoon, but why didn't any of them come to him to get bandaged? He wondered who would be so brave as to stole away his business. After asking around again, he found out that it was Ren Xiaosu. The young doctor deliberated over this before he finally clenched his teeth in anger. So what if it was Ren Xiaosu? Could he steal someone else's occupation just because he was Ren Xiaosu? However, the young doctor felt that something was amiss. How did Ren Xiaosu suddenly know how to treat wounds and save people? When he first heard about the black medicine, he only thought of it as something that Ren Xiaosu had randomly concocted. He had doubts about it at that time, but he had no choice but to believe it now. He angrily went to look for Ren Xiaosu to demand an explanation. When he arrived at the door of Ren Xiaosu's shack, Ren Xiaosu was paring a potato with a bone knife. Ren Xiaosu stabbed the potato with the bone knife, piercing right through it. Ren Xiaosu asked nonchalantly, "You're looking for me?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet." The young doctor laughed dryly. Ren Xiaosu looked at him and said, "Yutong, you aren't young anymore. You've been depending on the old doctor's reputation long enough. It's running out. I advise you run home and flip through the old doctor's medical books so that you don't flounder in the future." "What are you talking about?" Yutong said diffidently. "I study the medical books every day." "That's good then." Ren Xiaosu lowered his head and continued paring the potatoes, ignoring him. Honestly speaking, Ren Xiaosu and the others did not use to peel their potatoes. They ate the entire thing, skin and all. By peeling them, a substantial amount of the potato would go to waste. But it was different now. Ren Xiaosu had become rich, so he got a swelled head. All of a sudden, over a dozen people ran into town and shouted, "This is bad. Something terrible has happened." Ren Xiaosu frowned. He pulled one of them over and asked, "What's going on?" "The scent of blood after the factory boiler explosion has attracted a pack of wolves." That man said disconcertedly, "I don't know where the wolves came from, but there are a lot of them." "How many is a lot?" Ren Xiaosu asked again. "I'm afraid there are over 100 of them, at least." This was indeed terrible. It looked like the fate of the workers remaining at the factory was grim. The wolves hadn't appeared in over a year. During this time, everyone had almost forgotten about their threat. No one knew where they had gone to during this year-long disappearance, but now that they were back, their numbers had increased by several times. However, the wolves did not dare to come and ravage the town because of the tall walls. And on top of these walls, there were firearms and explosives. This was why the refugees had gathered outside of the walls and built a town around it. "What are you looking at?" "Eat your food," Ren Xiaosu told Yan Luyuan. After saying that, he sat down and continued eating his food. Meanwhile, Yan Luyuan looked outside curiously as he ate his food and said, "Bro, how did you manage to survive back then? You've never talked about it before." Ren Xiaosu gave him a look but did not answer the question. Xiaoyu, who was beside them, also looked at Ren Xiaosu, although she did not ask him anything. After Yen Luyuan finished eating a potato, Ren Xiaosu handed him another one.
You should eat more so that you can grow better. Only then will you have a better chance of survival than others. Bro, are you worried that the wolves will come into town?
Yen Luyuan looked at Ren Xiaosu, who still had a frown on his face. No, Ren Xiaosu shook his head and said, they are much smarter than you guys can imagine, so they won't risk it by coming here. If the boiler at the factory did not explode and cause those injuries and deaths, they wouldn't even have gone there. They weren't attracted to the smell of blood in the first place. It was the smell of death that made them go there.
Then what are you worrying about, bro? Yen Luyuan wondered. Ren Xiaosu thought for a long time. What if the walls collapse one day? Xiaoyu was taken aback. Will these walls collapse? I don't know. Ren Xiaosu shook his head again.
But there's nothing that ever stays the same in this world.
Actually, I've encountered the wolf pack twice.
The first time, I managed to run away after spotting them from afar.
But I wasn't that fortunate the second time around. However, it feels like they're getting much stronger than before. In fact, Ren Xiaosu was also wondering what would happen if the walls collapsed one day. What would happen to this society? Chapter 21, Family Standing. News of today's unexpected incidents kept going around, alarming everyone in town.
On this night, no one stayed in their homes. Everyone was out and about as they discussed the events. Actually, a boiler explosion at the factory was not exactly a serious matter. After all, the factory's boiler had blown up on more than one occasion due to years of poor maintenance. It was different this time, however.
In the past, the wolf pack wouldn't have dared to attack a factory under the control of humans.
Almost every factory had over 1,000 workers working in them, and it would get especially rowdy on the streets outside of town after the workday ended. Some of the workers would return to town to stay for the night while others would simply sleep overnight at the factory's dorms. The factories operated around the clock with 3 shifts of workers.
The wolf pack was bold enough to venture into a small human settlement positioned right next to the stronghold?
There was something very bizarre about this indeed. As the soldiers accompanying the band said, Stronghold 113 was situated in a larger circular group of other strongholds, and being on the inside of this circular group, it made their stronghold safer compared to the other places. At the beginning, the stronghold was still sending troops to garrison the factory. But when everyone realized that there were no wild animal attacks on the factories, they withdrew the troops and only left behind some guns for the factory managers to use in case of emergency. That night, the stronghold's city gate was suddenly opened.
A loud rumbling could be heard as the stronghold's gate opened up.
Then several hundred soldiers carrying loaded guns marched out. These were the private troops of Stronghold 113. Or to more aptly put it, they were the private army controlled by the Qing Consortium, the group behind Stronghold 113. The schoolteacher, Zhang Jinglin, once unwittingly mentioned that the consortium was the actual controller of the stronghold these days. They had power over the lives of humans and possessed weapons that could be used to fight off the dangers of the outside world. With money and weapons, they were firmly in control of the entire stronghold. This was the first time Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan had ever seen so many soldiers come out of the stronghold. Yen Luyuan was hiding in the shack and secretly watching the private army as they marched out of town.
He muttered, "Bro, are those guns they're carrying on their backs?" Those black guns looked brutal and menacing. However, Ren Xiaosu was not surprised that he could recognize all of those weapons. Moreover, he had a feeling that, as long as he could get his hands on those firearms, he could use them to great effect immediately. The private army was not marching in an orderly fashion. There was an off-road vehicle leading the way, but the formation of the soldiers following it was a mess and could even be called chaotic. Someone from the private army complained, "Isn't it just some people dying at the factory? Why can't we head there tomorrow morning? Why do we have to go there and kill the wolves tonight?" "Shut up," the higher-ups ordered this mission. Someone glared at him. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not like those jackoffs in office can hear us anyway." "They're probably still sleeping with women right now," that man grumbled. He then lit himself a thinly rolled cigarette. Ren Xiaosu once again caught a whiff of that unusual smell of cigarettes. He frowned as he started increasingly distrust the stronghold's private troops. At this moment, the smoking soldier from the private army turned around and saw Ren Xiaosu and Yen Luyuan looking at his automatic rifle. He scolded, "What are the two of you brats looking at? Do you know what this is? Quit staring. You wouldn't know how to use it even if I gave it to you."
Ren Xiaosu pulled the curtain door down, although he did not agree with the latter half of what the soldier said. For some reason, he deduced that the soldier might not be good at marksmanship. His right shoulder pocket that was supposed to bear the recoil of the rifle did not show any signs of long-term training with firearms. In reality, what Ren Xiaosu didn't know was that firearms these days were also quite precious resources in the stronghold. Usually, the private army's officers would not let the soldiers waste their ammunition. If they had that kind of budget, they would rather go drinking or look for women to fool around with. Alcohol was prohibited outside the stronghold, but it was not the case on the inside. Yan Luyuan wondered, "Bro, why do I feel that you seem to know about their guns?" Ren Xiaosu gave him a look and said, "Don't ask so much." Yan Luyuan complained, "Do I still have any standing in this family?" Ren Xiaosu was thinking about something else as he replied nonchalantly, "Don't think too much about it. Your role in the family is just to stay alive." Yan Luyuan was speechless. When the sound of the private army's marching got further away, Ren Xiaosu shot to his feet and told Yan Luyuan, "Go to Big Sister Xiaoyu's shack tonight and stay there for a while. Come back only after I return." "Bro, where are you going?" Yan Luyuan asked in a stunned manner. By the time he finished asking, Ren Xiaosu had already quietly lifted the curtain door and gone out. A lot of people had gathered on the streets, so no one took any notice of Ren Xiaosu's whereabouts. Usually, no one would dare to come outside at night. But today, everyone had left their houses and come outside as though they were celebrating the new year. Ren Xiaosu navigated his way through the darkness. After leaving the proximity of the town, he began to bolt it forward. The moonlight was not very bright on this night, but as Ren Xiaosu had been going out of town almost every day for the past few years, he could essentially walk out here with his eyes closed. The stronghold's private army took the main road while Ren Xiaosu chose to go by a parallel path to avoid bumping into them. He came out here not for anything else but to see if there was an opportunity. As for what kind of opportunity it was, he was not sure yet. Guns. It was the guns that enticed Ren Xiaosu to come out here. Ren Xiaosu had acquired advanced firearms proficiency, so he knew very well how important firearms were in today's era. The private troops who were accompanying the band once said that they were carrying firearms with them and that any wolves would flee if they heard their gunshots. Ren Xiaosu, who had encountered the wolf pack before, knew exactly how terrifying they were. But such terrifying creatures were afraid of gunshots? Ren Xiaosu did not know what would happen to these private troops if they came face to face with the wolves. He was not thinking of getting their guns because his target was actually the factory. The people in town all knew that the factory managers were assigned firearms. According to the people who returned after fleeing the factory, it was already over for those who remained behind. Ren Xiaosu had been wondering about it since the afternoon. Didn't they say that wolves were afraid of the sound of gunshots? Then shouldn't the managers be able to scare them away by just firing a few shots? Perhaps they did not expect that the wolves would come, so it could have been too late for them to draw the guns. Or maybe the wolves carried out a sneak attack on the shooters. There could also be some other reasons, but the guns were probably still there at the factory. Ren Xiaosu ran as fast as he could towards the factory. He was more familiar with this place than the private army was. And besides, the private army was marching there while he was running. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the darkness. Then a prolonged series of deafening gunshots rattled through the night. There was even the screaming of humans. Ren Xiaosu suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Clearly, the private army had encountered the wolves, and many of them were still getting attacked after firing their guns. Didn't they say the wolves were afraid of gunshots? Didn't they say it was an animal's instinct to avoid danger? Today, Ren Xiaosu gained a new awareness of something. Although beasts had evolved to become stronger, they had never been able to overcome their animal instincts. Rabbits still ate grass, and wolves were still afraid of gunshots. Unless everything had changed. Chapter 22 Guns. There was an intense battle in the wilderness as the private army had not expected to encounter wolves. The wolves were extremely fierce and cunning, and it seemed like they had been waiting in ambush. At first, the troops thought that they could scare away the wolves by just firing their guns, but it turned out they were wrong. The wolves did not panic this time when they heard the gunshots. By the time the wolves appeared in front of them, the private troops were shocked to discover that these wolves were even bigger than they had imagined. They were the size of bison. Wait a minute. After these wolves attacked the factory, they waited in the only possible path that the private army would have to pass through. Why did it seem like they had been targeting these private troops from the very beginning? However, the private troops were trained soldiers. Before the casualties started piling up, they fell in and began to defend. Comparing the firearms of humans with the sharp teeth and claws of an animal, firearms would still come out on top in the end. The private army had dealt with the wolves on more than one occasion. In recent years, they had slowly started pulling back on their plans to encircle and keep the wolves suppressed after being instructed to do so by the people in charge. Of course, this also gave the wolves some respite. For some reason, as Ren Xiaosu listened to the gunshots, he found the cracks to be so pleasant that his adrenaline started pumping. The gunshots excited him. He didn't go and take a closer peek at the battle. All he knew was that if the wolves and the private army were fighting now, it would be safe for him to go to the factory. Ren Xiaosu ran like a cheetah through the wilderness. For the first time, he could get a complete sense of his newly obtained strength and dexterity. His muscle fibers tensed up and relaxed over and over again. This sort of feeling could only be described as invigorating. When Ren Xiaosu neared the factory, he finally slowed down. He hid in the darkness and approached it quietly. Ren Xiaosu was surprised to see many of the refugees' dead bodies lying around. It seemed like they had wanted to escape back to town but were caught by the wolves one after another. Only a minority of them were lucky enough to escape at the expense of their companions. Ren Xiaosu painstakingly examined their wounds. They looked like they had been bitten in the neck by the wolves and died immediately. However, the wolves did not feed on their corpses and seemingly left in a hurry. Ren Xiaosu thought for a while. He did not enter through the main entrance, instead climbing his way up a pipe on the outside of the factory building. Each time he passed by a window, he would scrupulously check if there were still any survivors inside. When Ren Xiaosu got to the top floor of the building, his heart sank. It didn't look like any survivors remained in the factory. The wolves had already swept through the entire factory, sparing no one. Where are the guns hidden? Ren Xiaosu wondered. The factory managers would definitely not place them where it would be easily accessible to others. Ren Xiaosu broke the glass window on the top floor and jumped into the building. He looked around and saw that the hallway was full of bloodstains and corpses. The large factory felt like a purgatory. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu realized something was off. All of the corpses looked like they had been running in the same direction when they were alive, as though something was guiding them towards it. What would attract people to run towards the same place at such a crucial time? Ren Xiaosu came to a conclusion. That place would either be the location of the weapons storage or a hiding place. He followed this path all the way until he ended up in the basement. Was this the emergency shelter? The more he walked forward, the more corpses there were. Ren Xiaosu could imagine what the scene looked like when everyone was trying to escape in panic from the wolves. They wanted to escape to a safe place, but they were not fast enough to outrun the wolves. Ren Xiaosu arrived at an iron door. Indeed, everyone was escaping towards this place because they wanted to get in. No matter how much the wolves had evolved, they were still only flesh and blood. It would still be rather difficult to break through an iron door several inches thick. Ren Xiaosu wondered if anyone was still behind the iron door. He hesitated for quite a while before he raised his fist and knocked on the blast door 3 times. Someone behind the iron door shouted happily, "Is that the private army? You finally come to rescue me. I'll open the door right away." The rhythm of the knocking was obvious and could not have been made by a wild animal. As such, the person on the inside mistook Ren Xiaosu as a soldier from the private army that had been sent to rescue him. With a loud grinding sound, the iron door burst open and revealed a middle-aged man on the inside. He had a leg wound, and his pants were stained red with blood. Even as he opened the door, he was standing on just one leg. However, the moment the door opened, both parties took action. Ren Xiaosu bent low and prepared to rush him. When the middle-aged man saw that the person in front of him was not a soldier, his first reaction was to raise his pistol. The atmosphere grew tense. Ren Xiaosu stopped in front of the middle-aged man because the black muzzle of the pistol was pointed right at his forehead. The middle-aged man laughed.
So it's a little burglar who wants to take advantage of the situation, eh? I recognize you, you're Rin Xiaosu from town. Ren Xiaosu also recognized him. The middle-aged man was the factory manager, Wang Dongyang. I recognize you too, Ren Xiaosu said as he straightened up as though nothing had happened. Why are you the only person in there? No, you were the first person who fled here, and you closed the door immediately while keeping everyone else outside. Ren Xiaosu felt a sudden chill pass through him. No wonder there were bloody handprints all over the outside of the iron door. So it turned out that it was because of the refugees' crazy thumping on it. When the iron door was closed from the inside, it was impossible to open it via normal means from the outside. Wang Dongyang laughed and said, "You don't need to bother yourself with such matters. If you carry me back to town now, I'll spare your life." And what if I refuse to carry you back? Ren Xiaosu started laughing as well. Then I will just kill you with one shot. After that, I'll lock the door again and continue to wait for the army to come and rescue me. I'm a resident of the stronghold, so they will definitely come and save me, Wang Dongyang said. You must be afraid that I'll tell everyone how you sold out everyone here and left them for dead, right? Ren Xiaosu continued to laugh and say. Wang Dongyang sneered at him. As the pistol gave him tremendous courage, he had no fear at all. How do you know that? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment. The father knows his son the best. Wang Dongyang was confused. Then factory manager grew infuriated. Do you think I won't kill you? I also know another thing, Ren Xiaosu said calmly. What? Wang Dongyang had a bad feeling about it. I know you didn't disengage the safety on the gun, and it's too late for you to do so now. Wang Dongyang's pupils suddenly contracted. He had originally thought that it was the private army who came, so he didn't really think too much of it. But when he saw that it was Rin Xiaosu, and Rin Xiaosu had rushed in so decisively, he did not have enough time to disengage the safety. He had thought that he could easily frighten Rin Xiaosu because he felt that a refugee like him would not have seen a gun before or know how it worked. He thought that he would only feel fear with one pointed at him. However, Rin Xiaosu knew more about guns than the majority of people in Stronghold 113. Chapter 23, Boss Luo. The factory manager, Wang Dongyang, felt a sense of despair growing as it grasped at his heart like a creeper vine. He didn't think he would get seen through by an unexpected development. He couldn't understand why this youth facing him knew about guns. A second later, he suddenly took a step back as he wanted to use this opportunity to disengage the safety. But Ren Xiaosu would never give him the chance to do so. He charged at Wang Dongyang like a cannonball, crushing Wang Dongyang's ribs. Even his gun was sent flying out of his hand. Wang Dongyang had nothing to rely on now. He laid on the ground, coughing up blood, and said, "Let me go. I'll tell you where I kept all my belongings." "Tell me first and I'll let you go," Ren Xiaosu said calmly. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Wang Dongyang actually knew this was just a futile attempt to be let off. How could this teen possibly let him go? If Ren Xiaosu allowed him to leave, could he still survive in the vicinity of Stronghold 113? And when Wang Dongyang first learned of the existence of Ren Xiaosu, he was even referred to as Ruthless Ren Xiaosu. Your lungs have already been pierced by your broken ribs, so it's too late for you even if you go back to town now. Ren Xiaosu laughed. Although he was eager to get Wang Dongyang's belongings, it was clear that he would not tell him where he kept them. Ren Xiaosu wasted no time here. He did not know when the battle between the private army and the wolves would end. But if he dragged his feet around here any longer, it would not end well for him no matter which side arrived at the factory. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through leather tore the air. Ren Xiaosu used the bone knife to imitate a wolf's claws slashing across Wang Dongyang's chest, creating fake wounds. He waited until he was certain Wang Dongyang's vital signs had stopped before he picked up the pistol and headed out. Ren Xiaosu also took the 2 magazines Wang Dongyang carried on him. There were a total of 36 bullets. By the time Ren Xiaosu left the factory, no one remained alive. Ren Xiaosu turned around and gazed at the building where a bloodbath had taken place. Behind him was the darkness of night. This was the world he lived in. "Bro, are you alright?" Yan Luyuan said eagerly when he saw Ren Xiaosu lift the curtain door and walk in. He circled around Ren Xiaosu to check if there were any bloodstains on him before he felt at ease. I'm fine. While tying the bone knife back around his calf, Ren Xiaosu asked, "Did anything happen in town while I was away? Is the private army back yet?" "Some of them have returned.
They brought some wounded soldiers back with them, as well as the dead bodies of their fellow soldiers and carcasses of the wolves. I heard that the rest of the troops continued on to the factory," Yan Luyuan said.
Ren Xiaosu didn't think that this was unusual.
No matter how strong the wild wolves might be, it would be impossible for them to win when faced with a private army that was several times greater than them in number.
Moreover, the soldiers were even carrying weapons with them. How many wolf carcasses did they bring back? Ren Xiaosu asked.
Over 30 of them. Yan Luyuan said, "Bro, those wild wolves are enormous." When Yan Luyuan had asked Ren Xiaosu what size the wolves were, Ren Xiaosu just described them as very big. As for what very big truly meant, Yan Luyuan found out today.
Ren Xiaosu frowned.
He was glad that he hadn't stayed at the factory for too long. Otherwise, he would likely have run into the private army that arrived at the factory shortly after. It seemed that the wolves withdrew once they felt that their ambush had failed.
So the battle with them did not delay the private army for too long. It was no wonder he didn't hear any gunshots in the wilderness when he came back via an alternate route.
However, the wolves were getting stronger and smarter. If they let them go this time, the people in town might have to face an even stronger attack from them the next time. Suddenly, a commotion brewed outside.
Ren Xiaosu lifted the curtain door and watched what was happening.
It turned out that a group of 10 soldiers from the private army had driven back in advance in an off-road vehicle.
An officer in the vehicle said, "Anyone who volunteers any information on those who went out of town tonight will be handsomely rewarded."
Ren Xiaosu was taken aback because he knew they were clearly looking for him. They must have already gone to the factory and looked around the place. Ren Xiaosu had thought that it would be impossible for a normal person to discover the phoniness of Wang Dongyang's wounds.
However, there was still a crucial problem that could not be reconciled. Wang Dongyang's pistol had gone missing.
If someone worked backwards upon discovering this problem, it would be easy to get clues on what had happened.
This was something that Ren Xiaosu could not prevent.
"Bro," Yan Luyuan got worried as he looked at Ren Xiaosu.
"I'll be fine." Ren Xiaosu pushed Yan Luyuan's head back into the shack.
Ren Xiaosu carefully recalled that he did not take the main road when he left town. If he remembered it accurately, no one should have any idea that he had gone out other than Yan Luyuan. The soldiers were standing guard at the entrance of the town. Soon after, all of the other soldiers returned as well.
The people in town watched.
Right afterwards, the private troops began going door to door and rummaged through every household storage chests and cabinets.
They were searching for that gun.
Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "I know who went out in the middle of the night."
Ren Xiaosu turned around and saw that it was the clinic's doctor, Yu Tong.
He was looking at Ren Xiaosu with a smile on his face and standing very far away from him, as he was afraid that Ren Xiaosu would try to kill him.
The private army's officer strolled over and asked, "Who?" "It's him, Ren Xiaosu."
"I saw them go out of town with my very own eyes," Yu Tong said with an arrogant smile.
Ren Xiaosu did not deny this.
He admitted, at that time, the town's common privy was occupied by He Zong, so I had to go outside to relieve myself.
"Who is He Zong? Is he telling the truth?"
The officer shouted. He Zong, who was standing nearby, had a dumbfounded look on his face as he did not know how he suddenly got implicated in this.
He said meekly, "Indeed, I had diarrhea tonight. Many people can testify." The officer turned around and looked at Ren Xiaosu as he sneered, "Search."
After he said that, Wang Fugue darted out before his soldiers could rush into the shack. "Wait a minute, he's someone who has been singled out by one of the aristocrats in the stronghold to be taken care of.
You can't treat him like this."
The officer was stunned.
"What do you mean?"
In the afternoon, boss Luo Lan from the stronghold specially ordered for him to be taken care of.
Even Ren Xiaosu himself doesn't know about this yet.
But as for why he is doing this, you'll have to ask boss Luo yourself. It's not convenient for us to reveal it to you, Wang Fugue explained quickly.
"Boss Luo?"
The officer was a little surprised. Everyone could tell from his reaction that he clearly knew the boss who went by the name of Luo Lan. In fact, it even seemed like he was a big shot in the stronghold. The officer thought for a moment and said, even if he is Boss Luo's guy, we must still search him. This is a very serious matter. I'll personally apologize and explain it to Boss Luo tonight. After saying that, the soldiers rushed into Ren Xiaosu's shack and rummaged through their belongings. Another 2 soldiers carried out a body search on Ren Xiaosu. 2 minutes later, the soldiers were all shaking their heads when the search did not turn up anything. The officer looked at Ren Xiaosu. Bring me to the place where you took a dump. Ren Xiaosu frowned as he made his way out of town. He didn't expect the officer to be so rigorous with the checks in order not to miss any details. Yan Luyuan, who was behind him, was about to run over. However, Ren Xiaosu turned around and snapped, "Get back inside." Yan Luyuan's eyes reddened. Ren Xiaosu led the officer and soldiers out of town. He pointed to a pool of feces and said, "There, it's still hot and fresh." The officer had a look at it and then ordered the soldiers to continue searching the other households. They did not bother with Ren Xiaosu anymore. Ren Xiaosu could finally heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Before he left town, he observed the surroundings and thought of a reason before he came back. Not only did he bury the gun outside of town, he also laid the last of the situational evidence to cover his lie, by taking a dump right outside of town. He turned his gaze to Yutong, who had been following them. Yutong pissed his pants when he saw the daggers in Ren Xiaosu's eyes. Chapter 24, Ren Xiaosu, the drug dealer. At first, Ren Xiaosu was unsure whether the clinic's owner, Yutong, had really spotted him going out of town or if he was deliberately trying to frame him even though he did not see anything. Later, he recalled that he had not seen Yutong at that time. Ren Xiaosu knew he would have to be wary of Yutong after stealing his business in case Yutong tried to take revenge on him. After all, it was always necessary to be cautious of scheming people in times like this. As such, if Ren Xiaosu did not have any impression of such dangerous targets appearing in his memory, it would surely mean that the other party had not witnessed him leaving town. Therefore, it was more than likely that Yutong was deliberately lying to frame Ren Xiaosu. As for whether Yutong had considered the consequences of unsuccessfully framing him, Ren Xiaosu felt that he was not smart enough to have considered this scenario. In the past, Ren Xiaosu could tolerate Yutong's antics. As he had stolen some of his business away, Ren Xiaosu could not bear to thoroughly break his living. Thus, he exhorted Yutong to return to his medical books and study them well. In the end, not only did he not take his advice, he even plotted against him. Ren Xiaosu sneered as he looked at Yutong, who had turned tail and fled back to town. There was also a puddle on the ground where he had been standing. Next to him, Wang Fugue laughed and said, "Looks like my intervention was not needed after all. You were going to be all right anyway." Ren Xiaosu turned his head to Wang Fugue and thanked him earnestly. He would remember those who were willing to step forward and put in a good word for him in a situation like this. "Hey, no need to be so polite." Wang Fugue smiled brightly. "If not for Boss Luo's appreciation of you, I would have been too scared to step forward and speak up for you. Boss Luo specifically sent someone to bring word to the town administrators to look out for you." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. "Who's Boss Luo? Does he know me?" Wang Fugue winked at him and whispered, "That medicine of yours. Boss Luo likes it a lot." Ren Xiaosu was speechless. Ren Xiaosu realized that the black medicine that Wang Fugue purchased from him had been sent into the stronghold. "Boss Luo has given his word that as long as you hand over a fixed amount of the black medicine on time each month, he will ensure that you'll be free from trouble here outside the stronghold," Wang Fugue said with a smile. In reality, he had an ulterior motive for doing this. After all, he could ensure his own safety by acting as the intermediary for Ren Xiaosu's black medicine that Boss Luo wanted. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu got an idea. "Is Boss Luo very influential and powerful in the stronghold? You still don't know, do you?" Wang Fugue declared proudly, "He is the Qing Consortium's representative in Stronghold 113. If he's the representative of the Qing Consortium, why isn't his surname Cheng?" Ren Xiaosu felt that something was off here. "Don't go shooting your mouth off after I tell you." Wang Fugue lowered his voice to a whisper. "It's said that he's the half-brother of some big shot within the Qing Consortium, an illegitimate son of the family." "Then can you ask Boss Luo to help get us into the stronghold?" Ren Xiaosu thought that if an influential person like Boss Luo, who had great authority in the stronghold, helped them, it wouldn't be too difficult to get them in, right?
We're all contaminated, so how can we be allowed inside the stronghold?
Wang Fugue said with a sad frown.
Besides, if you get into the stronghold, who's going to pick the wild medicinal herbs for Boss Luo? Ren Xiaosu had a realization. The latter half of the sentence was actually the truth as to why he wasn't going to be allowed into the stronghold, right? For Boss Luo, there was no reason at all to bring Ren Xiaosu and the others in. He could leave them outside the stronghold and have Ren Xiaosu continue supplying him with the black medicine. That same night, Yan Luyuan suddenly ran a high fever. Ren Xiaosu exchanged a bottle of black medicine and tried applying it on Yan Luyuan's forehead, but it did not make his fever go down. Ren Xiaosu sat beside the bed and looked at the feeble Yan Luyuan. He said with a sigh, "You didn't have to make a wish for this. Don't make any wishes without me asking you to do so in the future, understand? The fevers that you get as a result could end up killing you." Yan Luyuan could barely open his eyes as he said weakly, "But what am I to do if something happens to you?" Ren Xiaosu lowered his head and thought for a long time. "Don't be stubborn. I will definitely ensure that we'll lead a comfortable life together someday." MHM.
The next morning, when Ren Xiaosu went to town to fetch water, he was surprised to hear a piece of news. Yu Tong had packed all of his belongings and money and run away in the night. He would rather face the dangers lurking in the wilderness than face Ren Xiaosu. Someone said that Yu Tong had gone to Stronghold 114 because it was the closest to Stronghold 113 and was also in the opposite direction of where the wolves appeared. As long as he took the main road there, he should be fine. Ren Xiaosu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Tong had actually run away in fear. However, something that surprised Ren Xiaosu even more happened. Chen Haidong, who was an administrator sent from the stronghold, came knocking on his door.
He asked affably, "Ren Xiaosu, I heard that you know how to heal people and save their lives?" Ren Xiaosu was taken aback.
"I can only treat knife wounds and external injuries."
That's fine, that's fine. Chen Haidong was smiling even more happily now. "That still makes you a doctor. Now that our town no longer has a doctor, do you think you'd be interested in becoming one?"
Yan Luyuan, who was still lying down in the shack with a fever, opened his eyes in shock. This brother of his had only wanted to earn some gratitude tokens and money initially, so how did he suddenly become a real doctor?
Furthermore, he was going to become the only doctor in town too? He didn't even have to make a wish for that. Was it because it was unnecessary to make that wish for Ren Xiaosu's incident last night that it somehow changed his luck? However, Ren Xiaosu understood that this was only happening because the administrator, Chen Haidong, was also trying to get into Boss Luo's good books. Authority made the people around you want to serve you meticulously. Ren Xiaosu was not dumb. He agreed immediately and said, "About that house at the clinic, can I?" "Yes, you can." Chen Haidong said with a friendly smile, "You totally can. You can move in today since no one is living there."
Chen Haidong then walked off, his hands behind his back, while humming a little ditty. Right after, Old Wang came back with a wooden box tucked under his armpit. After Old Wang arrived, some of the people, who were rumored to be members of the richest group in town and lived in brick houses, also dropped by. Some of them operated small gambling dens, drapers' shops, and grain shops.
Old Wang said, "Congratulations, Ren Xiaosu. You get to live in a brick house just like that." During the conversation, Old Wang handed a gift box to Ren Xiaosu. "I got a small present for you and Lu Yuan.
Since both of you are still growing, eating this will help strengthen your bodies."
Curious, Ren Xiaosu opened it and was surprised to see a white lump. "What is this?" "You don't know what this is, right?" "I've kept this bird's nest for many years," Wang Fugue explained.
"It's really nourishing." Ren Xiaosu had only heard of this stuff. He had never seen it before. However, he had always had doubts about it. Mr. Zhang Jinglin said that bird's nest is made from a swiftlet's saliva, but I don't think that the viscosity of saliva can be that thick, so it's probably made of phlegm? Wang Fugue was annoyed. "Don't make my gift sound so disgusting."
He said unhappily, "Then what about blood bird's nest one? What is that made of?" Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought. "Phlegm tainted by blood?" Chapter 25, A Banner. "Give it back to me if you don't want it."
You don't have to make it sound so disgusting, Wang Fugue said as he tried to snatch the bird's nest back.
Ren Xiaosu happily covered up the bird's nest box and threw it into the shack. Come on, it was just a joke. I didn't mean to make it sound disgusting. He looked at the people behind old Wang.
Frankly, if he were to address them as esquires, that would be an insult to the word esquire.
These people were all holding some gifts in their hands. Actually, everyone here was no stranger to Ren Xiaosu.
Their main intention in coming over this time was to exchange civilities with Ren Xiaosu. What this meant was that they had accepted him into their circle, and they were all going to be friends from now on.
Ren Xiaosu did not stand on ceremony with them.
Yan Luyuan was still lying in bed and recuperating at this moment, so if there were tonics for them, why not?
Ren Xiaosu. Old Wang pulled him aside and said, "You should move into the clinic as soon as possible.
There are 2 other houses attached behind the clinic, and it comes with a yard measuring over a dozen square meters.
A lot of people are already eyeing the place."
Okay.
Ren Xiaosu nodded.
He was still quite polite towards Wang Fugue. Furthermore, Boss Luo has gotten his people to send you some medical supplies from the stronghold.
These are all worth quite a bit of money. I've already told them to send the supplies to the clinic. The most expensive ones are the anti-inflammatory pills and anesthetics.
You had better keep an eye on them, Wang Fugue whispered. There are people who steal anesthetics as a substitute for their smoking addiction when they can't get their hands on cigarettes. I've suffered losses from such cases.
Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He didn't think that anesthetics had such an effect. However, it was still good to have someone give him things for free. Hoping for more, he asked, "Did he send anything else?" "There's a banner as well."
In the morning, Ren Xiaosu and Xiaoyu threw their belongings together in a pack and headed to the clinic. Who would want to live in a shack when they could live in a brick house with bright windows and clean tables? He had already planned for Yan Luyuan and himself to live in one of the 2 rear houses, while Xiaoyu could live in the other. Xiaoyu had initially lived in a brick house. After that, she moved into a shack for the sake of these 2 younger brothers. Now that Xiaoyu could live in a brick house again, one of Ren Xiaosu's wishes could be considered fulfilled. But when Ren Xiaosu walked into the clinic carrying Yan Luyuan on his back, he was dumbfounded. He saw a banner hanging in the middle of the clinic's wall. It was emblazoned with the words "Magic Hands Restore Spring" from Luolan. According to Wang Fugue, as long as the banner was hanging in the clinic, no one would dare to do anything to Ren Xiaosu. But of course, Ren Xiaosu would first have to not involve himself in anything that went against Luolan's interests. This would act as a talisman for them, even though it made Ren Xiaosu feel very uncomfortable. He did not know if Luolan had casually instructed his people to make the banner or if he was deliberately teasing him.
It's probably the former, right?
After all, in Luolan's eyes, Ren Xiaosu was only a refugee who sold medicine outside of the stronghold.
Ren Xiaosu helped Yan Luyuan get settled in. Ren Xiaosu did not tell Xiaoyu about Yan Luyuan's condition last night because he was afraid to disturb her sleep.
She only found out about it this morning, so she was feeling terrible. Yan Luyuan was thoroughly enjoying Xiaoyu's meticulous care for him. Suddenly, he thought of how he always used to make fun of her, so he said weakly, "Big sister Xiaoyu, I'm sorry for behaving the way I did in the past." Xiaoyu looked at him. "The 2 of you are imps, so there's no need to apologize to your sister.
But if you weren't more mature than the other kids, you wouldn't have survived until now. That's mainly because my brother is amazing." Yan Luyuan laughed.
"I wonder how much hardship that kid has had to suffer through the years."
Xiaoyu sighed.
"Countless hardships," replied Yan Luyuan calmly. Ren Xiaosu was currently browsing through and checking the medicine that was left behind in the clinic, as well as the new medical supplies sent over on the orders of Luolan. Perhaps someone had informed Boss Luo that he specialized in treating wounds, as he had sent a lot more anesthetics and
anti-inflammatory pills over.
Ren Xiaosu was overjoyed when he saw that there were fever relievers and antidotes inside the crate of medicine. He brought the anti-inflammatory pills, fever relievers, and antidotes to Yan Luyuan and made him take them. The main symptom of Yan Luyuan's illness was the inflammation of the tonsils caused by excessive internal heat. It didn't matter if this medicine was suitable for the symptoms. It would cure the illness. There were also some medicinal herbs in the clinic. Some of the cabinets had the names of medicinal herbs written on them and the treatment suggestions for the different types of symptoms. Ren Xiaosu lamented how Yutong did not cherish his chances even though he had such a good father.
That same night, Yan Liuyuan's fever finally subsided.
Only then did Ren Xiaosu heave a sigh of relief.
He said to Xiaoyu, "You can brew the tonics that those people brought over. You and Lu Yuan can eat them."
"All right."
Xiaoyu nodded and went to make dinner.
Recently, the three of them were just like siblings and were at ease around each other.
Sometimes, fate was a wonderful thing. These three who did not seem to fit together did just that.
When Xiaoyu returned with the dishes, she shouted for Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan to eat. Ren Xiaosu suddenly thought of something and said, "Xiaoyu, since you'll be living next door from now on, you can use the place as your bridal chamber when you get married." Xiaoyu's expression changed right as she was about to pass a bowl of rice to Ren Xiaosu.
"You're getting sick of me so soon? Do I eat a lot? Or do I waste money?" Ren Xiaosu was stunned. "Big sister Xiaoyu, that's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?"
Xiaoyu took the bowl back and said spitefully, "Ren Xiaosu, you're such a heartless person.
You're eating the food that I cooked and you still wish to kick me out? Even if I fed it to a dog, I wouldn't let you eat it." Xiaoyu then shoved the bowl into Yan Liuyuan's hands and said, "Finish the rice."
Yan Luyuan was confused. After saying that, Xiaoyu was the first to break into laughter. Then Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan laughed along. Yan Luyuan suddenly felt that Xiaoyu looked tender and gentle when she was laughing. It was just a pity that she was born in the wrong era. "Xiaosu, what plans do you have for the future?" Xiaoyu asked as she ate.
"I've no plans at the moment. I'm just gonna take it one step at a time," Ren Xiaosu said.
He was still most concerned about the quest weapon that had yet to be unlocked.
Ren Xiaosu's initial wish was to ensure that he and Yan Luyuan could carry on living well.
But when he realized that he had a superpower, he couldn't help thinking that there was more that he desired now. For now, the repeatable quest was not complete.
He still had to successfully treat 10 patients. He didn't know what the new quest would reward him with. As for the mysterious vending machine, would there be any other products besides the black medicine?
All these unknowns were awaiting discovery. Yan Luyuan looked at Ren Xiaosu with much anticipation.
"Bro, what are we going to do tomorrow? Can I help you treat the patients?" Ren Xiaosu chuckled. "Why? Are you well again?" "Yes," Yan Luyuan replied.
Having finished dinner, he was in rather good spirits.
"I'm feeling fine already." Ren Xiaosu nodded. "Go to school if you're fine then." "Okay." Chapter 26, Save the Mother or the Baby? Early in the morning, Ren Xiaosu opened the clinic's door and observed the surroundings.
This was probably the first time in many years that he found the morning air in town refreshing. After the cataclysm, the sky was covered with a strange haze most of the time. The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang Jinglin, said that a huge amount of dust particles were blasted into the sky during the cataclysm. It not only blocked sunlight for photosynthesis, but the climate also became extremely cold, and acid rains were a frequent phenomenon as well. The situation had gradually improved in recent decades, with the sun being visible for most of the year now.
Ren Xiaosu's clinic was across from the grocery store.
The moment he opened his door, he saw Wang Fugue coming out of his store with 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes in his hands. "Xiaosu, come, have some sweet potatoes."
Ren Xiaosu couldn't help but sigh.
Before this, he found it difficult to even ask for a free needle to sew his clothes with from old Wang. Even free thread for sewing clothes was impossible to get, let alone a needle. But now this Scrooge took the initiative to offer him sweet potatoes. Ren Xiaosu looked at how cheerful Wang Fugue was.
Since someone gave him a gift, he should probably give something back to reciprocate, right?
He smacked his lips and said, "I don't have much to give in return, but I've got plenty of anesthetics to go around.
Why don't I give you a free shot of it?" "How can you offer to give me a shot of something like that?" Wang Fugue's expression darkened.
He asked, "Say, you haven't been out to gather any medicinal herbs for the past few days.
Would you happen to still have any of that medicine left?"
"Yes, I've got anti-inflammatory pills, anesthetics, and cough and mucus medicine," Ren Xiaosu said with a smile.
"I mean, do you still have that black medicine available?"
Wang Fugue was slightly embarrassed.
Didn't you just buy some not long ago? Ren Xiaosu asked knowingly.
That was for the big shots in the stronghold, so stop acting dumb.
If I didn't send the medicine in, do you think you would have taken over this clinic so easily?
Wang Fugue complained. To tell you the truth, I was only planning to give it to Chun Haidong at the beginning. I don't understand how it made its way into Boss Luo's hands in the end. Wang Fugue did not really understand how the black medicine made its way up the ranks. He wondered how many more dosages were left by the time it got delivered into Boss Luo's hands. Here. Ren Xiaosu took out 2 small porcelain vials. Yesterday, he bought a small vial of black medicine to treat Yin Liu Yuan's fever. There were still 2 dosages left, so he separated them into different packaging a while ago. 1,200 yuan, and not a single yuan less. I'll be sending one of these vials into the stronghold. Wang Fugue stared. Don't you feel embarrassed about how much you're charging me? Take it or leave it. Ren Xiaosu prepared to put the black medicine back into his pocket. In the end, Wang Fugue did not hesitate. He decisively held Ren Xiaosu's arm and completed the transaction with cash. After that, Wang Fugue even thanked him. Gratitude received from Wang Fugue, +1. Ren Xiaosu felt that Wang Fugue was quite an interesting person. His 2 thank yous so far had earned Ren Xiaosu 2 gratitude tokens. However, Ren Xiaosu found it a little pitiful to give away the medicine just like that. Also, why were his gratitude tokens dwindling? He only had 4 tokens left. But he weighed the pros and cons. As he wanted Yen Luyuan and big sister Xiaoyu to have a better life in town, it was essential to foster ties with people in the stronghold. Besides, the black medicine was not exactly given away for nothing, so why not? Thinking this, Ren Xiaosu sighed. He would have to see if he could gain more gratitude from the people now that he had been appointed as the clinic's doctor. Ren Xiaosu's top priority was to go out to gather more medicinal herbs. As he was a cautious person, he had to pull out all the stops. It would be bad if he aroused the suspicion of others. Otherwise, when people talked about him in the future, they might just go, So-and-so's superpower is to make an iceberg appear out of thin air and drop it on a city, while So-and-so has a power that can cut through mountains. Meanwhile, when they talked about Ren Xiaosu, they would say, his superpower is to create that kind of medicine. That would be too damn embarrassing. After Ren Xiaosu reached the wilderness, he couldn't help but look for where he buried the pistol. He had to be sure that no one else found it before he could feel at ease. The handgun was now the greatest reliance he had. He couldn't let any of his plan go wrong. Even though he possessed a strength of 4.5 and dexterity of 4.1 now, humans still couldn't outrun or win against a gun. When Ren Xiaosu returned to the clinic carrying a bamboo basket on his back, he saw Xiaoyu looking uncomfortable trying to help a couple who had come to the clinic for a consultation. The moment she saw that Ren Xiaosu had returned, she turned her eyes to him, signaling for help. Xiaosu, attend to the patients quickly. Ren Xiaosu placed the bamboo basket on the ground and asked, what injuries do the 2 of you have? I'll have you know you've come to the right place. That's great. The man said, we aren't injured, but my wife, who's 4 months pregnant, suddenly got some pain in her stomach this morning. I was afraid that something might have happened, so we came to see if you could treat her. Ren Xiaosu froze. Although he was a doctor, he had no idea how to treat something like this. In these current times, there was no such thing as andrology and gynecology. The mindset of the refugees in town was to go to the clinic whenever they felt ill. This put Ren Xiaosu in a difficult position. He had said those boastful words and was now faced with the expectations of the couple, so surely he could not disgrace himself, right? Ren Xiaosu tried hard to remember the lessons that Mr. Zhang had taught in school and the books that he had read there to think of a way to deal with this problem he was facing. What would doctors commonly say to expectant mothers and their family members? Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought. Do you want to save the mother or the baby? The couple was confused. The man grew furious. You're a quack, right? My wife is only experiencing some stomach pain and you asking me whether I want to save the mother or the baby? The problem is, my wife is only 4 months pregnant. Where would I put the baby if I chose to save it? Ren Xiaosu thought it sounded quite logical. This time he said with a sigh, I'm really sorry to the 2 of you.
I was in the wrong. To be honest, I don't know a thing about gynecology. If I continued fooling you, that would be unforgivable.
The previous doctor also wouldn't know how to treat her since he really was a quack. It had to be said that Ren Xiaosu could easily kill someone without blinking his eyes if they deserved to die, but he couldn't do something against his conscience like lying to an expectant mother. Ren Xiaosu continued, "My suggestion is that you go to school and borrow some books from Mr. Zhang to read and let your wife eat and drink well most days. Then it will depend on fate for whether she gives birth smoothly or not. I won't con any money from you too. On top of that, don't go around buying random medicine from other people. I know that you shouldn't take any medicine when you're pregnant. There's a high probability that it will lead to malformation of the child in the womb. If you don't believe me, you can check with Mr. Zhang or borrow some books from him on how to prevent a miscarriage." The couple looked at each other as they did not expect Ren Xiaosu to say something like that. The man thought for a while. "I feel that you're a little better than the previous doctor. The last time I got sick, he was so afraid that I wouldn't buy his medicine. However, my health did not improve even after taking his medicine. I had to pull through and recover by myself." The pregnant woman stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you, doctor." Gratitude received from Qin Jia, +1. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He did almost nothing this time, but he still gained a gratitude out of the blue. Chapter 27, Giving in to Temptation. Ren Xiaosu felt a little puzzled. He was merely telling the truth, yet somehow, he still received the patient's gratitude. Both Yan Luyuan and he had the mindset that people would only be grateful if they were given something for free. Ren Xiaosu had attended one of Mr. Zhang Jinglian's class where he described how great human civility used to be. This made him wonder why the graciousness that took several thousand years to build up had collapsed so quickly. Today, this couple made Ren Xiaosu gain a vague understanding. However, he could not quite put a finger on what it was. On the same day, Ren Xiaosu had Xiaoyu take down the sign that was hung outside the clinic to sew on the additional word wounds before the word clinic. He'd lied, cheated, and stolen many times, but he only did them selectively. Today, Ren Xiaosu made a decision. From now on, he would only treat illnesses that he could treat. If he couldn't, then so be it. In the end, none of the patients that came today suffered from any sort of wounds. Instead, all of them had aches and ailments that he did not know how to treat. To his surprise, when he told these patients that he honestly couldn't do anything for them, he still managed to raise the number of gratitude tokens to 10 at the end of the day, without even having to use any of the black medicine. Ren Xiaosu sat in the clinic in a state of confusion. What the fuck was going on? He didn't know everyone had accumulated grievances with the previous doctor, Yuton, over a long period of time. Through Ren Xiaosu's actions, those who had gone to seek treatment from him started publicizing him. I think ruthless Ren Xiaosu is a much better person than that previous bastard of a doctor, Yuton. If he doesn't know how to treat your illness, he will never try to make money off you by prescribing medicine on a whim. When some busybodies heard about this, they thought, wow, there's even something like that? Then they went to the clinic to check it out. While they had their fun, Ren Xiaosu was feeling hard done by. The number of patients that consulted him exceeded the number of gratitude tokens he earned by at least 10 times. Some of them complained of headaches while others thought that their faces had suddenly swelled up. The fact that someone even came to him to get their fortune told left Ren Xiaosu speechless. But once Ren Xiaosu made up his mind on something, he would make sure to do it. He advised the townspeople and sent them away like how he had explained things to the couple. Afterwards, the townspeople realized that Ren Xiaosu really did not charge at a whim for his medical services. Their initial impression of Ren Xiaosu was that he was a very ruthless person. This was because the young Ren Xiaosu had to take care of Yan Luyuan and wanted to gain a foothold in this town. As such, he had to compete bravely and ruthlessly against others to have even a slim chance of survival. Later, everyone's impression of him changed to drug dealer. But right now, everyone was beginning to think that if they ever received a wound, they would immediately go to the clinic to get treated by Ren Xiaosu. Such word of mouth had come from nowhere and puzzled Ren Xiaosu greatly. At noon, Xiaoyu went to town with her basket to buy some groceries. During this recent period, they could afford the better things in life as their savings reached 3,400 yuan. As such, they could also get better raw ingredients from the town's market.
Xiao Yu would even buy some fine salt and pigskin occasionally.
The texture of fine salt in the mouth was quite different from that of coarse salt, while oil from the pigskin was extracted to be used for frying. There were pig farms located outside of this town. Domesticated pigs had also evolved after the cataclysm, but as long as they were neutered while they were young, they would grow up to be very docile animals.
Without a doubt, humans were the most adaptable species and were good at utilizing the environment around them. No other species came close.
Usually, the good meat from these pigs was shipped into the stronghold for consumption.
Only a tiny quantity of the remainder would remain in town for sale.
In the past, Yan Luyuan dreamed of getting into the stronghold as one of his biggest wishes was to eat meat. Xiao Yu returned to the clinic with a basket full of vegetables.
The moment she came in, she beamed and said, my Xiaosu, do you know that the townspeople are praising you to the high heavens?
Ren Xiaosu was a little surprised.
Really? Yeah.
Xiao Yu smiled and started cutting up the vegetables. Our Xiaosu has become a doctor now, so your future wife will surely be the best possible candidate in town. When you get married and have children, I'll help you take care of them.
Ren Xiaosu grew uncomfortable. I've never thought about that before. Xiao Yu got upset. How old do you think you are? It's time you started thinking about it. Oh, I also bought some peanuts today. I wonder where the townspeople dug them up from. I'll cook some for both of you in a bit.
At this moment, Yan Luyuan came back from school. Nowadays, he could also eat lunch when he returned home at noon just like the other students. He used to bring 2 potatoes with him to school every morning and eat them for lunch. After coming through the door, he spotted some peanuts in the basket and immediately picked one up. But before he could shell it, Xiao Yu slapped it out of his hand.
Don't you eat that. There's still dirt on it. Yan Luyuan angrily banged on the table. Why is a person as beautiful as you stopping me from having peanuts?
Sister Xiao Yu broke into a smile again and said, all right, you can eat them. While shelling the peanuts, Yan Luyuan told Rin Xiaosu, bro, a lot of people gathered outside the school today.
During our classes, Mr. Zhang wouldn't allow any of them in. But as soon as classes finished, all of them rushed in. I don't even know what happened. Do you want to go and have a look? Ren Xiaosu was stunned for a moment. Then an ominous feeling rose inside him. A familiar figure angrily made his way in.
It was the schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang Jinglin.
Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhang, you're here? Would you like to join us for lunch? Lunch? My ass. Zhang Jinglin said angrily, if you can't treat the illness, then don't do it. Why did you have to direct everyone to go and look for me?
Ren Xiaosu had said to the couple, if you don't believe me, you can check with Mr. Zhang or borrow some books from him on how to prevent a miscarriage. As Ren Xiaosu felt that this method was pretty useful, he gave the same advice to every patient who consulted him during the morning.
Zhang Jinglin said resentfully, if they were just normal illnesses, I could have let it slide. But you even referred someone with athlete's foot to me.
You don't know just how bad it smelled when that guy took off his shoes.
Fortunately, I was able to escape in time. Ren Xiaosu was embarrassed.
He smiled apologetically.
That's only because I think you're knowledgeable and learned. Zhang Jinglin was on the verge of a breakdown. I'm just a teacher. If you can't treat the illness, do you think I can treat it? If you push any more patients onto me in the future, I will make sure to give Yan Luyuan endless homework to do.
Yan Luyuan was still shelling peanuts and was confused.
Why are you dragging me into your conflict?
Ren Xiaosu grabbed some peanuts and stuffed them into Zhang Jinglin's hands.
Don't worry, I won't do that anymore. I really won't, I promise.
Zhang Jinglin thought for a while before returning to the school while shelling and munching on the peanuts.
Chapter 28, Caught Off Guard.
As night fell, Ren Xiaosu felt that his life was starting to get better. At this moment, he was staring at the 10 gratitude tokens that he had accumulated inside the palace. He was thinking about how great it would be if he could unlock the weapon soon. Yan Luyuan was sleeping soundly next to him.
During the afternoon class, the students wanted Ren Xiaosu to share more of his stories about the wolves due to the recent incident in town.
For example, they wanted to know what they should do or how they could escape if they ever encountered a wolf.
Pack. However, Ren Xiaosu did not want to talk about this and continued sharing his knowledge of wilderness survival with the students.
He felt that if there came a day that these children encountered wolves in the wilderness, they were more likely to perish than anything. The physical differences between humans and today's beasts ensured such an outcome. That was not something that he could help with by teaching them. Rather than teaching them how to hunt and kill wild animals, it was better to teach them how to find food and water to preserve their lives if they did not encounter the wolves. Being killed by the wolves was a kind of helplessness. But if they starved to death, that would be too unworthy. Most unforgivable was not that the contents of the lecture were not to the expectations of the students, but that Ren Xiaosu held the class behind to give the lesson. This led the students becoming aggravated with him. They even went home and complained to their parents. But what the students did not know was that while they did not dare to provoke Ren Xiaosu, their parents were also afraid of doing so. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu heard an unusual noise coming from behind the yard's wall. The person who made that sound seemed to be extremely cautious about something. However, someone like Ren Xiaosu, who had often survived out in the wilderness, had to be alert to any sound or movement. He might die if he wasn't. He immediately blew out the kerosene lamp in the room and quietly made his way into the yard. Ren Xiaosu hid at the bottom of the wall and carefully listened to the movements on the other side. He heard someone leap onto the wall from outside. That person grabbed the top of the wall with their hands and then pulled themselves up with both hands before finally leaping over the wall and into the yard. While still in midair, the man looked down at the ground and happened to spot Ren Xiaosu, who was sizing him up with a curious look. The next second, he saw Ren Xiaosu fall into a squat and draw his arms back. It was as though he was gathering up all of his strength before letting it burst. He threw a punch that could split a mountain apart, aiming it straight at the crotch of the uninvited guest. The uninvited guest tried to dodge the attack. He was quite skillful and could easily counter the danger by putting his knees together and using them to strike Ren Xiaosu. But Ren Xiaosu was much quicker than he expected. Wait, ah! The uninvited guest lost his balance and fell to the ground in pain. He clutched his privates and chuffed in agony. At this moment, footfalls thudded from outside. It seemed like more than one person had come. Ren Xiaosu looked calmly at the person who was lying on the ground. He could not tell the identity of the person from his attire. A second later, another two figures jumped in. Wait, ah! Fuck! Another two people were left rolling on the ground. Ren Xiaosu frowned. If he had to give an assessment of their skills, it was probably just average. But if he were blunt, these people would not even last one round against him. Someone knocked on the front door. A familiar voice said, "Open up." Ren Xiaosu remembered this voice. It was the officer who had led the private army to search the entire town. Suddenly, he realized that these people were from the stronghold's private army. However, Ren Xiaosu could not understand why these people were so weak. In reality, they weren't weak. Although the stronghold's private troops often neglected their training, normal people couldn't deal with them so easily. These private troops had heard from someone that Ren Xiaosu was well known for being ruthless. But from their point of view, how strong could a refugee be? Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan, who were sound asleep in the house, had been woken up. They put on their clothes and came out to see what the commotion was about. "What's the matter? Get back into the house." Ren Xiaosu then went to open the door for the officer. He wondered why the private army's troops would intrude on their property by climbing over the wall while dressed in civilian clothing. It was quite obvious that they were trying to catch him off guard and had come back to check on the most suspicious person in the missing gun case. Perhaps these private troops were eager to answer to the higher-ups but were also afraid of offending Boss Luo. It would be fine if they could find the evidence. Boss Luo was not the only person who called the shots in Stronghold 113. Besides, he might not necessarily think that highly of Ren Xiaosu. But if they could not find the gun, they might end up facing the wrath of Boss Luo. Logically speaking, after getting searched the first time, and with Boss Luo's influence in this matter, most people would not expect the private troops to return again and continue the search. What if he had brought the gun back with him when he went out to gather medicinal herbs the previous time? Then he would have placed himself in great danger. According to Wang Fugue, the factory manager that he had killed was also from quite an influential family within the stronghold. Ren Xiaosu frowned. They were trespassing on his property tonight. Furthermore, this was the second time they were searching him. Based on the circumstances, he should be in the right. However, who could he possibly reason with here, outside of the stronghold? Reasoning was determined by the size of one's fist, but his fist was not big enough yet. Ren Xiaosu had beaten up 3 of the soldiers in a single breath, so he felt that they would not let the matter slide so easily. After this incident, Ren Xiaosu knew that he would have to remind himself to be even more cautious and not underestimate anyone at all. In fact, the officer who was standing at the door with about a dozen men was also enraged. He could not accept the fact that his soldiers could not even handle a simple refugee like Ren Xiaosu and that he had to come in to save them. If this got out, his reputation would take a big hit. So there had to be a conclusion to this matter today. Right when he was about to tell his men to kick the door open, the clinic's door opened by itself. The soldiers standing outside the door were confused. They saw Ren Xiaosu wrapped in a large banner that had the words "Magic Hands Restore Spring" from Luolan on it. The officer fell silent for a while, then laughed in spite of himself. What was this? Using the banner to protect himself? Ren Xiaosu was on full alert as he scrutinized the officer's expression. He was mainly worried that the officer would get impulsive and take revenge even though he saw the banner that was wrapped around his body. However, the officer skirted around him and went straight in. Search. Ren Xiaosu followed them and said, "Didn't you already search me?" The officer's expression darkened when he saw his soldiers still rolling around in the yard. Bunchai good-for-nothings. He turned to Ren Xiaosu. "My name is Wang Sonyang. If you want to get Boss Luo to stand up for you, you can tell him my name." "How can I?" Ren Xiaosu grinned sarcastically and said, "It's not like you've done anything wrong." Wang Sonyang sized up Ren Xiaosu. After several minutes of searching by his men, they came out and reported, "We couldn't find anything." Wang Sonyang immediately led his soldiers out. Before he left, he turned around and smiled ambiguously at Ren Xiaosu. "If only you were born in the stronghold. That would have been great. You make a much better soldier than this bunch of wastes of space." Wait a minute. Ren Xiaosu was stunned. The factory manager was named Wang Dongyang. Could it be that this Wang Sonyang was related to him in some way? No wonder this man did not give up on investigating him. It was because he was trying to track down the murderer. Chapter 29: The Sorrows of Our Era. When Ren Xiaosu found out that the officer's name was Wang Sonyang, he was shocked. He was very worried that this fellow would start relentlessly pursuing him. At dawn, Ren Xiaosu opened the clinic's door and saw Wang Fuguei sweeping the grocery store with a broom. When Wang Fuguei saw him, he put the broom aside and walked over. He lowered his voice and asked, "What happened last night?" "It was nothing." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "The stronghold's private army still suspects me and conducted another search." Wang Fuguei spat in anger. He said indignantly, "They always treat us refugees as thieves. Even after I told them that you had the backing of Boss Luo, they still dared to come and search a second time?" All right, you can stop putting on an act." Ren Xiaosu looked at Wang Fuguei in a speechless manner. "Why are you feeling so disgruntled for me?" Wang Fuguei started to laugh. "You can rest assured that you'll be all right. I've sent a new batch of black medicine into the stronghold." Right at this moment, a man sprinted over with a bleeding arm. When the man was still a distance away from the clinic, he shouted, "Doctor! Please save me!" The man was probably frightened because his arm was bleeding heavily. However, Ren Xiaosu knew at a glance that this man's wound was nothing serious. In town, nothing serious meant not having to die. It had to be said that the refugees had quite a broad outlook on life. Other than matters concerning life and death, nothing was considered too serious. Ren Xiaosu glanced at him. "Come in. You're not that badly hurt, so you won't die. How did you get injured?" "I was on my way to work at the factory, but I realized that I had forgotten to bring something. I ended up going back home to get it, but I discovered that there was someone in my shack stealing my stuff. I tried to catch him, but he slashed me with his knife," the man explained. "Doctor, will I really be all right? I've already lost so much blood." "You'll be fine," Ren Xiaosu said calmly. When the man heard that he would not die, he calmed down a little.
Ren Xiaosu took another look at his wound and wondered if he should use the anesthetics that he recently received and had yet to use. Ren Xiaosu looked at the man and said, "We have anesthetics here. After the injection, you won't feel any pain while we're treating the wound." "Is that so?" The man was taken aback. "Do I have to pay for it?" "Of course." Ren Xiaosu snapped. "Would I give you such an expensive drug if I didn't need you to pay? Look at the size of your wound. It's at least 10 centimeters long. You're gonna die from the pain if I sew it up with a needle on a wound this long." Ren Xiaosu was actually telling the truth. As the wound was too large, he would have to be very careful when applying the black medicine on it. Otherwise, a single dosage would not even be enough. So he was truly worried that this man would not be able to tolerate the pain. At this moment, Xiaoyu came out holding a metallic tray with a syringe and a small bottle of anesthetics on it. The syringe was from the equipment that was left behind in the clinic. Due to the state of medical treatment available, they did not have any disposable syringes and needles. Therefore, they had to properly disinfect the equipment each time they used them. Based on best practices, this was definitely the wrong way of doing it. But what could Ren Xiaosu do about that? The best he could do was to disinfect the equipment properly, like sterilizing the needle over a flame for a little longer. This time, Xiaoyu waited for the needle to cool down before she used it to suture the wound. But just as she was about to use it, she had a dilemma. "Xiaosu, should I administer the anesthetic inside or outside the wound?" They had never used anesthetics before, so Xiaoyu was wondering whether the anesthetic would be more effective if it was administered into the wound. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. He had also not thought about it before. "I'm not sure." The man beside them listened to their conversation and nearly pissed his pants. "So you've never used anesthetics before? Do you even know how to treat wounds in the first place?" The man had heard before that Ren Xiaosu could treat wounds. Coupled with Ren Xiaosu's good reputation in town, he immediately thought of coming here to get himself looked at. However, it didn't seem like that was the case. "So where should I administer it, Xiaosu?" Xiaoyu asked. Ren Xiaosu saw the patient's expression and gave it some thought. "Why don't you administer it on his leg instead? Prevent him from running away afterwards." The patient was surprised. Quest complete. Awarded 1.0 strength. Quest, successfully treat 20 patients. Even though Ren Xiaosu had completed the repeatable quest for the third time by successfully treating 10 patients throughout the day, his gratitude tokens fell from 10 to 8. Many of the patients did not give him any gratitude even after they had been successfully treated. However, Ren Xiaosu felt that his life was extraordinarily enriching. During the morning, he would attend to patients at the clinic. During the afternoon, he would take over his duties as the substitute teacher at school. At night, he would chat with Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan out in the yard. He had tilled the soil in the yard and planned to plant some vegetables. One of his greatest wishes from before was to have a yard he could plant scallions, garlic seedlings, and various vegetables. Right now, Ren Xiaosu felt that his strength had almost doubled to that of a normal adult male, and his muscle had become denser. Ren Xiaosu asked his mind palace, "What are my current strength and dexterity?" The voice from the palace answered, "You have a strength of 5.5 and a dexterity of 4.1. Ren Xiaosu did not say anything. It seemed that his attributes were relatively balanced for now, and it was unlikely that he would suddenly look like a beefcake. Yan Luyuan suddenly asked, "Bro, why didn't you treat all the patients? Every one of them represents money to be made." Ren Xiaosu glanced at him. "I don't know how to treat them." The previous doctor didn't know how to treat them either, yet he still treated everyone who came to the clinic. Yan Luyuan thought about it and questioned him again. "We can't learn from him." Ren Xiaosu explained, "Take a look at his current plight. Did anyone offer to help him when he was in trouble? As people, we need to have inviolable principles. But if something happens to us, others may not help either," Yan Luyuan muttered with his head lowered. "Since they won't help us, why should we be so kind to them? These days, there are a lot of people who can't wait to see us fall." Ren Xiaosu looked at Yan Luyuan with a serious expression. He knew that Yan Luyuan was still young and that his values were still in their formative stage. The environment Yan Luyuan lived in had ensured he would suffer plenty of malice from the outside world. Ren Xiaosu had to admit that Yan Luyuan was right.
In this era, everyone was selfish. Selfishness was such a natural thing that even the intention to harm others was seen as normal. But Ren Xiaosu had to make Yan Luyuan understand that they should not be like the others just because it was the
norm. Luyuan, remember this.
Ren Xiaosu said seriously, don't let the sorrows of our era become your sorrow as well. Yan Luyuan fell deep into thought while Xiaoyu looked at the two brothers with glistening eyes. She suddenly felt that as long as Ren Xiaosu was with Yan Luyuan, he would never take a wrong path in his life.
A hubbub burst from outside.
Someone exclaimed, the band is back.
Didn't they go to Stronghold 112? Why did they come back?
Right, and that guy who went as their guide isn't among them anymore.
Ren Xiaosu looked up and suddenly thought of the cap-wearing girl with perfect firearms proficiency. Chapter 30 Ren Xiaosu, that guy who's sick in the head. The band was back?
Ren Xiaosu was a little puzzled by this. It would have taken them at least 2 months to go back and forth from Stronghold 112 and here.
Calculating the time, it was probably only a week since the band left.
So, they couldn't have reached Stronghold 112 at all. In fact, they wouldn't even have reached the foot of the Jing Mountains.
In theory, there shouldn't be any danger along the way other than the wolves. But the appearance of the wolves here in town was staggered with the band's timing.
If the band had actually encountered the wolf pack, they probably wouldn't have made it back alive.
After all, the wolves were no longer afraid of gunshots. When he remembered the wolves, Ren Xiaosu got a little worried.
When the subject of the wolves was brought up during a conversation with Wang Fugue yesterday, Wang Fugue revealed that he learned some news from one of the town administrators, Chen Hainong. He said that the wolves had suffered heavy casualties after ambushing the private troops, and the entire wolf pack had retreated in the direction of Stronghold 111 to hide in Mount Yang. They presumed that the wolves would not dare to come back here again. However, Ren Xiaosu did not think so. The wolves had also gone away once before, but didn't they still come back? And they were even more ferocious than ever. What had caused these wolves to evolve again? Ren Xiaosu didn't know. Ren Xiaosu was watching the commotion through the clinic's window. He saw the refugees in town coming out of their shacks as they watched silently. They were very curious about the band initially, but when they realized that something might have happened to them, they became even more curious. When the band departed from here, they had with them 4 off-road vehicles. However, only one of those was left, and it was even moving slowly. The stronghold's celebrity, Luo Xinyu, and 3 private soldiers sat in it while others followed behind on foot. Their outfits were all torn to pieces. Yan Luyuan wondered, when they left, they were all prim and proper. Now that they're back, why have they become like us? Although their current lives had improved, there was still a lack of water. The refugees were always treated equally when it came to the allocation of any water. The stronghold was very strict about this administration. So if there was any excess water at home, Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan would automatically let Xiaoyu use it to wash up. Meanwhile, they would brush their teeth with a little bit of the water. What it really meant to brush teeth was to dip a willow twig into some coarse salt and scrape their teeth with it. After brushing for some time, they would then gargle water in their mouths to rinse. When the dirty-looking Ren Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan saw that the people in the band had also become like them, they felt a little happy on the inside. The cap-wearing girl with perfect firearms proficiency was also walking behind the off-road vehicle with holes all over her clothes. But when Ren Xiaosu examined her, he realized that although she looked pathetic just like everyone else in the band, her steps were still light and steady. From this observation alone, the cap-wearing girl was much stronger than the accompanying private troops. Of course, this was also what Ren Xiaosu had expected. After all, how could someone with perfect firearms proficiency be outshone by those private troops? The celebrity, Luo Xinyu, who was in the off-road vehicle, ordered, "Run along and report to the stronghold that we're going in. Don't let these refugees look at us like we're monkeys." When the private troops received this order, they pointed the black muzzles of their automatic rifles at the refugees. One of them said ruthlessly, "Return to your respective pigsties." When the refugees saw the private troops getting ready to take action after being annoyed, the refugees hid back into their shacks. "Another thing," Luo Xinyu said coldly, "go and find that Wang Fugue." The clamor of voices in town died away. Everyone only dared to talk in whispers within their own shacks. If they felt that chatting among the family was not enough, they could also chat with their next-door neighbors through the curtain doors.
Those were not soundproof anyway.
Rin Xiaosu and Yan Luyuan were leaning on the windowsill as they looked outside. They saw that the band was divided into two groups. One group went to process the clearance for entry into the stronghold while another headed straight for Wang Fugui's grocery store.
Bro, why are they looking for old Wang? Yan Luyuan asked.
They could be looking to settle the score with him. He was the one who recommended the guide, after all. That hunter who went as their guide didn't come back with them, so who knows whether he was the one who led them into trouble and made them have to come back earlier in such a pathetic state.
Ren Xiaosu gave a rough assessment of the situation. Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips sympathetically.
When the guide was leaving town, he had given Ren Xiaosu a pompous look. But who could have known it would turn out to be farewell for him?
Ren Xiaosu saw the group of people knocking on the door at Wang Fugui's grocery store.
Wang Fugui leisurely opened it from the inside and seemed to be quite calm. Ren Xiaosu had been a little worried about Wang Fugui. However, when he saw him looking so calm, he thought that maybe there wasn't a need to worry for him.
The people in the off-road vehicle got out as well.
Luo Xinyu was dressed in white casual wear, or rather, it had been white at first.
She stared at Wang Fugui and questioned, "What kind of guide did you recommend to us?" Wang Fugui asked, "What's the matter?" He was truly a little curious. Since that person was supposedly an experienced hunter, it was unlikely that he would make any rookie mistakes. So why were these people so angry? "You dare to ask what's the matter?"
Luo Xinyu said coldly. "Before we could even get near the Jing Mountains, he had taken us in the wrong direction.
We couldn't figure out our exact location even after trying for 3 days.
A lot of people knew that it was possible to drive to the Jing Mountains because there was a gravel road in the canyon where there likely had been a riverbed. But for some reason, that river had dried up. Of course, ordinary cars couldn't go on this road. But it wasn't difficult at all for off-road vehicles. This showed that the guide was not even able to lead the band to that road.
So, where is he now? Old Wang asked, startled. He died before he could find the way.
A private soldier said coldly. As a hunter from around here, he didn't even know that there was danger in the waters. When he went to wash up at the riverbank in the morning, his face got bitten to a bloody pulp by something.
When we found him, he was already dead.
What's more, there were so many cruel monkeys on the route that he took us by.
We almost didn't make it back alive." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback.
No, there was something very wrong here.
He had never heard of any fish in the nearby rivers that bit people. Was it really a fish?
Wang Fugui leaned against the doorframe of the grocery store and said, "Oh, so that's what happened, eh?
But I probably won't have time to find you a new guide.
I have to get something done for Boss Luolan."
In reality, Boss Luo hadn't arranged any tasks for him.
He was just trying to let them know that he was in the care of Boss Luo.
The private troops started frowning, and even Luo Xinyu was shocked to hear that.
They didn't expect the man they wanted to teach a lesson to be backed by Luolan. Relaxed, Wang Fugui said, "I told you a long time ago that if you're looking to get there, you have to find Rin Xiaosu."
"That guy who's sick in the head?"
A private soldier frowned deeply.
"That kid who fantasized about being a doctor?"
Wang Fugui suddenly felt a little awkward. He pointed at the window of the clinic across the way.
"Perhaps none of you expected it, but he has really become a doctor." Luo Xinyu and the private troops were surprised.
Everyone looked in the direction Wang Fugui was pointing. They saw two dirty-looking faces leaning on the windowsill of the clinic, curiously looking back at them. Honestly, Wang Fugui was also feeling a little emotional at this moment.
He thought, that's right, just how did this kid suddenly end up becoming a doctor? Chapter 31: A New Opportunity. He's really a doctor?
Someone from the band asked in a slightly doubtful and disbelieving tone.
Could we have misunderstood him?
Luo Xinyu was even more puzzled. Wang Fugui thought, there's no misunderstanding at all.
He only became a doctor 2 days ago.
But he wasn't going to tell them that since he wanted to entirely distance himself from the matter. Y'all were saying that I recommended someone who was sick in the head to be your guide, but I didn't. Just look, he really is a doctor.
That can't be right. Let me try to remember. A soldier from the private army thought for a while and said, "What did he say the last time we saw him?" "Congratulations! Father and child are both doing fine. The baby weighs 3.24 kilograms. Someone answered.
That's right, who says something like father and child are both doing fine?
That soldier said angrily, "Someone like that can even become a doctor in this town?" Seeing them recall word for word what Rin Xiaosu said, Wang Fuguei explained, "Aren't we living in conditions where medical treatment is not so good?" "But it's absolutely true. He is indeed our town's doctor. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people around here."
Wang Fuguei then walked a few houses down.
He knocked on a random door and asked, "Is Rin Xiaosu our town's doctor?" The person who answered the door was taken aback momentarily. "Yes, he is." "How are his medical skills?"
Wang Fuguei asked again.
That person gave him a thumbs up. Who in town is not praising Rin Xiaosu these days?
The band members were lost in thought again. They turned their heads back towards the clinic and saw that there was no one at the window anymore.
"You were saying that he's the only person who can bring people through the Jing Mountains?" asked Luo Xinyu, having calmed down.
"Yes."
Wang Fuguei gave it some thought and said with a smile, "Actually, I can't guarantee that he'll take you through. But if even he can't do it, no one else in this town can get you there."
"You're almost praising him to the high heavens."
Luo Xinyu sneered, "Tell him that he has been recruited. We'll set off again after we've rested and reorganized the group." "Don't, there's no use telling me about this." Wang Fuguei gave a sheepish smile and said, "If you want to recruit him, you'll have to seek Boss Luo's permission." "Boss Luo? How's he related to Boss Luo?" Luo Xinyu was stunned.
"I don't know the exact details, but you definitely can't just recruit and use him as you please," Wang Fuguei stated. Luo Xinyu snorted in disgust. At this moment, the soldiers who reported back to the stronghold returned with news that they could enter. Soldiers stationed atop the stronghold wall slowly raised the portcullis. Without another word, Luo Xinyu led her group back into the stronghold. Wang Fuguei patted his chest in relief. In fact, he had been afraid that they would try to settle the score with him. But fortunately for him, he had struck up a good relationship with Boss Luo because of the black medicine. If he did not throw this name out today, he would probably have gotten severely punished even if he would not have to die. In reality, even Wang Fuguei himself was unsure of how powerful Boss Luo was in the stronghold. But whenever he threw this name around, he could get a deep sense of how damn useful it was. Wang Fuguei went to knock on the clinic's door as he wanted to discuss the matter with Ren Xiaosu. But even after knocking for a long time, no one answered him. Wang Fuguei muttered, "Could they bear a grudge against me?" The next morning, Ren Xiaosu opened the clinic on time and got ready for business. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Fuguei standing outside with a smile on his face. Ren Xiaosu snapped, "What's the matter?" "You see, I recommended you to them back then with good intentions." Wang Fuguei said, "It's a chance for you to get into the stronghold." "Do you know how many people out here want to get into the stronghold? Everyone wants that. Why don't you seize this good opportunity for yourself?" Ren Xiaosu said unhappily, "I'll draw a map for you to lead them there. If you manage to bring them there, you'll gain entry to the stronghold." "I can't go." Wang Fuguei flinched. "I'm not as skilled as you. Besides, what will my son do if I end up getting into the stronghold? Since I'm so old, I can find a wife out here as long as I'm willing to spend some money. But there won't be anyone who will be interested in me if I get into the stronghold." Ren Xiaosu said, "You may have a son, but I also have Lu Yuan and big sister Xiaoyu. What will happen to them if I get into the stronghold? If you recommend me to them again, I'll make Lu Yuan and big sister Xiaoyu go to your place and leech off of you. I'm only doing this for your good." Wang Fuguei was exasperated and said, "If I were 20 years younger, I would have gone." "For my own good?" Ren Xiaosu sneered. "I thank your whole family." Wang Fuguei also got angry. "I thank your 8 generations of ancestors." Gratitude received from Wang Fuguei, +1. Ren Xiaosu was confused. He raged at the palace in his mind, how can this also be fucking considered as a gratitude? You're even assessing it to be sincere? You must be fucking doing this on purpose. Ren Xiaosu could never have expected to gain his 9th gratitude token in this fashion. It was too easy. However, even though Ren Xiaosu knew that Wang Fugui was thinking of getting friendly with the celebrity from the stronghold, he had indeed recommended him to them out of good intentions. But the problem was that Ren Xiaosu did not really wish to get into the stronghold. But if Yan Luyuan were allowed to go in instead, he would probably have already agreed to take on the task. Ren Xiaosu thought for a moment before saying earnestly, "Old Wang, I'm serious. I can't abandon Luyuan and big sister Xiaoyu to get into the stronghold myself. Stop suggesting that I be their guide." Wang Fugui was also starting to get fed up. Okay, I understand. You can rest assured that as long as Boss Luo does not give his permission, they won't be able to take you away. This journey will take over 3 months to complete. If you're gone, who's going to supply the medicine to Boss Luo, right? Okay, as long as you understand what I'm saying, Ren Xiaosu said. At this moment, a man came up to Ren Xiaosu from the road and said, "Doctor, I want a consultation." Enough talking, I've got a patient to attend to. Ren Xiaosu turned around and went back into the clinic. Ren Xiaosu sat behind the table and said to the man, "Where's your injury? Let me have a look." "I'm not injured, my balls ache," the man said. After he said that, the nurse, Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, blushed in embarrassment. Ren Xiaosu felt a little awkward as well, so he tried to be professional and asked, "Do you experience the pain after intercourse?" The man was taken aback. "It hurts all the same whether I finish doing it or not." Ren Xiaosu was at a loss. What the hell is going on with the newest patients who come for a consultation? After he advised the man and sent him away, he reaped yet another gratitude token. Alright, no matter what illnesses they might have, it was fine as long as they could earn him some gratitude tokens. Now that Ren Xiaosu had earned 10 gratitude tokens, it seemed like he wasn't that far from unlocking his weapon. One of the reasons why Ren Xiaosu did not want to be the group's guide at this moment was that he felt that it would be more convenient to earn gratitude tokens while in town. If he were to go with the band and private army, would they show their gratitude for him? For some reason, Ren Xiaosu was consistently looking forward to getting the weapon and wanted to find out just what on earth it looked like. Since sincere gratitudes were so hard to come by, the weapon would not be terrible, right? Chapter 32. Dreams are always the opposite of reality. Perhaps the band was in a pathetic state, as it took them longer to reorganize. They did not come out till several days later. According to what they had said, the band and the private army would have to make a trip to the Jing Mountains no matter what. It was only a matter of when they would get there. What was there in the Jing Mountains? Ren Xiaosu always felt that these people's desire to get to the Jing Mountains was far greater than responding to the invitation to perform at Stronghold 112. The Jing Mountains spanned a vast area. Up until now, no one had really explored the hinterlands of the mountain range, so what kind of information did the stronghold's overseers receive? In the morning, Yan Luyuan went to school happily with his new school bag that was recently sewn up by Xiaoyu. When he arrived at school, he realized that something was off. Why were all of his classmates staring at him as soon as he entered the room? Yan Luyuan ignored them as he took his seat. However, all of the students crowded around him. A strapping girl, Li Yuqian, who was the daughter of old Li from the grocery store, said to Yan Luyuan, "Luyuan, can you go back and tell your brother to stop making the class stay late?" That's right. Wang Fugui's idiot son also complained, "By making the class stay late every day, none of us have time to play anymore." Yan Luyuan was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He said helplessly, "If what I say is useful, he would have already stopped making the class stay late." Everyone was unhappy to hear him say that. Li Yuqian sneered, "It's not like Mr. Zhang is paying your brother. I heard that your family doesn't lack money these days, so why is he so serious with the teaching? What, does he intend to take over at the school already? He's just a substitute teacher, but that doesn't mean he can tell us what to do." Wow. Li Yuqian let out a cry of pain. Yan Luyuan got up and kicked Li Yuqian in the hip. No one had expected Yan Luyuan to get angry. They heard Yan Luyuan sneer, "What my brother taught you is knowledge that can help save your life out there in the wilderness. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. But why are you making things up about him behind his back? If anyone mentions this again, don't blame me for being harsh on you." Yan Luyuan turned 14 years old this year, but Li Yuqian was already 16 years old.
Although they were about the same height, Li Yuqian was much stronger than Yan Luyuan.
Back when Wang Fugui tried to introduce Li Yuqian to Rin Xiaosu, Yan Luyuan had mentioned that she was a strapping girl. He was not lying at that time. But when the other students saw Yan Luyuan in this moment, it was as though they were watching a miniature version of Rin Xiaosu. The ferocity that exploded from both of them was exactly the same. Even though Yan Luyuan often spoke harshly to people, his appearance was much milder and gentler than Rin Xiaosu's.
But why did the mention of Rin Xiaosu make him react so strongly?
Only now did they realize that there was a wild side to Yan Luyuan.
Li Yuqian had wanted to get up to return the blow. But when she saw Yan Luyuan's expression, she reluctantly dropped the idea. I didn't make anything up about him. I was just telling the truth.
Yan Luyuan felt trapped.
He was obviously the last person who wanted Rin Xiaosu to make the class stay late.
The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang, came in from outside with his hands behind his back.
Why are all of you crowding around each other? Get back to your seats and prepare for class.
All the students hurried back to their seats. Although Mr. Zhang looked quite kind and amiable after school, he was sterner than anyone else during lessons.
Wang Fugui's idiot son, Wang Dalong, sat down beside Yan Luyuan. He was Yan Luyuan's deskmate.
Wang Dalong stole a glance at Yan Luyuan. When he saw Yan Luyuan still sulking, he tried to change the subject to resolve the awkwardness. I had a dream yesterday that my father found me a stepmother.
She mistreated me badly. Yan Luyuan glanced at him. It's all right. Dreams are always the opposite of reality.
Wang Dalong beamed with joy at the words.
True that.
Yan Luyuan thought for a moment before saying, I think he might have found you a stepfather instead.
Wang Dalong was confused. That evening, Ren Xiaosu and the others were having dinner.
After dinner, he was planning to catch up on the lessons that Yan Luyuan and his classmates had gone through at the school today. But at this moment, he saw an angry Wang Fugui leading a crying Wang Dalong into the clinic.
Ren Xiaosu, come out.
Ren Xiaosu was stunned, holding a bowl of rice in his hand.
What's going on?
Ask Luyuan what he said to my son. The moment he got home, he started crying non-stop. Wang Fugui got even angrier when he recounted what his son had told him while crying.
Ren Xiaosu looked at Yan Luyuan.
Yan Luyuan, who was sitting obediently in his chair, said, I told him that old Wang might have found him a stepfather.
Ren Xiaosu was confused. With a loud wail, Wang Dalong cried even harder. Ren Xiaosu looked at Yan Luyuan.
You're in the wrong this time, Luyuan.
How can you say something like that to someone?
He turned around and comforted Wang Dalong, don't worry, your father will find you a stepmother.
It's impossible that he'll find a stepfather for you. Wang Dalong was stunned. He didn't want a stepmother either. He continued crying.
This made Wang Fugui so angry that he cursed, I really have you to thank for explaining it for me.
Gratitude received from Wang Fugui, +1. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up.
Although he felt that it was a strange way to gain a gratitude token, it was still a gratitude token. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu felt that a magical door was slowly opening for him. His gratitude tokens had accumulated to 11 just like that. Wang Fugui suddenly seemed to remember something that caused his anger to subside. He cautioned Ren Xiaosu, our town's administrator, Chen Haidong, unintentionally let slip something yesterday. He said that something strange has been happening at the other strongholds and that the same thing also seems to be happening at Stronghold 113.
What is it?
Ren Xiaosu asked in a serious tone. He didn't seem to know the details.
Wang Fugui said, I'll let you know if I have any news. Anyways, be extra careful. It's usually not good when there are strange occurrences happening these days. After Wang Fugui left, Yan Luyuan asked, why did old Wang say that it's usually not good when there are strange occurrences happening these days? Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought and said, maybe it's because our definition of what is good is too limited. We only call things that are advantageous to us good. Are we wrong to think that? Yan Luyuan asked. To be honest, even though he went to school much more than Ren Xiaosu, he was not as hardworking as him. Ren Xiaosu would always read the books that he borrowed from Mr. Zhang while Yan Luyuan lazed around. Sometimes, Yen Luyuan thought, since Ren Xiaosu is already so capable, why would I need to work so hard? Ren Xiaosu looked at Yen Luyuan and said, remember this, it's not wrong to think of it that way. Whatever is beneficial to us is good. There's nothing wrong with being selfish. But I want you to have a line you won't cross and to not be a doormat others walk over. Chapter 33, What are you waiting for? Whenever Ren Xiaosu educated Yen Luyuan, Xiaoyu would quietly watch them from nearby. All of a sudden, she felt a little envious of Yen Luyuan. If someone had guided her in the past, she might not have taken so many wrong turns. Bro, can you teach me more about life lessons from now on? Yen Luyuan asked enthusiastically. Ren Xiaosu gave him a look. Don't you always fall asleep whenever I teach you such things? How can I teach you? Through your dreams? I won't fall asleep next time. Yen Luyuan looked at Xiaoyu and laughed in embarrassment. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the front door of the clinic. Frowning, Ren Xiaosu turned around. There normally wouldn't be someone coming to look for him when night fell because it was not safe in town. What was going on today? Could it be that Wang Fugue had turned around and come back to the clinic? In Ren Xiaosu's opinion, Wang Fugue was likely the only one who would come to their place at such a time. After all, the two households were right next to each other. Even if someone intended to use this opportunity to carry out a crime against Wang Fugue, he would have already reached the clinic before it could be carried out. Ren Xiaosu said as he opened the door, Old Wang, you really need to find a wife. Why do you knock on our door every day? But when the door opened, Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. It was not Wang Fugue. Ren Xiaosu recognized this person. It was a young man who often idled around town named Zhang Baozhen. He did not work and lived off his parents who worked at the factory. Ren Xiaosu asked, what is it? He examined him and saw that he had no injuries. Why did this person come here so late at night? If he wanted to rob the clinic, then this guy had traveled quite the distance for that. Ren Xiaosu now possessed a strength of 5.5 and a dexterity of 4.1 and had many years of experience in ruthless fighting against others. Not even 10 versions of a young man like Zhang Baozhen would be a match for Ren Xiaosu. Zhang Baozhen said rapidly, Doctor, please take a look at my illness. But you must keep it a secret for me. Ren Xiaosu thought about it and stepped aside to let him in. He purely felt a little curious. So tell me, what's your illness? Don't feel uncomfortable to share. I've seen much in life, so there isn't any illness that I haven't come across before. Please wait a moment. Zhang Baozhen was still quite polite to Ren Xiaosu. There were many young people in town who lived off their parents like Zhang Baozhen who came together to steal, extort, and fornicate. No one in town was willing to provoke them without reason. However, Zhang Baozhen was not foolish either. He knew better than to offend Ren Xiaosu. In fact, no one had dared to provoke Ren Xiaosu either. Although it seemed like Ren Xiaosu was similar to this batch of youngsters, the townspeople well knew that offending Zhang Baozhen and the others simply meant having to put up with a slight retaliation from them. It wasn't difficult to endure it, and it would be a trivial matter at most. But if they had messed with Ren Xiaosu, they could end up dying. Zhang Baozhen closed the clinic's door behind him before turning around to ask, Doctor, something strange is happening to me. Ren Xiaosu frowned and said, I can't treat you if you're impotent. It's not that. Zhang Baozhen said, let me demonstrate it to you. Don't get surprised. Ren Xiaosu waited to see what would happen. He saw Zhang Baozhen open his mouth and blow a saliva bubble. Ren Xiaosu rolled his eyes. Is that it? But the next instant, the bubble that floated out of Zhang Baozhen's mouth popped. Ren Xiaosu could feel a burst of power from it pushing him backwards. It wasn't very strong, but it was definitely not something that your ordinary saliva bubble could do. Doctor? Doctor, what are you doing? Zhang Baozhen looked at Ren Xiaosu uncertainly. I'm just checking to see if any of your saliva splashed onto me. After tidying up his clothes, Ren Xiaosu asked, when did you gain such a power? This is not an illness, so I can't treat it. But my parents said that I'm sick and that there's something wrong with my head, Zhang Baozhen explained. If I didn't come to see you, they wouldn't feel at ease. My parents are very fond of you. Ren Xiaosu felt that this sounded a little strange. But he thought for a while before saying, what you have doesn't seem like an illness to me.
You might have heard of some people possessing strange powers these days.
Ren Xiaosu was not lying.
Once upon a time, someone in this world supposedly had a superpower that could pull a train out of thin air. The townspeople used to share this story with excitement, describing it in vivid detail.
But when it happened to them, why did they end up labeling it as an illness? When Zhang Baojian heard Ren Xiaosu tell him that he was not sick, he thanked him with joy. "Thank you, doctor. I'll go back now and tell my parents about it." Gratitude received from Zhang Baojian, +1.
Then Zhang Baojian turned around and left. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself that this kid was still quite a polite person.
However, Ren Xiaosu did not like youngsters who were like Zhang Baojian.
After all, if you did not work hard in this era, you couldn't survive. The reason these young people had it so easy in life without doing anything was simply because their parents were still around.
All parents worry about their children.
But some parents were willing to give up everything they had in life to ensure their children could lead a good life.
The next morning, Wang Fugue quietly walked into the clinic.
He pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and whispered, "I have news. Chen Haidong just found out about what happened. It seems like someone in another stronghold suddenly attacked their stronghold's overseer with a superpower. They're now investigating the existence of supernatural beings in all of the other strongholds. So such people really do exist."
"Is that so?" Ren Xiaosu asked with a look of shock. "Then could there also be supernatural beings around us?" "Who knows?"
Wang Fugue said with a laugh.
"This doesn't really have anything to do with us."
"That's true."
Ren Xiaosu laughed along with him. However, he was thinking about what happened the previous night. He wondered if Zhang Baojian had told anyone else about it.
It was a good thing to have someone as gossipy as Wang Fugue around. As this guy was close to the people from the stronghold, he was able to find out about any news faster than most people in town.
It was no wonder that Wang Fugue could lead a better life than most of the townspeople.
To his credit, this was probably the best expertise that he had.
Suddenly, Wang Fugue gave a silly laugh and asked, "Xiaosu, if I had a superpower, would it be easier for me to find a wife?"
"You can forget about it."
Ren Xiaosu teased, "You're still thinking about that when your fool of a son is crying so hard over it?"
"Bullshit, my son isn't a fool," Wang Fugue said unhappily. "He can't poke his nose into my business. Besides, I was only bringing it up. Once I have a superpower too."
"Wouldn't you already have one if you had any?"
"What are you waiting for?"
Ren Xiaosu interrupted. Wang Fugue could not come up with a reply.
Chapter 34, The Misfortune of Others.
"Don't mind me saying this, old Wang, but why are you always thinking about finding another wife?"
Ren Xiaosu could not understand.
"There's no shortage of women in our town, right?"
"I'm sure many of them wouldn't mind being with you as long as you can ensure they won't go hungry." Such matters were a common sight to Ren Xiaosu. Even men were like this, much less women. In the past, several women threw themselves at Ren Xiaosu just so they could survive in these harsh times. Some men did so as well, which made Yan Luyuan want to gag when he learned about it. This was why Yan Luyuan was so wary of Xiaoyu at the beginning. Sometimes, reality was stranger than the fiction found at Mr. Zhang's school.
Wang Fugue shook his greasy, medium-length hair and said proudly, "Would I want those immoral women?
With my status, I should at least be looking for a proper lady to marry, right?"
Yes, you're the esquire of our town." Ren Xiaosu gave him a backhanded compliment. At this moment, two women walked past the clinic. Wang Fugue's eyes lit up.
"What do you think of those two?"
Ren Xiaosu examined them.
"One of them looks really good, but her figure is a little lacking. The other one isn't that pretty, but she has a good figure. So then if may I ask, what do those two girls have anything to do with you?" These words made Wang Fugue choke with anger. He was so furious that he turned around and got ready to head back to his grocery store to attend to his customers. However, a surprising turn of events happened. They saw the stronghold's portcullis being raised slowly. The sound of steel, wood, and rope rubbing against each other left people cringing. The dense, thick portcullis was being raised bit by bit. The weight of it left people short of breath. Chen Haidong came out of the stronghold with a group of soldiers. This time, the officer leading the private troops was not Wang Songyang, whom Ren Xiaosu had dealt with before. It was a fresh face that had never been seen in town before.
Where was Wang Tsanyang? Did he get punished by Boss Luo? What are they going to do now? Ren Xiaosu wondered. I don't know.
Wang Fugue had a blank look on his face.
He brushed off Ren Xiaosu and headed towards Chen Haidong. Due to the distance, Ren Xiaosu could not hear what they were talking about.
Then they saw the private troops of Stronghold 113 running towards town.
After a while, they returned holding a man captive. That man screamed hysterically, "Why are you arresting me? Let go of me." Ren Xiaosu watched silently.
The man who got arrested turned out to be Zhang Baozhen, the person who came to look for him last night. When Wang Fugue saw the private troops arresting people like that, he quickly stopped them.
My dear officers, what is going on here? Although this guy might be a little mischievous, he didn't commit any major crimes, right? Get lost.
The private army's officer sneered.
Facing the dark and unfeeling firearms, Wang Fugue could only back off. Otherwise, they might just shoot at him.
Wang Fugue spoke to the town administrator, Chen Haidong, again for a long time. In the end, Zhang Baozhen was still brought into the stronghold. The screeching sound rang out again as the dense and heavy portcullis separated the two worlds once again.
Ren Xiaosu went up to Wang Fugue and asked, "What's the situation?"
He had to clear it up because he knew that Zhang Baozhen must have been arrested and brought into the stronghold due to his superpower.
Moreover, both he and Yan Luyuan possessed such a power too.
Wang Fugue sighed and said, "It's over, that kid is done for."
Why do you say that?
Chen Haidong said that guy showed off his superpower to a scoundrel friend of his yesterday. That scoundrel sold him out as soon as possible. All of the strongholds are weeding out these supernatural beings right now. If there were no incidents of a supernatural being attacking a stronghold overseer, it might have been easier to handle.
But now, they've become the people the overseers dread the most. What would you do if you were afraid of someone? Kill them, Ren Xiaosu answered calmly and firmly. See, that's where the overseers of the stronghold are different from you.
Wang Fugue said with a frown. The first thing they thought of when they realized the danger of this was not to kill them but to understand them better. Chen Haidong mentioned that a yard and building in the stronghold have been vacated for a psychiatric hospital to be temporarily set up. They've also sent a lot of medical devices over to that place.
Are they going to treat these supernatural beings? Ren Xiaosu was stunned for a moment. Treatment? My ass.
Wang Fugue said, Chen Haidong said that those devices are not meant for treating people. They were previously used for scientific research inside the stronghold. In just one day, the stronghold has arrested 3 supernatural beings.
Those 3 people are more or less done for now.
Ren Xiaosu felt a chill pass through himself. He could not imagine what it would feel like to be stuck in a psychiatric hospital and be studied by someone.
Old Wang, are you still keen on getting a superpower? Ren Xiaosu asked.
Wang Fugue thought for a while. I don't mind having one, but I won't be so dumb as to let anyone know.
The same goes for you, Xiaosu.
If you and Lu Yuan have any superpowers, don't ever let anyone know.
Ren Xiaosu put a strange expression on his face. Okay. That same night, a major incident happened in town.
Zhang Baogan's father found his way into that scoundrel's shack in the middle of the night, a place that was only a few square meters in size, and killed all 4 members of their family. In the end, he also died due to severe blood loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Baogan's mother hanged herself on the dead, wilted tree at the intersection in the town. Zhang Baozhen was the only child in their family and was pampered all his life by his parents. He didn't even have to work as his parents would take care of him. Now that he was gone, his parents had no reason to live anymore.
In town, some people sympathized with them while others secretly mocked. What a show-off.
So what if you have a superpower? And that Zhang Baogan's father, if he really had the courage, he would have charged straight into the stronghold instead.
At this moment, Ren Xiaosu remembered the look on Zhang Baogan's face when he was blowing the saliva bubble. What a fucking awful era.
The high and mighty aristocrats in the stronghold seemed to have the power to control the life and death of people, but Ren Xiaosu felt that this would change someday. The only thing was, nobody knew when this day would come. A group of people gathered together in town, gazing at the dead, wilted tree where Zhang Baogan's mother had hanged herself. Ren Xiaosu saw that Mr. Zhang from school was also around.
Zhang Jinglin looked at some of the people next to him who had gathered around and said, "Did I teach y'all to be rubberneckers at school? Don't gloat over the misfortunes of others, lest theirs be yours."
When he said that, several young and strong men beside Zhang Jinglin looked down in shame. Zhang Jinglin sighed and said, "Help bury the couple together in the same place." "Teacher, we have to go to work at the factory now," a few of the strong young men said hesitantly. Wang Fugue said, "You won't be working for nothing.
I'll fork out 800 yuan for their burial."
"Aye," the strong young men answered, "we'll get to it immediately."
Chapter 35, Maxing Out on Gratitude Tokens.
The mood in town turned heavy due to the issues surrounding Zhang Baozhen. Even though everyone was accustomed to living under the rule of the stronghold, when they realized that their right to life was not within their control, they grew gloomy. Ren Xiaosu had something on his mind all day. Based on what Wang Fugue had told him, Zhang Baozhen was more or less done for the moment he got captured and sent to the psychiatric hospital. After the people from the stronghold finished conducting thorough research on him, he would surely have suffered terribly even if he did not die. Most importantly, Zhang Baozhen had lost his freedom from this day onwards. As for Ren Xiaosu himself, his secret was much bigger than Zhang Baogan's. He had unlocked many features of his mind palace, but there were still many other features left waiting for Ren Xiaosu to explore.
Even Ren Xiaosu himself did not know how deep the palace interior went and what level it would elevate him to eventually.
If his secret were revealed, it wouldn't be surprising if he got taken away by the people from the stronghold and had his brains taken out and sliced apart. Ren Xiaosu had gone to school earlier and found Yan Luyuan. He somberly instructed him to not reveal his secret to anyone and told him that this concerned their life and death. The two brothers did not have the ability to take on the stronghold yet. Inside and outside of the stronghold, thick and continuous trails of white smoke were spewing out through the factory chimneys into the sky. The clock in the stronghold was still ringing on time. It was as though nothing had happened. Today, Mr. Zhang seemed a little downtrodden. Sometimes, his mind would wander as he delivered his lessons. Whenever his students reminded him that he was losing his focus, he would bow and apologize to them. Finally, Mr. Zhang said, "Students, I'm sorry. I can't teach well today due to some personal issues. Class, study by yourselves. We won't be having any more lessons today." Ren Xiaosu did not go back straight to the clinic. He wanted to calm himself down at a quiet place like the school and think about the future of Yan Luyuan, Xiaoyu, and him. When Ren Xiaosu took over the lessons in the afternoon, he did not teach anything new either. Frankly, his mind was not present at all today. By the time school ended, Ren Xiaosu surprisingly did not make the class stay late. He was only concerned with getting Yan Luyuan home early. Ren Xiaosu said, "Class dismissed. I won't be teaching y'all about other things today. All rise." The class monitor said. "Thank you, teacher." Gratitude received from Li Yuqian, +1. Gratitude received from Wang Dalong, +1. Gratitude received from. Ren Xiaosu was stunned by this. There were only 24 fucking students in the entire class, but he managed to gain 23 gratitude token coins when he dismissed the class? Yan Luyuan was the only one he didn't earn a gratitude token from. Yan Luyuan had also noticed that Ren Xiaosu was a little absent-minded today, so he was more concerned about what was happening with his brother rather than thinking about going out to play after school. Ren Xiaosu stared blankly at the little bastards as they ran away and disappeared without a trace. So they didn't like his lessons after all? Y'all better fucking watch out. What is so bad with my teaching? It was a very fascinating day. Ren Xiaosu had worked very hard for nearly a fortnight just to earn 12 gratitude tokens. But in just one day today, he managed to gain 23 gratitude tokens. The total amount of his gratitude tokens had reached 35. It seemed that he was another step closer to unlocking the weapon. After Ren Xiaosu carefully weighed the pros and cons, he decided that if they did not like his lecture, then so be it. It was good enough as long as they let him earn those gratitude tokens. For the following day's lessons, Ren Xiaosu went straight to school instead of attending to patients at the clinic. He understood what he needed to do. What was his reason for opening the clinic? Was it to make money? That was definitely not the case.
Now that he had found a method to quickly earn gratitude tokens, how could he miss out?
The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang Jinglin, was not even finished with his lesson when he saw Ren Xiaosu already standing outside the classroom. The students followed Zhang Jinglin's gaze to Ren Xiaosu. For some reason, when they saw him, a shiver ran down their spines.
Today, Ren Xiaosu did not teach his usual wilderness survival lessons.
Instead, he taught them about where to deal a fatal blow to another person during a fight or how to make an opponent instantly lose control of their motor functions. Ren Xiaosu himself had not actually received any related training in this field, and there were no places in town where he could learn something like this either. Therefore, everything he was teaching was accumulated from his years of experience in being involved in ruthless fights with others.
Zhang Jinglin frowned when he heard Ren Xiaosu teaching them how to fight other people.
He did not like to teach such things to the students and usually taught them about how to combat nature. There would be a psychological suggestion that humans were the enemies if you taught the students how to fight against other humans. Similarly, if you taught them how to take on wolves, they would regard wolves as their enemy as well. At heart, Zhang Jinglin never hoped for his students to become violent extremists.
But for some reason, when he thought about Zhang Baogan's incident, he couldn't help but let out a sigh.
In the end, he did not interfere with what Ren Xiaosu was teaching.
Ren Xiaosu said to the students from the lectern, "Which are the most vulnerable parts of a human?"
If I have to list them, I'd list them in order of importance.
Let's start with the one that most people know, the neck. In fact, this area is not particularly easy to aim for when you are fighting someone.
That's because a person will subconsciously protect it the most. The entire neck and trachea are made up of bone and nearly 20 fragile rings of cartilage. By crushing any one of them with an attack, you can instantly cause your opponent to lose their will to fight.
The fragmented bones will quickly block the delivery of oxygen, which will then lead to them suffocating to death.
The classroom was silent.
Ren Xiaosu looked over everyone. "Are there any questions?" Wang Dalong asked meekly, "How do you know that there are nearly 20 fragile rings of cartilage in the neck?"
There were no relevant books in school, and no one in town specialized in this subject either.
If Ren Xiaosu had not counted them himself before, how could he possibly know something like that? But how did Ren Xiaosu count them? Whose cartilage did he count? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little nervous. Ren Xiaosu did not answer this question.
He looked out at the sky as the stronghold's clock rang to signal that it was 4 p.m.
Ren Xiaosu said cheerfully to everyone, "Class dismissed. All rise." "Thank you, teacher." Gratitude received from Wang Dalong, +1. Gratitude received from.
Ren Xiaosu suddenly frowned when he realized that the number of gratitudes was incorrect.
Shouldn't he be seeing an increase of more than 20 gratitude tokens? Why were there only 9 tokens? These little bastards had gotten used to him not making the class stay late this quickly? They didn't even give him any sincere gratitude now?
I'm afraid that y'all haven't faced the harsh realities of society yet. Just as the students were about to rush out of class, they heard the sinister voice of Ren Xiaosu reverberate from behind them. "Everyone, get back here right now. Today, I'm gonna teach y'all how I came to learn how many rings of cartilage there are."
Wang Dalong and Li Yuqian were speechless.
So was the entire class.
Chapter 36, Parents Watching Their Children Die. Since Ren Xiaosu had explicitly told them to come back, would the students dare to disobey him? The students had gone home and complained about Ren Xiaosu's misdeeds to their parents, but their parents' reactions were all identical.
It's good that the teacher is teaching you more things. You should be grateful for it rather than complain, understand? You mustn't complain, especially not to your substitute teacher. The students could not understand this. In the past, the parents would side with them. But this time, they were all siding with Ren Xiaosu? Furthermore, why did their parents' tone sound a little strange? The students felt that there was something wrong with their parents' tone, so they kept at it and continued complaining. Li Yuqian's father, Li Fatsai, said in a heartfelt manner to her, "Stop asking, dearie, and concentrate on your studies. You mustn't trouble your teacher, Ren Xiaosu, anymore, understand? Dad doesn't want you to leave this world before he does."
The strapping girl, Li Yuqian, was shocked when she heard that.
What did her father mean by "Dad doesn't want you to leave this world before he does"? Hence, the students now behaved exceptionally well in front of Ren Xiaosu. The moment he called them back, the students all rushed back to their seats like scared fledglings. Once he started teaching again, he lectured until it turned dark. As the sky darkened, the students stared blankly at Ren Xiaosu as he got more and more enthusiastic with his teaching. Finally, Li Yuqian could no longer stand it. She said meekly, "Teacher, it's getting dark. It won't be safe for us if we don't go home now." When the students previously said something similar, Ren Xiaosu would dismiss the class immediately. As such, when Li Yuqian finished saying that, all the students looked at Ren Xiaosu in anticipation. However, Ren Xiaosu said kindly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." On this day, Ren Xiaosu lectured all the way until 8 p.m. before he finally dismissed the class. Night had fallen by this point. Ren Xiaosu did not receive any gratitude tokens at the end of the lesson, but he did not mind. The Stockholm Syndrome effect said that if there was no cruelty, how could there be gratitude? "Let's go, teacher will send all of you home," Ren Xiaosu said even more kindly. The students looked at one another. They suddenly felt that the substitute teacher, Ren Xiaosu, seemed to possess some kind of remarkable skill. In the past, Ren Xiaosu would definitely let the students return home before the sky darkened because it wouldn't be safe if they went back home any later than that. But this time, Ren Xiaosu didn't find it much of an issue to waste a bit of time, as long as the students could learn something useful. They had to understand how cruel society could be. Although it might be a little unsafe for ordinary people to lead a large group of children, it was not so for Ren Xiaosu. He was nearly twice as strong as the average adult in town, so the issue of safety was negligible. As long as someone didn't have a gun, Ren Xiaosu had nothing to be afraid of. Ren Xiaosu personally handed the students over to their parents one by one in order of the distance they lived from school. When some of the neighbors saw Ren Xiaosu sparing no effort to impart knowledge to the students and even sending them home personally for their safety, they felt that he was a great teacher. The parents did not know why Ren Xiaosu was doing this and simply considered him a kind and generous person. Thus, just this act of sending the students home had earned Ren Xiaosu 6 gratitudes from the parents. Ren Xiaosu felt that he had not fully taken the initiative before. After working so hard to heal people and save their lives, he had only received 12 gratitude tokens. But ever since changing his mindset and way of doing things, his gratitude tokens shot up to 50. And the only price to pay was that Yan Luyuan refused to talk to him for the entire night. To be honest, the total duration of the daytime classes was only about 5 hours. Before Ren Xiaosu took over as the substitute teacher, the students could never have expected that the survival lesson would last for a full 5 hours. The next day, Ren Xiaosu could not wait to go to school. However, the schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang Jinglin, was the first to voice his opinion. He pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and said, "In the future, you mustn't dismiss the class so late. There should be a proper balance between work and rest when it comes to learning, and it has to be done gradually as well. Even if you want to impart unto them all your knowledge, you still have to do it slowly." Ren Xiaosu humbly accepted Zhang Jinglin's suggestion. "Teacher, you can rest assured that I will definitely not make the class stay late today." Yan Luyuan was indifferent when he heard the conversation between the two of them. Of course he knew that Ren Xiaosu would not make the class stay behind today. His purpose for doing so yesterday was just so that he could harvest a wave of gratitudes from the students today. Yan Luyuan knew Ren Xiaosu too well. As Yan Luyuan predicted, the moment the stronghold's clock rang to signal 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Ren Xiaosu smiled and said amiably, "Shall we end the class here, everyone?" Everyone in the classroom was silent. No one knew why Ren Xiaosu would ask such a question. If they answered yes, wouldn't it mean that Ren Xiaosu was bad at teaching? But if they answered no, they were afraid that Ren Xiaosu would grant their wish of not wanting to end the class. So they simply kept their mouths shut. Ren Xiaosu said with a smile, "There should be a proper balance between work and rest when it comes to learning. I imparted so much knowledge to everyone yesterday, so I'll not make y'all stay late today. On one hand, this is so that everyone can process the knowledge you've learned. On the other hand, it's so that everyone can relax a little and have some fun today." The students were so touched that they nearly cried. Class dismissed. Ren Xiaosu said, "All rise." "Thank you, teacher." Gratitude received from Li Yuqian, +1. Gratitude received from Wang Dalong. Gratitude received from. Like the day before yesterday, Ren Xiaosu reaped another 23 gratitude tokens, with the exception of Yan Liuyuan's. In just 3 days, he was close to maxing out on the 100 gratitude tokens that he needed. Now with 73 tokens, he was super close to unlocking the weapon. Through the open classroom door, Ren Xiaosu saw Wang Fugue trotting towards the school.
"Old one, what are you doing here?"
Ren Xiaosu asked. He wondered if something had happened to Xiao Yu at the clinic. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaosu was about to hurry home with Yan Luyuan. However, Wang Fugue said, "Please get ready.
The band will be coming out of the stronghold again.
Someone just delivered a letter to me from Boss Luo, and I don't know how they did it, but he actually gave his permission for you to be their guide."
Ren Xiaosu froze.
His first reaction was one of relief when he knew that Xiao Yu wasn't in trouble. But right after, he got worried because he realized that the band must have had a more obscure and important purpose in venturing into the mountains.
How else could they have successfully persuaded Boss Luo into allowing him to go with them? Was it because they had given Boss Luo enough kickbacks? Or could it be that Boss Luo was involved in the band's plan to venture into the Jing Mountains? Either way, it seemed like Ren Xiaosu would have to make this trip. Ren Xiaosu turned around and walked to the school's backyard. Wang Fugue asked anxiously, "Where are you going?"
"I'm gonna look for Mr. Zhang to discuss rooming Yan Luyuan and big sister Xiao Yu at the school, or at least living here until I get back," Ren Xiaosu said firmly. Only then would Ren Xiaosu not have any worries. However, it would be a huge mistake if this group of people thought that Ren Xiaosu could be easily pushed around once they reached the wilderness.
Chapter 37, The Outside World.
"Mr. Zhang," Ren Xiaosu said politely to Zhang Jinglin, "I hope that you can let Luyuan and big sister Xiao Yu live on the school premises during my period of absence."
Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu and asked, "Has it already been confirmed that you must go?" Ren Xiaosu thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid there's no way to reject them anymore."
"You saw the plight of Zhang Baozhen. Your life and mine are in the hands of those people from the stronghold. If I take the initiative to go and face the dangers now, I might be able to avoid dying. I could even sacrifice the others to save myself when I'm out there. But if I continue to stay here and reject them, I'm afraid that they'll start using underhand methods to deal with us." "Is there no better option?" Zhang Jinglin asked. "I'm afraid not." Ren Xiaosu shook his head and said, "But, Mr. Zhang, don't worry. Even if they get wiped out, I'll be fine." In fact, Ren Xiaosu did not want to get involved in this initially. With his current fitness and experience in field survival, he was not worried that he would not make it back alive. However, the reward that was offered to him was unsatisfactory. It would have been better if he, Yan Luyuan, and Xiao Yu could all get into the stronghold. Otherwise, it would all be meaningless to him. He was very eager to get into the stronghold, but he could not leave Yan Luyuan and Xiao Yu behind and go in by himself. What Ren Xiaosu didn't tell Yan Luyuan was that after he had gained his power, he would, on certain nights, toss and turn in bed in his desire to see the bigger world. This town was so small that he could see the other end of it in a single glance from a high place. It was so small that he could hear the voice of a widow scolding some young punks in the west from the east of town. He had also thought of heading out to see the world. In fact, the only thing that Ren Xiaosu was worried about was who would ensure the safety of Xiao Yu and Yan Luyuan if he left. If Zhang Jinglin refused to allow Xiao Yu and Yan Luyuan to stay, Ren Xiaosu would not leave with the band no matter what.
"It looks like you know what you're doing.
Tell Xiao Yu and Luyuan to move over this evening. I'll clean up the house for them in the meantime," Zhang Jinglin said with a nod.
Zhang Jinglin felt that no one in town would be more experienced than Ren Xiaosu when it came to surviving in the wilderness.
As such, seeing how confident Ren Xiaosu was from his point of view as a teacher, he did not say anything more.
Ren Xiaosu was relieved when Zhang Jinglin agreed to his request.
"Teacher, I've recently managed to save up 5,000 yuan, so please accept it as a boarding fee for big sister Xiao Yu and Yan Luyuan."
"Take it back."
Zhang Jinglin shook his head and said, "I'm a school teacher, so I only accept payment for tuition."
"Please don't reject it, teacher."
"You can use the money to buy some cigarettes to smoke," Ren Xiaosu said. Zhang Jinglin hesitated for a moment before coughing.
"I'll accept 1,000 yuan as the rent." Ren Xiaosu did not haggle with him any further.
He counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Jinglin. He was usually a stingy person, but he would never mull over something so important. Ren Xiaosu would never hesitate to spend money on Yan Luyuan.
For the remaining 4,000 yuan, Ren Xiaosu's intention was to hand it over to Xiaoyu. This money must not be handed over to Yan Luyuan in case Xiaoyu got any ideas for the money. At most, she could take all of the money and leave, but Yan Luyuan would not come to any harm as a result. If the money was given to Yan Luyuan instead, his safety would be threatened. Even now, Ren Xiaosu still had some doubts about Xiaoyu. He might be wrong in thinking this way and Xiaoyu would feel let down if she knew about it, but this was probably the best choice to minimize any pain or regrets. Honestly, Ren Xiaosu still felt that their time spent with Xiaoyu was too short. It was not that he doubted Xiaoyu to have any motives. It was just that he had been struggling for so long in this wasteland, fighting for each day of survival with his own hands and leaving a trail of blood every step of the way. Having led such a life, how could he so easily leave their fate to someone they had known for such a short time? Ren Xiaosu returned to the clinic with Yan Luyuan to pack their belongings. He did not expect that their recently acquired new home would be vacated again. Wang Fuguei said, "Don't worry, I'll look after the yard for you and will absolutely not let anyone else move in." "Okay, much appreciated," Ren Xiaosu said. "Actually, you don't have to insist on letting them move into the school. With me around, what's there to be afraid of?" Wang Fuguei laughed. "Aren't I also guarding against you?" Ren Xiaosu mercilessly rejected Wang Fuguei's suggestion. In this town, the school was the safest. Wang Fuguei was not angry. He knew what kind of person Ren Xiaosu was, so he expected Ren Xiaosu to guard against him as well. Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan did not talk at all throughout this, merely looking down and packing their stuff. Only when they finally packed everything did Yan Luyuan ask in a whisper, "Do you have to go?" "I'll come back. It won't be dangerous as long as we take the correct route. If it really gets dangerous, I'll leave them behind and run back here myself," Ren Xiaosu said. Instead of answering Yan Luyuan's question, he just stuffed the money into Xiaoyu's hands. "Anyways, I won't be able to spend any money when I'm out in the wilderness, so keep this money safe with you." "Okay," Xiaoyu agreed. "You should bring more dried food with you. It's too much hard work to depend on luck when you're looking for food in the wilderness." "There's no need for that." Ren Xiaosu shook his head and said, "Not taking into consideration the taste and my tolerance for it, it'll still be very easy to find food once we get dozens of kilometers away from the stronghold." But Xiaoyu's words reminded Ren Xiaosu of something. Since he could place the medicine vial into his mind palace at any time he wanted, could he do the same with other items? Since the medicine vial was a real object with mass, it meant the palace was in a peculiar dimension. If that were the case, Ren Xiaosu would also like to secretly bring along the town's well with him on this trip. After all, the water outside town was not exactly safe for consumption. This was probably what being uprooted one meant. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaosu took a cornbread bun one next him and secretly tried to store it away into the palace. Then something strange happened. The cornbread was still in his hands. The voice from the palace intoned, "Storage rights have not been obtained." Ren Xiaosu was stunned. So he really could store things into the palace, but he wasn't qualified to do so yet. He asked in his mind, "How do I obtain the rights to access the storage?" Unauthorized to answer. The palace went silent and did not answer Ren Xiaosu's question. Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt that the palace did not seem to have its own consciousness. It was just assigning specific quests to Ren Xiaosu based on a certain logic. Its role seemed only to provide guidance to Ren Xiaosu on how to act. After Ren Xiaosu lodged both Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan at the school, he turned around and left without hesitation. Xiaoyu and Yan Luyuan stood at the school's entrance and looked at Ren Xiaosu's receding figure as he walked off into the darkness. Yan Luyuan suddenly asked, "Big sister Xiaoyu, you know why he handed all the money to you, right?" Xiaoyu acknowledged quietly. "Will you blame him?" Yan Luyuan looked at Xiaoyu. No, sister Xiaoyu started smiling. Ren Xiaosu walked far away before finally looking back in the direction of the school. He could also see the vast galaxy spreading out across the sky overhead, a sea of stars. He turned around and marched with conviction to the clinic to welcome the arriving guests. A lot of the time, when people looked back on their lives, they might remember a minor decision that they made at a certain point in time. However, that decision could very well turn out to be the crossroads where they experienced a great change in their life. Going left or right took a momentary thought, and once they made that decision, it would have to leap into the unknown without hesitation. But at that moment in time, they would only think of it as a normal day in their lives. Chapter 38, Negotiating the Terms. Ren Xiaosu was resting in the backyard of the clinic as he waited for the band to arrive. But it wasn't until early in the morning that he heard the stronghold's portcullis being raised slowly. It sucked that he couldn't harvest the vegetables that had just been planted in the yard, those scallions, garlic seedlings, bok choy, and so on. What had to come would eventually come. Ren Xiaosu opened his eyes and walked towards the consultation room at the front. He sat upright with decorum in the seat and waited. Knock, knock, knock. 3 raps sounded on the door. When the door opened, the morning sun shone onto Ren Xiaosu's face. He looked up and was surprised to see a well-dressed woman standing at the door. Ren Xiaosu had never seen someone wear this kind of outfit in town before. Ren Xiaosu had seen her before when he was leaning on the windowsill. This woman was the famous singer from the stronghold, Luo Xinyu. How fanciful, Ren Xiaosu mumbled to himself. Then he looked behind Luo Xinyu at where the band members and private troops were standing. This time, the private army had actually sent out 12 soldiers, even more than the previous expedition. But Ren Xiaosu's attention was still on the girl with the cap, the owner of the perfect firearms proficiency. The girl was dressed in dark blue sportswear and still wearing her cap very low. She seemed to have noticed that Ren Xiaosu was staring at her, so she raised her face slightly. Ren Xiaosu saw her delicate chin but still could not see her eyes that were shrouded by the shadow of the cap. Behind this group of people, a large group of students had gathered. In fact, the band members were also a little confused. Why had these children suddenly gathered here? Li Fatsai's strapping daughter whispered from behind to the girl with the cap, "Are y'all taking Ren Xiaosu away?" No one answered Li Yuqian. It seemed that the girl with the cap didn't like to say much. But suddenly, Ren Xiaosu heard the voice from the palace in his mind say, "Quest, reject going with them to the Jing Mountains." Ren Xiaosu was stunned. Why was the palace also involving itself in this matter? Typically, the palace would do things for his good, but why was it not allowing him to go to the Jing Mountains? What could possibly be there? Obviously, Ren Xiaosu had been to the Jing Mountains before. Although that place was definitely a little more dangerous than staying in town, it shouldn't be so dangerous that the palace had to remind him not to go. Unless something had changed? Thinking of this, the thought of backing out started to grow in Ren Xiaosu's mind. He wanted was to see the vast world, not how dangerous it was. Luo Xinyu sat down across from Ren Xiaosu. She smiled and said, "You're Ren Xiaosu, aren't you?" Ren Xiaosu looked at Luo Xinyu and started to wonder aloud, "My father's father is called Grandpa, my father's mother is called Grandma." Luo Xinyu was confused. "Are you seriously mental?" Then an officer from the private army walked in. He looked at Ren Xiaosu and laughed. "Stop pretending, we've met before." When Ren Xiaosu looked up and saw the person approaching, he didn't feel so good anymore. Wasn't this Wang Songyang? The man who had searched him twice already. He couldn't keep pretending. Not only that, but Ren Xiaosu also knew he had to go on this expedition no matter what now. He slumped out of his upright posture, leaning against the back of the chair. His entire body suddenly turned indolent. "I'm not going." Quest complete. Awarded basic skill duplication scroll. You may use it to learn another person's skills. Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up. The quest was complete. Indeed, the criteria for whether a quest was complete as judged by the palace was not based on the established facts but the attitude displayed by Ren Xiaosu. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu got a bold idea. Wang Songyang, who was standing by the side, said, "How can you not go?" "I'll go," Ren Xiaosu said in a serious tone. Wang Songyang was confused. However, to Ren Xiaosu's great disappointment, the palace did not give him another new quest. Come to think of it, he could only complete the quest to gift the sparrow to someone once. How could Ren Xiaosu possibly be allowed to keep spamming quests like this? At this moment, Luo Xinyu laughed. "If you're willing to go, that would be for the best. I trust that the letter from Boss Luo has already been delivered to you. If you don't go, you won't have any standing in this town." "I can go," Ren Xiaosu said, "but I have a few conditions." Luo Xinyu looked at Ren Xiaosu with a smile.
She felt that their conversation was finally getting somewhere.
Speak. I want 30,000 yuan as remuneration.
No, you'll only get 10,000 yuan. Alright then, I'll want an additional 10 bags of salt, 10 cartons of cigarettes, 100 kilograms of rice, and Ren Xiaosu started counting on his fingers.
Luo Xinyu said calmly, let me stop you right there.
I'll pay you the 30,000 yuan.
Alright, but I still have another condition, Ren Xiaosu said. Can't you say everything in one go? Luo Xinyu said impatiently.
You were the one who cut me off just now. Ren Xiaosu said, I can go, but Wang Songyang can't. Wang Songyang was obviously a relative of the dead factory manager, Wang Dongyang. He had already abused his authority by searching him twice. If they set off on the expedition together, there might just be some trouble along the way. As such, Ren Xiaosu was reluctant to have a time bomb like him going with him.
Wait a moment. Could it be possible that Wang Songyang was expelled because he searched Ren Xiaosu twice and offended Boss Luo in the process? This was a very strong possibility. Which ordinary soldier would be willing to go out into the wilderness? Did they get sick of enjoying their life in the stronghold? Hence, if Wang Songyang were expelled, his unhappiness towards Ren Xiaosu would be even greater.
In that case, all the more he should not go on the expedition together with him. It was said that the most worrying thing in this wasteland were the beasts that had grown increasingly strong, but Ren Xiaosu disagreed, as he had encountered and killed some of those before. To him, most worrying in this wasteland were not the beasts but the humans.
Luo Xinyu turned to look at Wang Songyang.
She didn't expect that these two would have a grudge with each other. Luo Xinyu turned around and glanced at the girl with the cap, who gave a veiled nod at her. Luo Xinyu said, Alright, Wang Songyang, you can return to the stronghold. Wang Songyang looked at Ren Xiaosu. With a chuckle, Ren Xiaosu said to him, You don't really want to go either, right? The corners of Wang Songyang's mouth curled up. You're interesting. Wang Songyang then turned around and left. After he was gone, Ren Xiaosu said, Actually, I still have another condition. But Luo Xinyu had already stood up, and her smile had turned into a stern look. Lad, my patience has run out. Ren Xiaosu wondered why the people from this stronghold had such frequent mood swings. She was smiling at him a moment ago, so why did her attitude change all of a sudden? Chapter 39, Yang Xiaojin. For the time being, the group was unable to set off because they were waiting for the replacement officer from the stronghold's private army. A spontaneous decision like replacing an officer, even if it was just a low-ranking one, was enough to show what kind of influence Luo Xinyu had in the stronghold. It was just that Ren Xiaosu had also noticed the girl with the cap surreptitiously nodding at Luo Xinyu. Just who was this cap-wearing girl? Ren Xiaosu suddenly said, We're going to be a team, but I still don't know what your names are. A band member sneered, We're no teammates with a refugee. You're only a guide, so don't act like you're close with us. Ren Xiaosu scrutinized this band member as he was seriously considering whether there would be a suitable place to kill him along the way. There was a clear contrast between the refugees in town and the residents of the stronghold. Compared to the fair and refined people in the stronghold, the dirtiness and barbaric behavior of the townspeople were quite evident. But there was an even more essential difference between the two. Their attitude towards life. How did Ren Xiaosu survive all this while? And how did these people live their life in comfort in the stronghold? The environment would greatly influence the development of a person, their thinking, their character, etc. At this moment, an officer came out of the stronghold and headed straight to the clinic. When he appeared in front of everyone, he spoke, I'm 2nd Lieutenant Su Xianxu of the Field Service Division. It was not until this moment that everyone started introducing themselves. However, Ren Xiaosu did not bother remembering any of their names as he continued staring at the band member who'd mocked him. He heard the band member introducing himself as, I'm Ms. Luo Xinyu's agent. My name is Lubu. Ren Xiaosu took note of Lubu's name and jotted it into his memory. Suddenly, the cap-wearing girl said, I'm Yang Xiaojin one. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. So this girl was named Yang Xiaojin. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu felt that this name sounded very pleasant. Importantly, the town's refugees and the people from the stronghold also had another difference, their names. Look at the names of the people from the stronghold.
Su Xianxu, Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, Wang Songyang, Yang Xiaojin, etc. And then look at the names of the refugees in town. Wang Fugui, Wang Dalong, Li Fatsai, Li Yuqian, etc. The names of the townspeople sounded way too crude one. But with this, Ren Xiaosu got an understanding of what the duties of those in the team were. As Luo Xinyu's agent, Lu Bu was the person who was in charge of the band's overall affairs. Things like the distribution of daily necessities and other administrative matters were all in his care. 5 off-road vehicles and a pickup truck were dispatched this time, and the trunks were filled with all of their daily essentials. Meanwhile, Su Xianxu was responsible for the management of the convoy and ensuring the safety of the group. Ren Xiaosu had thought that Yang Xiaojin would have some responsibilities as well. However, after listening to all of the introductions, he realized that she was apparently detached from the team, with no responsibilities to oversee. According to Luo Xinyu's introduction to Su Xianxu, Yang Xiaojin was a friend of hers, and she was only following them to Stronghold 112 for an excursion. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was tempted to say, like hell I'd believe that. After the introductions finished up, everyone boarded their assigned vehicles. There were a total of 20 people going on this expedition, including Ren Xiaosu. But when Ren Xiaosu was about to get into the vehicle, Lu Bu suddenly said, "Don't sit in the vehicle since you're so dirty. Go sit in the bed of the pickup." Ren Xiaosu did not argue with him. After all, was it necessary to take it up with someone who was essentially dead? Ren Xiaosu sat in the cargo bed of the pickup and listened to the loud droning of the vehicle's engine as the town slowly disappeared from his view. At the moment of departure, Ren Xiaosu still had some unwillingness in his heart. No matter how dirty and crappy this town was, he still called the place home all these years. Just as Ren Xiaosu was getting a little emotional, he heard cheering erupt. Ren Xiaosu is leaving at last. We're free now. Ah, our days of suffering are finally over. Ren Xiaosu turned around speechlessly and looked. He was surprised to see Li Yuqian and Wang Dalong leading a group of students from the school in celebration as they high-fived each other. The other townspeople did not feel much. While Ren Xiaosu was the only doctor in town, it wouldn't really make a difference in their lives even after he left. But it was different for the students. They knew that their lives would definitely get better after today. In this moment, they forgot the fear of being dominated by Ren Xiaosu. A middle-aged man dashed out of the crowd. It was Li Youqian's father, Li Fatsai. Li Fatsai dragged his strapping daughter back home. "Do you not want to live anymore?" Li Yuqian wondered, "What are you afraid of, Dad? Ren Xiaosu is already gone." Li Fatsai griped, "But he'll be back." "What if he doesn't make it back?" Li Yuqian argued, "Don't they all say it's very dangerous in the wilderness?" "What do you know?" Li Fatsai's grip tightened even further as he squeezed her hand. "Even if all of the others perish, he would still make it back alive. And don't you be wishing death unto other people in the future, ya hear?" By saying that Ren Xiaosu might not make it back, Li Yuqian was implying that he would die in the wilderness. In reality, the townspeople were numb to such life and death events. It was quite normal for them to experience death in their daily lives. But if such a menacing seed of thought were planted in a child, no one would know what sort of fruit it would bear in the future. Luo Xinyu and the others who were in the off-road vehicles also heard the cheering. They rolled down their windows and looked back to see what was going on. Although they did not know what hatred those people had for Ren Xiaosu, they knew that they were celebrating his departure from town. Lu Bu was sitting in the front passenger seat and muttered, "How unpopular does he have to be for them to celebrate his departure?" In the back seats, Luo Xinyu laughed and said, "When we get back, we should make a proper inquiry into this guy. I want to know exactly what he's done in this town." "Why would you want to find out more about him, Xinyu?" Lu Bu scorned. "He's just a punk kid from the hamlet. If we weren't looking for a guide, would he have any chance of interacting with people like us? This is a blessing that he earned through his previous life, but he doesn't cherish it." Only Yang Xiaojin remained silent as she sat in the vehicle. She seemed to be thinking about something. At the school gate, Xiaoyu was holding onto the bars of the fence as she looked at the end of the road leading out of town. She watched Ren Xiaosu and those vehicles turn into tiny black dots in the distance. She turned around and went into the backyard of the school to wet a towel with some water. Then she walked into the school and wiped Yan Liu Yuan's forehead with it.
He had become unconscious after coming down with a sudden fever. Mr. Zhang went to old Wang's grocery store to buy some anti-fever medication while Xiaoyu stayed by Yin Liuyuan's side to take care of him. At this moment, Yin Liuyuan was groaning, and it seemed like he was having a bad dream. Xiaoyu gently put her hand on Yin Liuyuan's forehead and whispered, "Don't worry, Liuyuan, he'll definitely make it back." Chapter 40, I want to be with my crackers. The route to the Jing Mountains was difficult to travel on as it was mostly made up of dirt roads. While sitting in the pickup truck bed, Ren Xiaosu occasionally saw some concrete surfaces on the road. But for whatever reason, those roads had crumbled a long time ago and were in a state of decay. Ren Xiaosu had once heard from the schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang, that the concrete roads were left behind from the time before the cataclysm. The structure of the roads had degraded after so many years, and most of them were now covered by layers of dirt. This was the case with most of the major roads linking the strongholds together. However, these dirt roads had a slightly more even surface due to more vehicles traveling on them. In reality, not many vehicles traveled between the strongholds. Back at their own town, Ren Xiaosu and the others would only see non-local vehicles coming to Stronghold 113 about a dozen times a year. Even that was considered quite a lot. The wilderness was not all desolate. On the contrary, it took only dozens of kilometers after leaving town before they were greeted with lush greenery everywhere. Over the years, the vegetation got even lusher. However, Ren Xiaosu didn't feel that this was a bad thing. Back in town, food was usually considered a scarcity. Since he could not have meat, he would eat more vegetables. He had also noticed that the cabbages planted by Zhang Jinglin were getting larger than before. Ren Xiaosu even specifically asked Zhang Jinglin whether he had used any fertilizers to grow them, but he denied it. This was a good thing. Perhaps one day a single potato might even be enough to feed a family of 3. When Lubu made Ren Xiaosu sit in the bed of the pickup, he never could have expected that Ren Xiaosu would do something. The cargo bed was filled with food and water provisions they brought with them from the stronghold. There was no need to lock such items up, so they were simply covered with tarps. While Ren Xiaosu sat in the cargo bed, he lifted the tarp out of curiosity. He had a look under it and immediately saw the word cracker. Then he lifted another tarp and saw bottled water. Because of the bumpy road, the vehicles did not go fast. In reality, the band did not fear wild animal encounters. After all, they had 12 soldiers from the private army who were carrying loaded weapons with them. As such, they did not have to worry too much about any beasts. Although a wolf attack had taken place earlier, the wolves were long gone and hiding in the mountains several hundred kilometers away from here. There was absolutely no need to worry that they would suddenly return. According to past experience at the stronghold, it would take at least a year of recuperation for them to come back and be active in the area again. So what worried the convoy the most at the moment was what would happen if the vehicles broke down. Half of these soldiers from the private army were trained in automobile repair, but they couldn't possibly bring a full set of spare parts for the expedition with them. While this made the journey slower, it was better than having to walk there. In between, Ren Xiaosu insisted on getting out to relieve himself. As a result, the entire convoy had to stop and wait for him. This made them even more displeased with him, but Ren Xiaosu was not bothered by it. He faced everyone's complaints as if it were nothing. The convoy continued moving until noon. When they came to a stop, Lubu jumped out of the vehicle first. He laughed happily and said, "I've stayed in the stronghold for too long. It's such a great feeling to come out here and see the sweeping vistas." A soldier laughed and said, "Yeah, that's right. I've gotten terribly bored from staying inside the stronghold all the time." In fact, everyone had such thoughts from the moment they set off on this expedition. They were all in the mood to enjoy the scenery, chat, and laugh. However, this would likely not be the case in a few days. In the past, Ren Xiaosu also thought that it was rather lovely when he first came out to the wilderness to hunt. Lubu beckoned for everyone to get out of their vehicles. He said, "Let's get out here and eat something. After we finish, we'll continue on our journey and try to get to the Yun Range before it gets dark. We were there the previous time, and there's a clearing that's suitable for setting up camp." 1.https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/yun_range. Everyone was chatting and laughing as they got out of the off-road vehicles. Several of the soldiers gathered to smoke together. Their faces were full of happiness when they started puffing away. Lu Bu called for the band to go over to the pickup truck. He did not have the authority to order the soldiers around. It was neither down to his nor Luo Sinyu's influence that they were able to hire 12 soldiers from the private army to come with them on this trip. In actual fact, their band was here to act as a cover for the private troops to carry out their mission. In such circumstances, others might think that Lu Bu and Luo Sinyu were very influential. But they knew better. As Lu Bu walked towards the pickup truck, he said to a band member next to him, "We'll distribute the cigarettes that we brought along to the soldiers in a bit." "Alright, how many should we give out to them?" the band member asked. "Bring out 1 carton first. Didn't we take 10 cartons along with us? There's no need to be so anxious. We can hand them out slowly." Lu Bu smiled and said, "We have a fresh group of soldiers joining us, so everyone will start getting along once we get familiar with one another." When Lu Bu came to the back of the pickup truck, he received a shock as he turned around and had a look inside. Holy shit! Ren Xiaosu, what have you done? Ren Xiaosu looked at Lu Bu and said, "Why do you look so shocked?" "I didn't do anything at all." He burped. As he had a little too much to eat, he couldn't help burping. Ren Xiaosu stood up to stretch himself, then brushed off the cracker crumbs on his body. Lu Bu leaned over into the cargo bed and looked around. His heart ached. "Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? You ate 5 packets of crackers all by yourself in one morning?" Quite frankly, it had been a long time since Ren Xiaosu had eaten so much. In their poorest days, he would leave his food for Yan Luyuan to eat. They only became rich recently, so he hadn't had the chance to be extravagant yet. Besides, the crackers they brought along were delicious. There were both sweet and salty ones. Importantly, salt and sugar were luxury goods in town. Most of the time, they would just have plain boiled potatoes or some similar food to eat. Where would they get the chance to eat such delicious food like crackers? There was even a lot of potable water available in the vehicle. "Look how bloated your belly is," Lu Bu roared. "You must be 4 months pregnant, right? Don't you feel uncomfortable stuffing yourself with so much food?" Ren Xiaosu snapped, "It's only because you let me sit here in the bed that this happened. But now that you mention it, it does feel a little uncomfortable." Ren Xiaosu got out of the pickup and started running into the distance. "Y'all can eat first. I need to take a dump." While Ren Xiaosu ran far away, Lu Bu and the others felt frustrated in the wilderness. A band member hesitated before saying, "Why don't we just let him sit inside the vehicle?" Lu Bu stared at him. "Why should we let him sit in the vehicle? Is a refugee like him qualified to sit together with us, huh?" The band member did not sound so confident at his suggestion anymore, but he still muttered, "If we continue to let him sit in the bed of the pickup for 2 more days, I'm afraid that our provisions will not last until Stronghold 112. At the words, Lu Bu made a rough estimation of Ren Xiaosu's appetite. Then he sighed and said, "Indeed, we won't be able to last until then." In the end, everyone unanimously decided to let Ren Xiaosu sit in the vehicle. When Ren Xiaosu came back, he was unhappy to find out that he had to sit in the vehicle. "I don't want to sit in the vehicle. I'm not qualified to sit together with y'all. I'm just a refugee. Let me go, let me be with my crackers. Are you people human?" Eventually, things were solved after everyone worked together to cram him into the vehicle. Chapter 41, Resolve It By Yourself. There was a reason why the band members were unhappy with Ren Xiaosu. Even though they were important people from the stronghold, he had actually made excuses to reject them when they came looking for a guide in town. It was as though being their guide was an embarrassing thing for him. In their opinion, shouldn't you, Ren Xiaosu, take the initiative and volunteer like the first guide had done? How many people were hoping to strike up a closer relationship with those from the stronghold? Wang Fugue was indeed right to say that whoever the important people from the stronghold picked to do their bidding would lead to said people having a prosperous life. Yet Ren Xiaosu's reaction was to simply avoid them. As a result, everyone's impression of Ren Xiaosu worsened after the cracker incident. Especially Lu Bu. He was now even trying to persuade Luo Sinyu to head back to town to find another guide. "Sinyu, we've only set off for half a day." Lu Bu said, "It's still not too late if we return to town. We'll only be wasting a day of travel time." But that's still a waste of time, Luo Xinyu said as she looked out of the window.
But have you thought about it?
Lu Bu continued, this kid seems really unreliable. If he gets even more unreliable, we won't just be wasting a day's time. I've heard before that the refugees in town don't have much class, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. Luo Xinyu shook her head and said, Wang Fugue said that if even he can't lead us through the mountains, no one else can do it.
I don't believe that. Lu Bu said in scorn, the town is so big, so how can there not be someone who can lead us through the mountains? We only asked around the town, but there are actually a lot more people in the vicinity where there are 7 large factories. Quite a few of them live at the factories, so if we went there to ask around, we might just discover something new. There are only 6 factories now, Luo Xinyu corrected. One of the factories had just been destroyed by the wolves' attack. As such, there were only 6 left. Then we can go and check out the other factories, Lu Bu said in embarrassment. Enough, there will be no more discussion on this matter.
Luo Xinyu rejected him and said, it wasn't easy for us to get 12 soldiers from the private army to escort us this time, so don't complicate things any further.
Lu Bu did not keep arguing. Outsiders might think that Luo Xinyu was still young and most of the decisions would be made by him, the agent.
But Lu Bu knew best that Luo Xinyu was a highly independent girl, and he was just the executor of her decisions. Nowadays, there were celebrities like Luo Xinyu in every large stronghold. They were commonly known as protags. But these protagonists would generally only have supporters within their own strongholds, and it was very difficult for them to make it at the other strongholds. After all, the roads in the outside world were not as well developed as before the cataclysm happened. Furthermore, it was difficult to predict what people liked, so there were certainly some risks to bear if they wanted to expand their influence out of their own strongholds. Once, a celebrity in Stronghold 89 wanted to cross over to the other strongholds to expand his influence. As a result, he went missing after leaving his stronghold. His agent and accompanying bodyguards were also nowhere to be found. It wasn't until 2 months later that a body suspected to be his was found in the wilderness. There was a bullet embedded in his skeletal remains that clearly suggested he died from a gunshot wound. Further, he was even shot from behind. This made everyone else even warier. But Luo Xinyu was never satisfied with only being prominent in one stronghold. She was willing to take risks even though she knew it was dangerous to do so. For a girl, this required a lot of courage. Luo Xinyu looked at Lu Bu, who kept silent. You can pick on him, but don't let it affect our journey. We just need him to properly guide us to our destination. Once we get back from Stronghold 112, you can do whatever you want with him.
Okay, Lu Bu responded.
It was a bumpy ride in the vehicles, with the soldiers from the private army driving. They were already driving the vehicles as safely as possible to avoid any irreversible damage to the suspensions, chassis, tires, and other parts of the vehicles. However, the road was too bumpy. There was hardly anything they could do about that. Ren Xiaosu sat in the back seat of the point vehicle and gave directions to the driver from time to time. But as Lu Bu did not trust Ren Xiaosu, he'd specifically assigned 2 band members to sit beside him and keep an eye on him. This led to the point vehicle carrying 5 passengers in total. The 2 band members sitting in the back had standoffish looks on their faces. They used to have plenty of room to spare in the back seats. But with Ren Xiaosu joining them, everyone felt uncomfortable. This group that was planning to pass through the Jing Mountains suddenly looked like they were a special task force established to escort Ren Xiaosu to Stronghold 112. But Ren Xiaosu felt that Lu Bu was a little naive. With only 1 soldier from the private army driving the vehicle, the remaining 3 were all members of the band. If he really wanted to cause trouble, he could probably kill everyone else in the vehicle in a mere 3 seconds, leaving him the only person alive inside. The Stronghold's people did not understand a thing about the living conditions of the refugees. They only knew that it was full of hardships and was very dirty. That was basically all the knowledge they had. The band member sitting next to Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and said haughtily, "You'd better behave yourself and not cause any unnecessary trouble." Ren Xiaosu said unhappily, "I only ate a little of your crackers."
Is this really necessary?
The band member raised his voice.
You call that a little? Let me tell you, you had no say over your own life from the moment you joined us, do you understand? Don't overestimate yourself.
The band member sitting in the front seat laughed and said, "Kid,
Do you know what'll break when you throw an egg at a rock? Ren Xiaosu thought for a moment. The heart. That band member was taken aback. Whose heart? Ren Xiaosu answered, the hen's heart will be broken.
Ren Xiaosu was quite happy with his reply as he managed to show a trace of humanity amid the witty response. That evening, the convoy successfully crossed through a mountain pass in the Yun Range. From here, the terrain opened up, and a large forest could be seen beyond the Yun Range. Ren Xiaosu was gazing out the window, spellbound. A picturesque gully cutting through the vast, lively, and flat land had sprung from the extraordinary craftsmanship of nature. The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang, had said that this unique landform was formed by the tectonic movement of the Earth's plates. Ren Xiaosu sometimes felt that humans were minuscule in the presence of such majesty. The trees here were flourishing. Only a few muddy paths proved that humanity had been here before. This was also where the band had lost their way during the first expedition. Ren Xiaosu had heard from Mr. Zhang that trees in the tropical rainforest were so dense that it was almost impossible to pass through. However, the forest north of here was still relatively sparse. Only the grass seemed to be growing a little taller than usual. In the evening, the convoy finally arrived at the clearing that Lu Bu had talked about. Lu Bu jumped out of the vehicle and laughed loudly. Let's set up camp here for today. Everyone, get some rest and eat something. The moment he finished speaking, Ren Xiaosu walked towards the pickup truck. But Lu Bu immediately stopped him. Ren Xiaosu said in surprise, "What?" Lu Bu sneered. "We didn't bring your share of the food and water, so resolve it by yourself." Chapter 42, Losing One's Home. It looked like Lu Bu had been pissed off by Ren Xiaosu eating the crackers. But in reality, Ren Xiaosu knew that even if he had not eaten the crackers, Lu Bu would still have treated him with the same bad attitude. Ren Xiaosu had already expected to not be given any of the convoy's food. However, he was surprised at how upfront they were about it. It was better this way, honestly. Ren Xiaosu was quite relaxed about it. This way, he would not have anything to worry about. And he had been prepared for the current situation. He turned around and walked to the forest, but Lu Bu asked in panic, "Where are you going? If you run away now, you'll never be able to return to the town at Stronghold 113. If Ren Xiaosu were to leave, they would have wasted their time again today. Without a guide, it would be impossible for them to pass through this forest and find their way to the Jing Mountains." It had to be said that Ren Xiaosu was fairly impressed by these people. It took another 5 days to get to the Jing Mountains from here. Last time, they were fortunate to have lost their way early on and eventually found their way out of the forest. If they had walked for another few days and gone deeper, they would probably not have been able to get out. It would not just be a waste of a day if that happened. These important people who were used to living comfortably in the stronghold had not yet realized whose territory they were in. Of course, Ren Xiaosu understood that people were suspect to cognitive inertia. It was not as though the important people in the stronghold had only just started despising the refugees. As such, it should be expected for them to be unable to change their mindset so soon into the expedition. Ren Xiaosu turned around and grinned. "I'm just going to look for something to eat." "What are you panicking for?" "I wasn't panicking." Lu Bu explained in embarrassment, "I just wanted to remind you that the previous guy died around this area. Don't follow in his footsteps by somehow dying in this place and wasting our time." The previous guide had brought them here and then led them the wrong way forward. In the end, when everyone felt that they had been going in the wrong direction after walking for several days, they decided to return back to the Yun Range. However, that guide suffered an unfortunate end in the morning when he went to the river to wash his face. As they were talking, a band member exclaimed, "There's some animal tracks on your side of the ground." Ren Xiaosu frowned. What wild animals could be here? Very few wild animals would live at the edge of the forest. Besides, when humans started constructing the strongholds, the larger beasts were shut out on the outside of the stronghold's perimeter. Very few large beasts could get through the defenses on the outside of the stronghold perimeter and get into the zone around Stronghold 113. Like the wolves that had attacked the factory, such examples were rare. Everyone went over to see what the animal tracks on the ground looked like. The soldiers were unconcerned. What was there to be afraid of when they had guns with them? But when they saw the tracks, they were all stunned. The animal tracks continued all the way into the forest, and each footprint looked about half the size of a person's head. When the soldiers saw this, all of them immediately raised their guns and nervously aimed into the depths of the forest. For some reason, the troops of the private army suddenly felt unsafe even with their guns. "We didn't see these tracks when we were here last time, right?" someone said in a trembling voice. "No," someone shook their head. When Ren Xiaosu observed the tracks, he knew exactly what kind of animal it was and felt relieved. Then he gazed at the clearing where the band was going to set up camp. He immediately noticed some garbage that was left behind by the group the previous time they were here. There were a lot of food scraps still lying around on the ground. He said in a serious tone, "It's a bear. It was attracted to the food scraps that y'all left behind the last time." Ren Xiaosu followed the tracks into the forest. He was not kind enough to tell everything that he knew to the band and private troops. Ahem, it could also be a boar too. The group behind Ren Xiaosu could only watch helplessly as he went into the forest. He seemed fearless of the tracks and the dangers lurking inside the forest. "That kid is too bold," Lu Bu gasped. "Does he not want to live?" These soldiers looked completely unafraid, but the trembling voice from earlier had revealed that they were just putting on a brave front. Ren Xiaosu was moving around in the forest. In reality, he could tell from a glance that these were the hoofprints of a deer. He followed the deer tracks because it was usually possible to find a source of water or river by following the tracks of large animals in the forest. Like humans, they needed to rehydrate at certain intervals. Besides, he also intended to go to the river to understand why that guide died. According to Lu Bu's account of the incident, the guide was washing his face in the river when he got chewed to pieces by something. As a result, he died on the spot. Ren Xiaosu muttered, "What an idiot." Even though it was well known that animals were evolving, it was common knowledge that herbivores still ate grass and carnivores still ate meat. This guide was probably like many of the others in town who thought that fish only survived by feeding on aquatic plants. However, Ren Xiaosu had read from a perfectly preserved book at school that freshwater fishes like the northern snakehead and catfish were carnivores, while the remaining ones were mostly omnivores. However, there were basically none that were herbivores. Would any fish refuse such a large piece of meat like your face when it gets placed right in front of its mouth? Ren Xiaosu was glad that he understood the power of knowledge and that he had also been learning all this time. Otherwise, he might have ended up dying by trapping himself as that guide had done. He followed the tracks and kept walking. As deer were one of the gentler creatures in the forest, nothing would typically happen if you did not provoke them. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu noticed a trail of sawdust-like matter on a tree. This was obviously left behind by termites after they had gnawed on the wood. He looked at the base of the tree, and, indeed, there was an abnormal dirt mound wrapped around the tree roots. Ren Xiaosu trampled on the dirt mound and destroyed it with very little effort, exposing the brown termites on the inside. The termites were crawling around rapidly within the nest and looked to be about the size of a pinky finger pad. Although these termites were not tasty, they were full of nutrients. Importantly, many of the townspeople had been suffering from malnutrition for years. Usually, they would use termites and termite eggs to supplement their diets, and some people would be so happy at finding a termite's nest that it would keep them smiling for days. But these termites could not be eaten raw in fear that they might secrete formic acid out of their bodies. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu was not so desperate that he needed to eat these termites in order to survive. After the nest was destroyed, the termites scrambled around at a loss. Before they could figure out why their nest had collapsed, Ren Xiaosu tore off a large leaf off the branches of the tree and used it to wrap up a small piece of the termite nest, on which some termites were still crawling. He broke off a tree branch and trimmed it slightly with his bone knife, turning it into a simple spear. With that, he was ready to catch some fish. Before walking far away, Ren Xiaosu turned around and came back again. He poked around at the termite nest with his bone knife for a while until he located the plump termite queen. He took her along with him as well. The termites had suffered complete disaster. Ignoring bioethics, this could simply be described as losing both one's home and mother. Chapter 43, First Time in His Life. Of course, Ren Xiaosu had not dug up the termite nest because he wanted to eat them. He continued following the deer tracks and heard the sound of running water after just a few minutes. The closer Ren Xiaosu got to the river, the warier he became. Although it was past the evening period when living creatures gathered to drink at the riverside, he still needed to be careful. If any of the wild animals arrived here late due to matters at home, Ren Xiaosu might just bump into them. But to his relief, he was not that unlucky. Ren Xiaosu unwrapped the leaf containing the piece of the termite nest and threw it into the river. As the current was not rapid at this time, he did not have to think of how to build a stone where one in the river. Right after, he used his bone knife to cut open the palm-sized termite queen and threw her into the river as well. Then he began to wait patiently while holding the sharpened branch. The moonlight tonight was particularly bright. Otherwise, Ren Xiaosu would not have seen what was in the river. As the termite queen and her nest drifted slowly downstream with the current, Ren Xiaosu followed it from the riverbank. All of a sudden, a silhouette appeared and swam under the floating termite nest. The surface of the water roiled, and a large fish appeared with its mouth wide open as it tried to swallow the termite queen and nest in one gulp. But as it opened its mouth, Ren Xiaosu's sharpened branch struck it. Ren Xiaosu had previously used this method to catch fish as well. As his speed and strength were much worse at the time, it took him many tries before he succeeded in catching one. However, that was the past. His movements used to be slower than a fish's, but he had gotten much faster than them by now. Ren Xiaosu retracted the branch with lightning speed, the large, black fish struggling non-stop on it to no avail. Ren Xiaosu cautiously moved away from the riverbank. It seemed that the blood of the black fish had attracted something bad. Below the river's surface, a dense mass of silhouettes swarmed together. Ren Xiaosu was a little puzzled. Are these the silhouettes of fish? He immediately cut open the large, black fish on the shore and threw all of its internal organs back into the river. He could not bring the fish back to the campsite and slice it open there because that would leave a bloody scent around the campsite. If cracker crumbs could attract a huge deer, who knew what the scent of blood could attract? Although there shouldn't be any bears or the likes in the vicinity, there was no harm in being cautious. Moreover, the roasted fish meat and bones that were left over from a meal would have to be dumped as far away as possible. A second later, a frenzy erupted in the river. Countless fish scrambled to feed on the bloody organs, and they were even biting one another. Once a fish got bitten, it would immediately end up as food for the other fish. What a brutal river! What would happen if a person had fallen in? All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu was stunned, because he noticed that all the fish had swam away in a hurry. Ren Xiaosu turned around and left without any hesitation. Anything that could frighten away such vicious fish was probably something that he should not mess with. On the way back to the campsite, Ren Xiaosu kept thinking about what kinds of changes the current wilderness had gone through. Why were the wild animals evolving, yet there didn't seem to be any changes in humans? No, there were some changes. For example, there was Zhang Baozhen, who had demonstrated his superpower to him. Or Yan Luyuan and himself? Weren't they all different from before? When Ren Xiaosu returned to the campsite, the band and the soldiers were eating porridge and canned food. When everyone saw the fish that Ren Xiaosu was holding, they were stunned. In the afternoon, they had thought they would see Ren Xiaosu make a fool of himself. This was because Ren Xiaosu was only wearing a loose jacket, and they knew at a glance that he had not brought along any dried food with him. So when Lu Bu told Ren Xiaosu to handle his meals by himself, everyone gloated at him. They were all quite annoyed with Ren Xiaosu, this refugee kid who constantly gave them an inexplicable feeling of unease. However, they could not tell what it was that made them feel so. But now, while they had to make do with canned luncheon meat in the wilderness, the smell of Ren Xiaosu's roasted fish drifted over. Ren Xiaosu had brought along a metal cup, a bone knife, and a box of matches with him for this journey. These necessities were part of his survival kit whenever he went into the wilderness. Of course, he could have left the matches behind since he knew other techniques for starting a fire. But if he could save some trouble by bringing matches along with him, why would he want to make it more difficult for himself? The matchbox didn't take up a lot of space anyway. Lu Bu wrinkled his nose when he smelled the roasted fish. No big deal, it's only a fish. All of a sudden, Ren Xiaosu heard the voice from the palace say, "Quest, good things should be shared with others." Ren Xiaosu was stunned for some time. He picked up the branch that the fish was skewered on and walked to Lu Bu. Lu Bu's eyes lit up as he said in a reserved tone, "What, are you going to invite us to eat the fish?" "Well, I guess we can." "What are you thinking?" Ren Xiaosu said, I was only showing it to you to share my happiness.
Lu Bu was confused. Quest complete.
Awarded 1.0 dexterity.
Alright. Ren Xiaosu was overjoyed. There were many ways of sharing after all.
Lu Bu flew into a rage from shame.
Ren Xiaosu, do you really think that I would have any of your fish?
Ren Xiaosu looked at the fish that was about half a meter long and felt that a person would not be able to finish this on their own. So he looked at Lu Bu and said, I'll trade half of the fish for 3 bottles of water.
Lu Bu said without hesitation, deal.
Ren Xiaosu wanted to trade his food for some water because it was really troublesome for him to find water. Initially, he had planned to go to the river to get his water but gave up on the idea after being frightened by what he saw there. He could also look for pine needles as his water source, but it would be too slow to squeeze the water out of them bit by bit. So he might as well make it more convenient for himself by using something that he did not require in exchange for some water from the other party. With 3 bottles of water, he could drink 1 bottle tonight and leave the other 2 bottles for the journey.
Come, everyone, come and have some fish. Lu Bu took out a pot they had brought along and laid half of the fish that Ren Xiaosu had given to them in it. But what Lu Bu had not expected was that the group of soldiers had already distributed the fish among themselves before Luo Xinyu, Yang Xiaojin, and he could even get to eat it.
Lu Bu looked at Luo Xinyu in embarrassment. He could never have expected the soldiers to be such selfish people. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was sitting alone beside his personal fire pit while the others congregated around the larger campfire. Both sides drew a distinct line between themselves as though they were people from 2 different worlds. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin got up and went over to sit down across from Ren Xiaosu. She calmly said, Fish. Ren Xiaosu was so surprised to find her tone unusually calm that he could not come up with a reason to reject her. The light of the campfire was flickering against the figure of the girl. Ren Xiaosu started wondering if the girls from the stronghold were all as beautiful like her.
But, lady, can you move the gun away from me first?
You have perfect firearms proficiency and you're pointing a gun at me, so I can't help but feel a tad nervous. Ren Xiaosu had never robbed anyone before, but he hadn't been robbed before either. This was the first time he'd experiencing something like this in his life. I'll let you have 2 bites, just 2 bites.
Ren Xiaosu said firmly.
Chapter 44, Just 2 bites.
The glow cast by the campfire was flickering and swaying.
The woods rustled as the wind blew through it. It was the wonderful melody of leaves brushing against one another. The black fish was a little too big, in fact. It was so big that Ren Xiaosu didn't think he could finish eating half of it. But even if he could not finish eating it, it did not mean that he should get robbed at gunpoint by someone for it. He saw Yang Xiaojin take out a small salt shaker from her tracksuit's shirt pocket and sprinkled it over the fish while holding a black pistol in her other hand. She was not being courteous with Ren Xiaosu at all.
Ren Xiaosu had tried guessing what kind of person Yang Xiaojin was. This reticent girl always looked calm and composed.
Ren Xiaosu guessed that the girl had a cold and callous personality, but he did not expect her to be so temperamental. From the moment she sat down, Yang Xiaojin had only said one word, fish. Her temper was like a turbulent current hidden under the calm surface of a sea, frightening others. When Ren Xiaosu saw that Yang Xiaojin had already sprinkled the salt evenly all over the fish, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at Yang Xiaojin and asked, Do you have any cumin? Yang Xiaojin looked up at him.
No.
Now, Ren Xiaosu took a careful look at the gun in Yang Xiaojin's hand.
It was an M9, a simple and durable handgun. Of the knowledge covered by his advanced firearms proficiency, it seemed like the M9 was still the pistol he was most familiar with. Did that mean that Yang Xiaojin used the M9 the most?
Yang Xiaojin's hands were not big, but she was able to hold the gun tightly in her hand without any signs of trembling. As such, there was something special about her when she was gripping the M9. The net weight of this gun fully loaded was only 1.2 kilograms, and it was made entirely out of an aluminum alloy. Perhaps that was the reason Yang Xiaojin chose to carry this gun. After Yang Xiaojin finished sprinkling the salt, she turned to Luo Xinyu and said, Come and eat the fish.
Ren Xiaosu was confused. I was only going to let you have 2 bites. Why would you invite someone else to have some?
While they were conversing, Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu had gotten up happily and walked over to them.
However, Yang Xiaojin pointed her gun at Lubu. "Go back, the owner of this fish does not welcome you."
Lubu stood awkwardly in place as he did not know whether to sit down or continue standing.
He had not expected Yang Xiaojin to say something like that. Ren Xiaosu was stunned.
At this point, he could not tell what Yang Xiaojin's way of doing things was. She seemed a little interesting. Yang Xiaojin turned to look at Ren Xiaosu.
"We'll just have 2 bites each, nothing more."
Luo Xinyu sat down and curiously sized up Ren Xiaosu.
The atmosphere seemed to have livened up a bit. She laughed and said, "I won't eat your food for nothing either. Here, I'll let you have 2 bites of this chocolate in return."
Luo Xinyu then took out a large piece of chocolate from her pocket and handed it to Ren Xiaosu.
She looked to be making a trade. Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought before taking the chocolate from her.
This was his first time seeing the real thing. He had only ever heard Mr. Zhang talking about the high-calorie food that could quickly replenish one's physical strength. However, Old Wang's grocery store in town only sold ordinary white sugar, and it was extremely expensive too. There was no such thing as chocolate in his store. It was as though 2 bites had become a tacit agreement between everyone. No one was allowed to eat any more than that.
Ren Xiaosu took the chocolate and removed the wrapper from it.
Then he opened his mouth as wide as possible and stuffed all of the chocolate into his mouth in one shot.
Luo Xinyu was dumbfounded. Even Yang Xiaojin was giving Ren Xiaosu a blank stare. After Ren Xiaosu finished slowly chewing on the chocolate, he thought for a moment, then said to Luo Xinyu, "You still owe me another bite."
Luo Xinyu was surprised.
Yang Xiaojin was speechless.
The chocolate was delicious. Ren Xiaosu thought, even the food in the stronghold is different from what we have in town. The crackers were so sweet and tasty, and the chocolate had an exotic taste with a bitterness before the sweetness set in. Ren Xiaosu felt that he had to find a way to trade for more of such food with Luo Xinyu and the others during the journey.
When he returned to town, he could let Yan Luyuan and Xiao Yu eat whatever he brought back with him.
Luo Xinyu had wanted to get a little closer to Ren Xiaosu as she felt that he had a unique survival skill. If anything were to happen along the way, he could take care of her.
People like Luo Xinyu were always smooth operators, tactful in their dealings. How else could they coax the genuine big shots in the stronghold into flocking to them?
But Luo Xinyu did not expect Ren Xiaosu to be so difficult to get along with.
Rather, she always felt that there might really be something wrong with Ren Xiaosu's head.
Luo Xinyu took 2 small bites of the fish and returned back to her campfire. She took another piece of chocolate from the vehicle and gave it to Ren Xiaosu. He did not eat it, instead stuffing it into his pocket. At this time, Ren Xiaosu turned to look at Yang Xiaojin. He saw her opening her mouth as wide as possible and chomp down on the fish, biting off almost a quarter of the remaining portion in one bite.
Ren Xiaosu was shocked. "As a girl, can't you be a little more reserved?"
"Even Li Yuqian, the strapping girl from town, does not eat with such manners, alright."
Ren Xiaosu had had half a fish left after exchanging half of it for water. Now that Yang Xiaojin had taken 2 bites from it, there was only a quarter of it left. But for some reason, Ren Xiaosu felt that Yang Xiaojin wasn't putting on airs.
Everything that she did was straightforward. It was so much better than how the celebrity, Luo Xinyu, acted. However, when Ren Xiaosu saw Yang Xiaojin turning to look at him, he quickly licked the fish in his hands.
"Want some more?" Yang Xiaojin walked away with an expressionless face. "Don't carry the chocolate around on your person. It'll melt."
That night, everyone set up their tents and encamped. These people had brought along brightly colored tents in the vehicle's trunks. It was just enough for 2 people to share a tent.
Only Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu had personal tents.
Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu was focusing on dumping all of the fish bones and scraps at least 100 meters away before returning to set up his own temporary bed. The others sat in their tents as they curiously watched Ren Xiaosu, who was fussing around the campsite.
They thought, so these are wilderness survival techniques?
It does look like he is extremely skilled at them. They saw Ren Xiaosu shift the original campfire and build another one with a lot of pine twigs and logs of hardwoods that tended to burn longer. Ren Xiaosu had already extinguished and cleaned up the original campfire, and he'd covered the hot ground with plenty of pine needles. These pine needles were readily available in the woods and could be found in the thick foliage all around.
That kid even made himself a bed.
Lu Bu said as he watched Rin Xiaosu lying comfortably on the pine needles. As it was late fall, it must have been warm and comfortable on the extinguished campfire. Moreover, another campfire was burning beside him. It looked really cozy. In contrast, the soldiers' tents were set up tightly around the campfire, so the band members were forced to endure the cold with their tents situated further away from the campfire. Fortunately, though, they had blankets to cover themselves with. Otherwise, they didn't know how they would have gotten through the night. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaojin had set up her tent beside Ren Xiaosu's campfire. She wasn't courteous to him at all. Ren Xiaosu opened his eyes and looked over at Yang Xiaojin's tent. He saw that the flap of her tent was not closed. In this way, it would be convenient for her to observe any movements in the surroundings, and the gun in her hand was still pointed in Ren Xiaosu's direction. No, it wasn't only that. There was another gun in her other hand as well, and it was pointed in the direction of the soldiers' tents. Chapter 45 What kind of doctor are you? Compared to Yang Xiaojin, the others in the team were far less cautious based on Ren Xiaosu's observations. With 12 soldiers here, not even one of them were willing to be the night watchman. It was obvious that everyone was in deep sleep as there was loud snoring coming from the tents. Although the larger beasts had been kept outside the stronghold perimeter, these people were still too careless. However, Yang Xiaojin's breathing was even and light. It was obvious that she had not entered deep sleep. Ren Xiaosu felt that it was normal for him to be cautious because he had seen a lot of people getting stabbed to death in their sleep at night. But what kind of environment did Yang Xiaojin live in for her to develop a similar habit? He felt that a person's past experiences would determine their current thoughts and habits. Yang Xiaojin must have gone through some very dangerous situations in the past. At dawn, Ren Xiaosu went to check on the place where he had dumped the fish bones before everyone else woke up. He had specially set aside some scraps last night to see if any wild animals would get attracted by it. A lot of people feared wild animals because they felt that they were not afraid of humans due to their ferocity. However, wild animals were not that reckless. In fact, most of them were exceedingly cautious. Usually, a solitary animal would leave when they spotted so many tents set up in an area. But as the fish scraps and bones were dumped far away from the campsite, it should attract some wild animals and make them leave behind some tracks. Ren Xiaosu carefully approached the area where he dumped the fish scraps and bones. He kept an eye on his surroundings for any signs of beasts that could have been there before him but saw nothing suspicious. But upon reaching the spot, he realized that all of the fish scraps and bones on the ground had disappeared and that there were no signs of any animal tracks around it. Ren Xiaosu immediately took his bone knife out of his sleeves and kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. He kept his guard up as he stepped back cautiously. Was it ants that carried away the fish scraps and bones? This was quite a possibility since ants nowadays had grown to become as large as a human's finger pads. If an ant nest were nearby, it would be quite normal for them to carry it away in just one night. But Ren Xiaosu still held some doubt. When he returned to the campsite, everyone was already packing up and getting ready to set off. They were all folding their tents and stuffing them back into the trunks of the off-road vehicles. By the vehicles, Lu Bu was still complaining to Luo Xinyu, you shouldn't have traded the chocolate with him. Does a refugee deserve to eat something like that? Luo Xinyu ignored him. She also had not expected that she would end up giving 2 bars of chocolate away. The convoy set off. They finally started venturing deep into the woods with the directions that Ren Xiaosu had plotted for them. Sunrays shone through the canopy of the trees, beautifying the entire woods. By this point, everyone had long forgotten about the fear from yesterday night that was brought on by the discovery of the large hoofprints of a deer. Ren Xiaosu could even hear singing coming from the vehicles behind him. A group of soldiers were laughing loudly as they cracked dirty jokes. It felt as though everyone were here on a picnic. There was a short stretch where they had to travel quite close to the riverbank. Ren Xiaosu said to the driver, keep as far away from the river as possible. He did not exactly know what dangers lurked in the river, but last night's events had left an intense impression on him. However, the driver thought otherwise. There's quite a distance between us and the riverbank. Besides, aren't there only some fish in the river? Don't tell me that they can leap ashore and bite you on the face. You'll be fine as long as you don't go swimming. Ren Xiaosu did not say anything else. He made the decision that if there were any danger, he would shake off these fools and make a quick escape by himself.
At this moment, the point vehicle that Ren Xiaosu was in braked hard.
The driver from the private army said in apprehension, "Look."
Ren Xiaosu turned to look and was surprised to see a large red deer.
Red deer were huge in size and were the second largest in the family of deer after the moose. They liked living in groups and mainly ruminated on grass, leaves, twigs, tree bark, and fruit for their diet while also enjoying licking mineral salts. The red deer in front of him was probably over 2 meters tall.
It was standing quietly on the road and looking at the convoy. The convoy was on edge.
These soldiers picked up their automatic rifles and pulled back the charging handles. Suddenly, the woods rustled as 2 smaller deer came out. From the looks of it, they were probably the first deer's fawns. Su Xianchu's voice crackled from the mobile transceiver.
"Don't shoot it." The red deer did not look aggressive. It was just looking at the convoy and was probably wondering, "What the hell is this?" in its mind before getting ready to leave again.
Everyone in the team heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down.
A soldier laughed and said, "It's just a herbivore.
Look at how scared you guys are.
There aren't any large carnivores around here." Everyone started teasing each other again.
It was as though they had not gotten nervous just now. Right at this moment, however, the red deer charged at the convoy.
It dropped its head low, its huge antlers coming straight for the point vehicle.
The driver of the point vehicle swore as he stomped on the gas and turned into the woods to avoid the deer.
He no longer cared if he would hit a tree or roll the vehicle.
Fortunately, the point vehicle managed to turn away in time and narrowly avoided the antlers of the huge deer as it went for them.
However, the trailing vehicle was not so lucky.
The antlers were so tough that they stabbed into the hood of the vehicle like the forks of a forklift truck.
Then it tossed its head and flung the entire vehicle away.
Right after, the huge deer ran into the woods with its 2 fawns before the soldiers could get out of the other vehicles.
It felt like they had escaped after pulling off a big one against the convoy. Some of the soldiers fired frantically at the huge deer that was fleeing, but they didn't hit it.
Their marksmanship was surprisingly bad. The point vehicle that Ren Xiaosu and the others were in crashed into a tree next to the dirt road at high speed, deforming the hood. A great amount of white smoke started fuming beneath it. Then someone shouted from the direction of the convoy, "Hurry, someone come and save him."
Lu Bu's voice rang out. "Isn't that refugee a doctor in town? Quick, get him to come over and save him." Ren Xiaosu got out of the vehicle and walked towards the convoy. But when he got there, he realized that the driver of the second vehicle only had a scrape on his arm. What was the big deal? Death had always lingered around the refugees since childhood. They treated it like it was a trifling part of life. Suffering a scrape like this was nothing at all. Ren Xiaosu frowned because he had absolutely no intention of treating the soldier. He did not want to waste his black medicine on someone like that. He was more surprised by the huge deer displaying such aggressiveness at them and wondered why. Lu Bu shoved Ren Xiaosu and shouted, "Aren't you a doctor? Hurry up and save him."
"Aha!" Ren Xiaosu acknowledged him before he began chanting at the driver's wound, "Get well soon, get well soon, get well soon."
Lu Bu was dumbfounded. Who treats a wound like that? What kind of doctor are you? Ren Xiaosu gave it some thought before venturing, "A witch doctor?" Chapter 46, A Mysterious Death. These people hadn't even believed that Ren Xiaosu was the only doctor in town because they had a preconceived notion of him. When they first met him, he was still living in a shack, so how did he become a doctor just a few days later? Why weren't you practicing medicine if you had actual skill? But right now, everyone just felt desperate. There's an old saying that can perfectly sum up the current situation: desperate times call for desperate measures. However, Ren Xiaosu's answer shocked them. What the hell is a witch doctor? Get up. Lu Bu brushed Ren Xiaosu aside. He then went to the injured driver and asked in concern, "Are you alright? Does it hurt?" Ren Xiaosu looked around. They had started with 5 off-road vehicles and a pickup truck in the convoy, but only 4 vehicles remained. From the look of things, it would be quite difficult to fix the 2 damaged vehicles. But as Ren Xiaosu did not have any knowledge of automobiles, he would have to wait and see what the private troops had to say about it. Second Lieutenant Su Xianchu led some of his men over to inspect the vehicles.
They found that it would be impossible to repair the vehicle that had been thrown upside down by the huge deer, as there were several holes in the engine.
But the huge deer did not get away completely unscathed either. Ren Xiaosu saw a small segment of its antler on the ground.
It looked like it had been broken off by the recent impact.
Lu Bu went up to Su Xianchu and asked, "Can they be repaired?"
"We'll have to take a look at the flipped vehicle first." After checking the vehicle, Su Xianchu said, "This vehicle is definitely beyond repair."
"But the damage on that one isn't too serious since it didn't hit the tree that fast. The only thing we can do now is salvage parts from the flipped vehicle to fix this one."
"Only one of them can be repaired?"
Lu Bu was taken aback.
"What should we do then?
There are so many of us here."
Su Xianchu thought for a moment and said, "There's still some space in the pickup truck bed."
Ren Xiaosu raised his hand. "I'll go."
"Go to hell,"
Lu Bu said angrily.
This time, Lu Bu would rather sit in the bed of the pickup himself than let Ren Xiaosu sit there. Su Xianchu quickly had his men grab some tools to repair the vehicles. While they were carrying out the repair works, he ordered the soldiers under him with a frown on his face, "Stay alert to your surroundings, everyone. If any unknown creatures approach us, shoot to kill." Perhaps there was a deeper sense of bureaucratic order among the troops as everyone was focused on carrying out repairs. However, Su Xianchu didn't seem like he was an idiot either. If he didn't remind everyone to stay alert at a time like this, it might be too late if any large creatures approached them while they were repairing the vehicle. That could very well result in many deaths for them. Ren Xiaosu was squatting beside the vehicle and watching the private troops make repairs to it. He wanted to understand how a vehicle worked, as he has always been very eager to learn about more things. In his eyes, large machinery like off-road vehicles held a unique charm. All of these details represented the essence of humanity's knowledge in the rebuilding of civilization. Beside him, Lu Bu folded his arms and sneered, "Do you even understand what they're doing?" Ren Xiaosu turned around and asked him, "I don't, but do you?" Lu Bu was taken aback. In fact, he did not understand either. "Look here, you and I both don't understand what they're doing," Ren Xiaosu said slowly. "So what are you jabbering about?" Ren Xiaosu ignored him. The repairs on the vehicle went on from morning till afternoon. In the meantime, Lu Bu and the others discussed how to divvy up the seating arrangements and the defense strategy they would adopt from here on out. Someone said that if they encountered such creatures again later on, they should just shoot them. But someone else asked about what would happen if the gunshot startled the creatures instead. Judging by the sheer size of that huge deer, bullets might not even pierce its skull unless someone could shoot it in the eyes. But who here had such good marksmanship? That required a score of 9 and above for a standard moving target, right? Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, "Seems like these people don't know that Yang Xiaojin has perfect firearms proficiency. No one could achieve it other than her." Ren Xiaosu was currently 60% confident that he could successfully shoot the huge deer through its eyes with a pistol from 50 meters away. As such, he felt that Yang Xiaojin would have at least a 90% chance of doing so, perhaps even a 100% chance. Ren Xiaosu furtively observed Yang Xiaojin's reaction. But while the others were discussing how to deal with these beasts, she kept quiet throughout as though it were none of her business. However, everyone also felt a little relieved at the fact that the huge deer was just a herbivore. If it had been looking for food, there probably would have been 3 or 4 deaths in the team. Su Xianchu said, "It's mostly just large herbivores living in the woods. Otherwise, they would have been identified and eliminated as key targets when the stronghold perimeter was first established. We should stay vigilant when we encounter this kind of creature again and try not to alarm them. But if we encounter a carnivore, shoot to kill." "Alright, the repairs are finished. Let's get ready to set off." Lu Bu followed up with, "Now that we've lost a vehicle, we need to reshuffle the seating arrangements." He said to a band member, "Su Xia, you and Sheng Donghang will sit in the bed of the pickup. Please bear with it for the time being." The two band members, Su Xia and Sheng Donghang, looked at Ren Xiaosu, hurt. They could have made Ren Xiaosu sit in the pickup truck bed by himself, but Lu Bu had to worry about Ren Xiaosu eating all the crackers and food. As such, he had to make his own people watch over them. Su Xia and Sheng Donghang grumbled as they climbed into the pickup truck bed. Suddenly, Su Xia let out a piercing scream and fell out of the pickup truck bed. On hearing Su Xia's scream, Ren Xiaosu turned around in shock and saw him holding his neck while wailing. Su Xia's face had already reddened and swelled up. It was as if he were experiencing tremendous pain that he had never experienced before in his life. In just 10 seconds, he was already lying motionless on the ground before anyone could react. He was foaming at the mouth, and his face was turning black and blue. Su Xianshu cautiously approached him with his gun ready. After finding no anomalies nearby, he put a hand under Su Xia's nose to check for breathing. He turned around and said solemnly, "He's not breathing anymore." Everyone stood expressionless in their spots. How could a person die just like that? Lu Bu trembled as he asked Cheng Donghang, "What happened to him?" Cheng Donghang leaned against the cargo bed and said in horror, "I don't know. When we hopped on together, he suddenly shrieked, scaring me. I didn't notice anything strange either." The rustling in the woods started to sound a little eerie. The trees were still the same, but everyone's mood had changed. This was the first time that one of their people had died on this expedition. Lu Bu shouted at Ren Xiaosu, "What route are you taking us on? Why didn't we encounter a situation like this last time? Is there something wrong with the route that you're taking us on?" "There's no problem with the route that I took." Ren Xiaosu looked calmly at Lu Bu. "Although you people live in the stronghold, you should know about how the wilderness has been getting stranger. I don't know why exactly you want to go to the Jing Mountains, but my advice is to turn back immediately and return to Stronghold 113. "No," Su Xianshu said coldly, "it's an order from the higher-ups that we can't defy this time. We can't go back until the mission has been completed. And that includes all of you as well." Ren Xiaosu felt that something was amiss. There was no way Su Xianshu would risk his life just to complete a mission. There must be some other reason. Chapter 47 Eerie Woods. Once Lu Bu realized that it was not possible to head back, he said to Ren Xiaosu, "You'll sit alone in the pickup truck bed while Cheng Donghang will sit in the vehicle." He sneered, "Since you claim that you didn't take us on the wrong road, we'll leave you to face the danger yourself." He couldn't care less about Ren Xiaosu eating the crackers. Obviously, surviving was more important than him eating some crackers. After all, none of them wanted to die out here. Ren Xiaosu ignored him and went over to check on Su Xia's injury. He took Su Xia's hand away from his neck and was surprised to see a long stinger in his neck. Ren Xiaosu immediately recognized what it was, a hornet. He quietly pulled out the stinger with his back facing those standing behind him. He didn't want the others to know how Su Xia had died. The atmosphere in the team was becoming stranger and stranger. As the guide, it would be more advantageous for him if the group learned to be fearful of the wilderness at times. Ren Xiaosu had never regarded himself as a good person, nor was he obliged to tell others about everything. His own survival was more important than anything else. However, Ren Xiaosu also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not some mysterious species that attacked humans, it was all good. In fact, he was also startled by what had happened just now. Ren Xiaosu deduced that a hornet might have flown into the pickup truck bed and remained in there. When Su Xia climbed into the vehicle, his movements alarmed the hornet, so it stung him. But he had not expected that a hornet's sting would be so lethal. Was it the swollen neck that caused asphyxiation? No, that couldn't be. If he had suffocated, it would at least take some time for him to die, certainly not just 10 seconds. It seemed that the source of the problem was the venom itself. When Ren Xiaosu was young, he had also been stung by a hornet before. But only half of his face swelled up for several days, and he did not die from the sting. This wilderness was getting more and more dangerous. Sometimes Ren Xiaosu would have contradictory thoughts. On one hand, he was attracted by the mysterious wilderness and wanted to learn its secrets. On the other hand, he well knew that his curiosity could kill him. There were many different dimensions of a human being, and their thoughts were always complicated. This was a defining factor of humanity. The shadow of death enveloped the entire convoy, whereas Ren Xiaosu had now become the calmest person in the convoy. Su Xianshu came to check on the wound but could only see a red dot on his neck. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu was observing everyone's reaction. He saw Yan Xiaojin frowning as well after she pretended to inadvertently check on Su Xia's wound. Only Ren Xiaosu knew that Su Xia had actually been stung by a hornet that had evolved in the wilderness. Someone said, "What should we do with Su Xia's body?"
We can't possibly abandon him in the wilderness, right? What else can we do? Lu Bu frowned. He had planned to dump Su Xia here as burying him would take them some time. He didn't want to stay a moment longer in this godforsaken place. Luo Xinyu said, "Put him in the bed of the pickup. Let's get out of here first before we find a suitable spot to bury him." As the leader of the band, what would the others think of her if she dumped Su Xia here? Her reputation would be tainted if word of what happened got out. When Lu Bu heard her, he immediately made a decision. "Ren Xiaosu, carry Su Xia into the bed of the pickup and sit in there with him." Ren Xiaosu did not mind this at all. Since he hadn't eaten any of the crackers since a day ago, he rather missed them. He was even less stressed with sitting with the corpse. He had also not been frightened by the number of corpses left behind by the wolves when they attacked the factory. People in the stronghold were awed by death, but Ren Xiaosu only had reverence for life. He did not fear death at all. As the convoy set off again, Ren Xiaosu sat in the back of the pickup truck bed, eating crackers and drinking bottled water while muttering to Su Xia, "Why did y'all have to come out here for no reason? See, you're dead now, aren't you? Hey, what exactly does the inside of the stronghold look like? Many of us on the outside are on the verge of starving to death, yet why are we still in the mood to listen to music and support celebrities? Even the pork gets shipped into the stronghold for y'all to enjoy while we can't even get to eat it." Ren Xiaosu was bored and had nothing to do, but the two buddies in the driver and co-driver seats did not think that way. Along the way, they heard Ren Xiaosu's faint voice. The driver felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He asked his co-driver, "Who is he talking to?" I don't know. He's probably just talking to himself." "Do you think there's something wrong with his head?" That evening, the convoy failed to find a suitable place to set up camp and was forced to settle for a small clearing. Everyone was quiet as they were in no mood to chat and brag after all that had happened today. Early the next morning, Ren Xiaosu got up and stretched. He did not go out to find food last night. After all, he had gorged himself on crackers. The chocolates had also been placed in the pickup truck bed. However, Lu Bu had shrewdly carried them into his vehicle. As there was no space for the box of chocolate in the vehicle, Lu Bu had to hold on to it for the entire afternoon. Ren Xiaosu had already planned ahead for the day. He did not have to eat in the morning since he could eat whatever he wanted in the cargo bed after the convoy set off and continued journeying. Right at this moment, however, he heard a scream. He whipped his head in the direction of the pickup. A soldier shouted, "Where is Su Xia's corpse? Did any of you see his body?" All of them were stunned. "Isn't it in the pickup? His body has gone missing." This time, Ren Xiaosu felt a tingling on his scalp. What was going on? The corpse had been placed properly in the cargo bed, so how could it just disappear? The typical adult male weighed between 70 and 90 kilograms. So it would be exhausting for a human to carry off the body without making any noise. How could no one have heard any noise when there were so many people around? Who had carried Su Xia's corpse away? Ren Xiaosu suddenly recalled the fish scraps and bones that he had thrown away earlier. It seemed that those had disappeared in the same manner. Without any clues, there was absolutely no way to tell what could have done this. At that time, he had guessed that ants did it. But it couldn't possibly be them this time. No matter how much ants had evolved, they couldn't carry away such a large corpse overnight. This time, Ren Xiaosu was overwhelmed with doubt. He frowned and wondered, what on earth could have done this? Lu Bu was trembling all over as he looked at Su Xianxu. "Sir, why don't we all head back to the stronghold? This is getting eerie." Su Xianxu was holding his gun and warily pointing it at the surroundings. "I'm just as afraid as you are, but we absolutely can't go back until we've accomplished our mission. From now on, we must act like we're refugees. If we can't go back, you guys can't go back either. But these woods are way too strange." Lu Bu was almost crying. "Everyone, get into the vehicles and let's get the hell out of this place." Su Xianxu roared. From this moment onward, Ren Xiaosu held his bone knife in his hand at all times. His mind sharpened, and he would always be on guard against any danger that might approach him. Chapter 48 All human behavior and motivation stems from the fear of death. Why did Su Xia's corpse disappear? And where did it go? These two questions lingered in everyone's minds. Ren Xiaosu kept wondering about something.
If the entity could make something as large as a corpse disappear without a trace, why didn't it do the same to those who were alive?
Judging by what the entity was capable of, it could easily inflict heavy casualties on the entire campsite during the dead of the night. Something was amiss.
Everyone was sitting in the vehicles except for Ren Xiaosu, who was in the bed of the pickup truck. When they first came here, all of them were chatting, laughing, and even singing with the windows down. But now, all of the windows were shut tight. They were afraid that something paranormal would suddenly get into the vehicles and kill everyone. Everyone felt that the additional layer of a window between them and the wilderness would make them safer. As Ren Xiaosu sat in the cargo bed, the wood slowly disappeared from his sight. The shadows of the swaying leaves seemed to hide a killing intent. Even Ren Xiaosu got a little frightened by it. But what could he do? So he started eating the crackers to calm his nerves. Whenever Ren Xiaosu thought of a conjecture that frightened him, he would eat a cracker to calm down.
Actually, Ren Xiaosu felt that sitting in either the pickup or the off-road vehicles were both just as unsafe.
Now that his physical fitness had become better, and with a relatively broad view of the surroundings, he could immediately find a way out or make a plan in the event of any danger.
Nobody in the entire convoy could outrun him other than maybe Yang Xiaojin, whose stamina was unknown.
Ren Xiaosu had never considered saving the others if danger descended upon them.
After all, he was not an idiot.
As their guide, not only did they not provide him with food, they even made him sit in the bed of the pickup. They were already fortunate that Ren Xiaosu did not take revenge on them.
Everyone was fleeing like there was a monster chasing after them.
Lu Bu was still persuading Su Xianxu when they got into the vehicle. "Sir, let's turn around and give an explanation to those back at the stronghold. Surely your superior won't be so heartless as to drive you out, right?"
But Su Xianxu did not answer him.
If it were anyone other than him, his superior might not be as heartless. However, it was a different case for him.
In fact, Ren Xiaosu noticed a long time ago that Wang Songyang and Su Xianxu, both of whom were officers in the private army, had likely offended their superiors before.
When a plight arose in the wilderness during the middle of the night, the first person they sent out was Wang Songyang. After Ren Xiaosu and Luo Xinye requested for him to be replaced, Su Xianxu became the next in line to be sent out by the stronghold.
The successful officers would be enjoying themselves in the stronghold.
Only those who were unpopular would get ostracized and be made to perform missions in the wilderness.
Why else would anyone be willing to leave home and head into battle in the middle of the night?
There was a sense of honor among soldiers before the cataclysm happened. But Ren Xiaosu felt that these soldiers from the private army were nothing like that.
In fact, Su Xianxu and Wang Songyang were both in awkward positions within the ranks of the private army.
Their superiors were already looking to suppress them, so with a valid reason like them failing their mission this time, they would probably not be allowed to go back.
However, Ren Xiaosu still had some doubts. He glanced beside him and finally asked Yang Xiaojin in a whisper, "Are these troops really reliable?"
"The stronghold's defense is dependent on them, but it feels like they'll start behaving like a disorderly mob the moment they encounter any danger." Yang Xiaojin gave Ren Xiaosu a look and said something that sounded confusing to him.
"The consortium's troops are the consortium's troops. The stronghold's troops are the stronghold's troops.
The consortium does not wish for the stronghold to control a powerful military." Ren Xiaosu was stunned for a long time.
What were the consortium's troops like? Su Xianxu was obviously shrewder and tougher than the other soldiers.
Ren Xiaosu had never seen him smoking or slacking off on their journey thus far, and he always carried himself with dignity.
Who were the ostracized officers? Ren Xiaosu knew at least two of them.
One was Wang Songyang, the other was Su Xianxu. Without mentioning Su Xianxu, Wang Songyang had displayed his meticulousness when he searched Ren Xiaosu back in town. He was completely different from these private troops and even showed his contempt for them in front of Ren Xiaosu. So were Su Xianxu and Wang Songyang both ostracized because they were unwilling to wallow in the mire with them? By his worst reckonings, Ren Xiaosu thought that even the cigarettes might have been supplied by the consortium.
Had the consortium been carefully scheming all these years and finally managed to completely cripple the stronghold's military force?
Ren Xiaosu was unable to ascertain this.
But as Mr.
Zhang had said before, a minority possess science and technology now, so wouldn't it also be natural for the military to fall under the control of a minority as well?
But he still had doubts about Su Xia. Was it true that people who were alive would not get attacked? If not, why didn't anything happen to them? Why was the stronghold so interested in the pre-cataclysm ruins hidden in the Jing Mountains? Could the dangers that they'd faced today have originated at the site of these ruins? Su Xianxu said sternly, "I'm taking over the wartime management of everyone. As for any future plans, none of you have any rights to question me about them." Lu Bu opened his mouth but stopped short of saying anything. He realized that Su Xianxu had turned serious. At noon, the convoy took a short break at a place called the Rainbow Cliffs. The formation of the Rainbow Cliffs was related to plate tectonics as well. They were cliffs formed by the compression of the Earth's plates and were made up of many colorful rock layers. The private army's troops named it as such when they went out into the woods many years ago to clear out the wild animals from the area. Lu Bu was wiping his sweat as he supported himself against the cliffs. He said, "It's almost winter, but why is it getting warmer the further we walk north?" Ren Xiaosu sat nearby and belched while saying, "There are several volcanoes up ahead in the Jing Mountains. They aren't extinct yet, so there's a lot of volcanic activity." Many of the people on the team were surprised to hear that, as they had never been to this place before. They always thought that volcanoes were something that was distant from them and never expected several of them in the Jing Mountains. But Su Xianxu was not surprised, as he had already familiarized himself with the terrain around the Jing Mountains based on the private army's briefing for the mission. The private army's troops had also been here before, so it was natural they knew about these volcanoes as well. But Su Xianxu wondered how unprofessional his predecessors in the private army were. After clearing out and eliminating the wild animals in the Jing Mountains, they did not even bother to map out the area? As of now, none of the various major strongholds had even come up with an accurate map of the area. Lu Bu walked over to the pickup to get some food to distribute to everyone. When he saw that many of the crackers had gone missing again, he nearly passed out. His voice was trembling as he asked Ren Xiaosu, "Why would you eat so many crackers?" Ren Xiaosu burped and patted his chest. "What's wrong with me eating some of your crackers to calm my nerves? I was sitting all alone by myself in the bed of the pickup." Suddenly, a howl came from the north. It sounded so eerie that all of the soldiers raised their guns and pointed them northwards at the main road. They heard Ren Xiaosu say, "Quick, help me up. Let me have another cracker to calm my nerves." Lu Bu was speechless. Luo Xinyu looked at Ren Xiaosu. "You must know what sound that is." Su Xianxu pointed his gun at Ren Xiaosu. "Don't hide anything from us." Ren Xiaosu raised his eyebrows and said, "That sound comes from the Howling Canyon. We're not far from the large canyon pass that will lead us into the Jing Mountains. When a strong gust of wind passes through the canyon, it makes a sound like that. It's nothing to be scared by." Only now did everyone realize that it was still very useful to have an experienced guide on the team. It wasn't until this time, when they were all fearful, that they began to recognize Ren Xiaosu's value. At the very least, they didn't feel so afraid anymore when they heard the howling. Their original plan was to arrive at the canyon in 3 to 5 days, but the power of fear had accelerated their progress some. If nothing unexpected happened, they could reach the Howling Canyon by this evening. The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang, had once mentioned in his lectures that all human behavior and motivation stemmed from the fear of death. They ate because they didn't want to die, they struggled just so they could stay alive. But now, they were all caught in a mountain range where death could occur at any time. The possibility of death was like a shot of adrenaline that made everyone even more clear-headed and eager to get out of this place alive. Chapter 49, Stop Here, Ye Who Live. For now, the convoy was traveling at a rapid pace. On one hand, this stretch of road was a little smoother to travel on. On the other hand, everyone felt that as long as they drove fast enough, they could leave the danger behind them. As the setting sun cast rays from the sky heading into evening, the convoy finally emerged out of the woods and saw the towering cliffs and canyon ahead of them. The cliffs were like giant stairs that had been yanked out of the ground. When they got out of their vehicles, they had to crane their heads so far back their necks felt strained before they could see the top of the cliffs. But when they gazed to the left and right, they couldn't see the end. These were nature's stairs. It was like you could climb into heaven by taking this staircase. The Howling Canyon looked like a thin black line as it stretched out into the distance. But when they approached it, they realized that the canyon was so wide that 5 or 6 cars could pass through it side by side.
A howl and whistle was produced when the strong mountain winds blew through the canyon. If someone were standing at the mouth of the canyon, they would hardly be able to stay upright and would almost certainly get knocked over by the wind. The magic and magnificence of nature were given full expression with this display. Suddenly, Lubu shouted, "Everyone, come look at this." Lubu stood next to entrance of the howling canyon and pointed at a section on the cliff wall while shouting, "There's something written on here." Everyone went over and saw that someone had carved the words "Stop here, ye who live" as large as a person's head on the cliff wall. Su Xianchu looked at Ren Xiaosu. "Who carved this into the cliff?" Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "I didn't see these 5 words when I was here last year." "Why did you come here?" Lu Bu shrieked. "Do you know how far from town this is? You shouldn't have ventured out this far even if you were out hunting. Who the hell are you, really? You must have kept your identity from us." Ren Xiaosu nodded and said, "Yes, there's something that I haven't told y'all yet. I'm actually the heir of the dragon." Lu Bu, Su Xianchu, and Luo Xinyu were speechless. "There are too many doubts about you right now." Su Xianchu pointed his gun at Ren Xiaosu and said, "You must explain exactly why you came out here last year. This area is off the beaten track. Stronghold 113 has not sent anyone to this place in many years, and even though this is the only route linking Stronghold 112 to Stronghold 113, no one from Stronghold 112 has been to our side this past year either. You're likely the only person who's been here this year, so did you carve these words into the cliff?" Ren Xiaosu thought for a moment and said, "The words are carved in a very high place. I can't reach it without moving a rock over to stand on with how short I am. Besides, I'm just as surprised as y'all are about these 5 words. I'm also incredibly puzzled about who did this." Ren Xiaosu wasn't lying about this. He truly did not carve these words. "You haven't given us an explanation of why you came to this place." Lu Bu roared. "Do you know how far from town we are?" Everyone looked at Ren Xiaosu. Although they had driven at a slower pace than jogging, they still covered a pretty long distance in 3 days. There was no reason for Ren Xiaosu to come to this place. Ren Xiaosu stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Last year, I encountered a pack of wolves when I was at the Yuns. They pursued me until I reached this place." This was also the truth. "You're bullshitting," Lu Bu retorted. "How could a kid like you survive an encounter with the wolves? Tell me, why did the wolves let you go?" "I wasn't their target at the time. I just happened to be there. I ran into the woods in a hurry, thinking they would ignore me. I didn't expect them to chase me. As for how I survived, after I entered the Howling Canyon, they stopped chasing me. I hid in there for 2 days and only came out after they left. I don't know my way around the inside of the canyon since I haven't gone that far in myself." Everyone was stunned. Even the wolves stopped chasing when they reached this place? Could something terrible really lurk beyond this canyon? Perhaps some kind person had gone in and discovered the secret of the Jing Mountains, so they left behind a mess on the canyon's cliff wall to warn others not to proceed further. Everyone believed Ren Xiaosu's explanation, but he wasn't telling the full truth this time. Back then, he had indeed been pursued by the wolves, but the truth was that they continued chasing him instead of stopping here. In fact, Ren Xiaosu also wasn't sure how he had survived. He had lost his consciousness shortly after the wolves caught up to him. When he woke up, he was injured all over, but the wolves were nowhere to be seen. He was at death's door when he finally struggled back into town. It was only at that time that he realized the horror of the wolves. But it was also after this encounter with the wolves that the black mist started appearing in his mind. Ren Xiaosu had spent the entire year thinking about whether there was any link between the black mist in his mind and him losing consciousness at that time. What exactly had happened while he was unconscious? Someone suddenly said, "Do you guys know anything about those supernatural beings?" Maybe the writing was left behind by one of them. It's not surprising since they can walk around freely in the wilderness. Some of these supernatural beings have long surpassed the realm of normal human beings. The person who spoke was a soldier. However, Su Xianchu looked at him in fury. "That's a military secret. Why are you still pretending? Didn't the whole lot of us get sent here because we're all ostracized? How much longer do you think you can stay an officer?" The soldier sneered and said, "Even if we can complete the mission, do you really think that Ma Xin will let you off when you return?
Ren Xiaosu was stunned. The chain of command of the private army was such a mess that the enlisted confronted the officers as they wished? Unknowingly, Ren Xiaosu's impression of the private army worsened. The schoolteacher, Mr. Zhang, had described that the armies from before the cataclysm were well disciplined, which in turn made them into a unified, strong unit. Su Xianxu looked at that soldier. Even if he doesn't let me off, I'll make sure you get cast out before I do. You'd better shut your trap now. Otherwise, I'm going to treat you as a deserter and punish you accordingly. The soldier fell silent, but Lu Bu and Luo Xingyu started to get curious. We heard that 3 supernatural beings were arrested in our stronghold by the private army some time ago. What happened to them? Su Xianxu deliberated before saying, "It's none of your business. We were just carrying out our superior's orders." Then are we still heading in? Lu Bu pleaded, "Sir, why don't we turn back? It's too dangerous in there." Su Xianxu finally showed signs of wavering. He looked at the sky and said with a sigh, "Since it's getting late, let's set up camp here for the night. We'll discuss whether to stay or go, then make a decision." How about that? Lu Bu and the others agreed. As long as they were not going forward, they were fine with any decision. Ren Xiaosu gazed deep into the canyon. The straight canyon walls on either side looked like they joined with the sky. A small ray of light shone in from a crevice at the top, but this ray of light faded as it made its way down into the canyon. The deeper he looked into it, the darker it became. Chapter 50: The Horror in the Canyon. Ren Xiaosu did not have to go out to look for food anymore. Driven by the fear of death, Lu Bu's mind was no longer on Ren Xiaosu taking their food. Everyone was now thinking about how to survive the night. Or rather, they were thinking of how to make it out alive from this place instead of worrying about what there was to eat at night. That same night, some of them did not even want to set up their tents to sleep in as they were afraid it would hinder their escape route. However, Su Xianxu did not allow them to do so. Get all of your tents set up. It's already late autumn. If you don't have a tent to protect yourselves from the wind, you won't be able to make it out of the Jing Mountains once you fall sick. The group built a bonfire and sat quietly around it. Although they did not dare to go far or venture into the woods again while collecting firewood, they still managed to collect quite a bit of it with their combined efforts. It seemed that the larger the campfire was, the more of a sense of security they felt. This time, Ren Xiaosu did not start a campfire by himself because Su Xianxu requested for him to join their discussion. What gives him the right to sit here? Lu Bu said displeased, how can we sit together with a refugee? Ren Xiaosu, go and sit a little further back. No one rebuked Lu Bu because there was no reason in offending people like him over a refugee. Everyone had been sitting together in a circle. However, after Lu Bu forced Ren Xiaosu to sit further out by himself, it suddenly looked like he was just listening in on their conversation. They really needed Ren Xiaosu to give them some suggestions, but in Lu Bu's opinion, Ren Xiaosu could just answer whatever questions they had from the back. However, Su Xianxu was much more rational than Lu Bu. Quit discussing irrelevant matters. We have to seriously discuss the issue of whether we're continuing ahead or returning to town. Su Xianxu had previously insisted on heading to the Jing Mountains because he had to consider his future and situation in the stronghold. However, he had also become disheartened with the current circumstances. Even if he were expelled from the stronghold and became a refugee, it would still be better than dying out here. The soldiers trusted the cold and emotionless guns in their hands. But when they realized that even guns might not be able to solve their problems, a great fear started growing in the soldiers. Their greatest reliance could no longer provide them with a sense of security. When Su Xianxu saw that everyone had calmed down, he said, we're faced with a dilemma. On one hand, we can walk through the canyon where unknown dangers lurk, but there could also be the existence of some creatures that even supernatural beings can't cope with. Otherwise, it's very difficult to explain why someone would come all the way here by themselves and leave behind a warning saying, stop here, ye who live. Su Xianxu continued, but on the other hand, there are hidden dangers in the woods as well. The mysterious death of Su Xia and the disappearance of his body are unsolved mysteries. So we're also unsure of what we'll encounter on our way back. Luo Xingyu suddenly said, although we did face some dangers in the wads, our forces have not been wiped out. After all, so many of us are still alive after getting here, but it's very difficult to say what danger lies beyond the canyon. I still think it's better to face the dangers in the woods. After passing through the woods, only one person on the team had died. Even if another person died on their way back, they might not be that unfortunate one. Therefore, turning back was probably the best choice for them. But Su Xianxu was still in a predicament. Should he really return? If he did, how would his superiors at the stronghold make things difficult for him? Everyone fell silent again. Ren Xiaosu looked at Yang Xiaojin and noticed she still looked calm and composed. It was as if she didn't care about whether they were going back or staying here. Wait a minute, could Yang Xiaojin be that legendary supernatural being? Ren Xiaosu could not confirm it. But for some reason, he suddenly felt that Yang Xiaojin seemed to have a different purpose from everyone else in coming here. When they were eating the fish, Ren Xiaosu thought that Yang Xiaojin had come along to protect Luo Xinyu as they were friends. But the problem was that Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin did not look like they had a particularly close friendship. Their relationship was just like that of employer and employee. Ren Xiaosu rather yearned to see the supernatural beings that Su Xianxu and the others mentioned. However, he did not feel envious of them because he was one of the supernatural beings himself. It was just that he had not grown that strong yet. Luo Xinyu observed Su Xianxu's expression and said, "Sir, are you worried about the situation you'll be caught in if we return to the stronghold? You don't have to worry about that. Once we get back, I can find someone to transfer you out of the private army, even if it means arranging for you to do clerical work." Su Xianxu was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Luo Xinyu said earnestly, "Of course, I still have quite a bit of influence in the stronghold." Her words seemed to be quite effective as Su Xianxu finally made up his mind. "All right, let's set off early tomorrow morning and return to the stronghold." At this moment, the wind in the canyon stopped blowing. When the loud howling ceased, the entire woods fell silent. In this moment of silence, everyone's hair stood on end when they suddenly heard the sound of chewing coming from the pickup. Lu Bu trembled and said, "What's that sound?" "I think it's coming from the bed of the pickup." Everyone looked over in horror. They couldn't figure out why there were sounds coming from the bed of the pickup when it was only their daily necessities in there. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu was also out here with them, so what was making that sound? Su Xianxu's expression turned black after getting frightened. "I don't believe there's something that isn't afraid of bullets." He then signaled for the private troops to move slowly toward the pickup. The chewing had been going on for a while now, but they could not hear it over the loud wind blowing in the canyon. Ren Xiaosu also stood up. It seemed that after his physical fitness had gotten stronger. He did not feel cold even though he was only wearing a thin jacket in late fall. He had held his bone knife in his hand the entire time. When he turned around and looked at Yang Xiaojin, she also had her hand on the pistol she carried with her. Su Xianxu and the others slowly approached the pickup. All of a sudden, a shadowy figure jumped out of the pickup truck's cargo bed and frightened everyone. They immediately started shooting before they could even process what had happened. The dark figure encountered a fierce barrage of gunfire while in midair and was sent flying backwards after getting hit by several bullets. At this moment, they heard another sound coming from the pickup's cargo bed. Without pausing to think, Su Xianxu and the others started shooting mercilessly at the bed of the pickup. Click, click. The empty guns made clicking noises. These soldiers had finished firing all their rounds in the magazines and the pickup was now in a terrible condition. It was full of holes and the fuel tank had started leaking. Someone actually fired at the fuel tank and left a bullet hole in it. However, Ren Xiaosu was not worried that the pickup would explode. This was because he had the relevant knowledge with his advanced firearms proficiency. Unless firebombs are used, it is very difficult to blow up a fuel tank by shooting at it with guns. Su Xianxu slowly approached the pickup as he got ready to check out the shadowy figure that had jumped out. But after he saw it, he was somewhat frustrated. What frightened them turned out to be just a rat stealing their food. How did that rat grow to become so big? Lu Bu was still in a state of shock. It's almost the size of 2 human heads. Su Xianxu cast aside his fear and looked into the pickup. There was another rat in there that had already been riddled with bullets. It turned out to be just a false alarm. Everyone was becoming too nervous and would get suspicious of any slight movements around them. It was time to return to the stronghold. No one could withstand this tremendous mental pressure if they remained here.
But at this moment, Ren Xiaosu spun around and looked at the route they'd come from. He saw a silver wolf standing on the top of a cliff not far away looking right at them. It was the Wolf King. This is bad. Why have they come back so quickly? Chapter 51, It's Only Reasonable. The silver Wolf King shone brightly under the moonlight that reflected off it and made it look like it was glowing. Up on the cliff, the Wolf King's silver fur was fluttering in the wind like a fine work of art. However, Ren Xiaosu did not have any intention of appreciating it. He only wanted to run away. Didn't they say that the wolves had already left the vicinity of Stronghold 113 and headed into the mountain range that was several hundred kilometers away? Why had they suddenly reappeared here? The cliff was not far, and it would only take around 10 minutes for the wolves to get here. However, Ren Xiaosu was most worried about the whereabouts of the other wolves. What if they were nearby? Ren Xiaosu shouted, "Hurry into the canyon!" Lu Bu was stunned. Get into the canyon? Are you crazy? If we enter the canyon, wouldn't we be digging our own graves? If we don't get into the canyon now, we'll all die. Ren Xiaosu rushed over to the side of the pickup and grabbed the large and rather intact rat carcass before running towards the canyon. He had the most experience with the wolves, so he knew best the terrifying opponents they would face if they did not make their escape now. The natural predators of wolves might have been eliminated by the stronghold when they were assigned to clear out the wilderness, leaving them with the freedom to move about fearlessly in the wilderness. Ren Xiaosu looked behind him and was surprised to see that the others were still in the mood to retrieve their belongings by the campfire and load them back into their vehicles. It was as though the wolves were still very far away. No one was particularly anxious about the situation. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu mentioned earlier that these wolves did not dare enter the canyon. That also gave these people a boost of confidence. As long as they could enter the canyon that was about 10 meters away, they would be safe. Ren Xiaosu thought, these people are really not afraid of dying. Why are they still packing their clothes at a time like this? Shouldn't they at least grab food and water first? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu realized that Yang Xiaojin, Su Xianxu, and him had the most awareness within the team. Su Xianxu immediately went to his vehicle to retrieve his gun and ammunition while Yang Xiaojin threatened a driver with a gun to get him into the vehicle to drive. But what could Ren Xiaosu do now? Surely he could not perish together with them here. As he ran into the canyon, he observed the cliffs on both sides. Although it looked precipitous, it did have some handholds to hold on to if he had to climb it. Ren Xiaosu was examining this because he knew that he had told the others that the wolves would not enter the canyon just so that he could hide the truth of how he survived. But he knew that the wolves had not hesitated at all when they chased him into the canyon that time. So the wolves would definitely chase after them, and it would be a major problem on how to escape at that time. The off-road vehicles were a great form of transportation. But it was difficult to say whether they could even outrun the wolves on flat ground, let alone on this rocky road in the canyon. A few days ago, the private troops skirmished with the wolves. Although there were several hundred soldiers with loaded guns, several dozen of them were still bitten to death by the wolves. With just under 20 of them, it was nowhere near enough. There was an appropriate saying for these events: you don't have to outrun wolves as long as you outrun everyone else. But a dozen odd people could not possibly slow the wolves' pace. If anything, all of them would perish. That was why Ren Xiaosu did not get into the vehicles immediately but ran towards the canyon instead. It was not because he made the choice in panic, but that he knew right from the start that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he got into a vehicle. He had to find another way. If he were left no other choice, he would have to climb the cliff. No matter how strong the wolves were, they couldn't possibly climb walls, right? Ren Xiaosu was not sure if he had enough strength to climb to the top, but that was the only way to survive. At this moment, someone started a vehicle and gunned it for the canyon. There were not enough vehicles for everyone now because the pickup had been totaled. Everyone was terrified after they spotted the wolves appearing at the edge of the forest. Those wolves were probably as tall as buffalo, and they seemed to be in no hurry as they moved slowly towards the humans. Lu Bu kept screaming in horror, and many of the soldiers blanched. Those who were determined to pack their belongings now realized just how foolish they had been. If they hadn't gone to take their stuff, they would probably have already reached the inside of canyon by now. Wait, don't close the door. Someone shouted, squeeze in a little, we all can fit. But before the person saying that could squeeze into the vehicle, he was kicked out of the vehicle by Lu Bu. After that, the vehicle door was slammed shut. "Start driving! Hurry up!" someone yelled. Ren Xiaosu was extremely calm at this moment. There was no right or wrong in the wilderness. Surviving was right, while dying was wrong. All he could do now was survive and became the last survivor. That was all. The 4 vehicles that were still working drove straight into the canyon. This was at the cost of leaving behind 2 people who did not manage to get in on time. Suddenly, they heard 2 screams from outside the canyon. Ren Xiaosu trembled as he realized that the wolves were faster than he had imagined. When the vehicles were passing by Ren Xiaosu, one of them actually stopped for him. He could see Yang Xiaojin pointing a gun at the driver's head from the back seat of the vehicle. She turned to Ren Xiaosu and said, "Get in." Ren Xiaosu was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Xiaojin would threaten the driver with a gun to stop the vehicle. Besides, he had no intention of getting into the vehicle. Could a vehicle outrun the wolves in this godforsaken place? Yang Xiaojin seemed to realize that Ren Xiaosu was not budging. She pulled out a black pistol, an M9, with her other hand and pointed it at Ren Xiaosu. "Get into the vehicle." Ren Xiaosu was speechless. He turned around to look out of the canyon and was surprised by what he saw. Yang Xiaojin followed his gaze and looked back as well. She saw that the wolves had come to a stop outside the canyon. Several dozen huge wolves were quietly peering into the entrance of the canyon. Their fur was stained with blood. Lu Bu watched the wolves from his vehicle and said in a startled manner, "So they really won't enter the canyon? We're safe." Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster after getting away from the wolves. Someone even started crying. "We've been saved." Lu Bu muttered, "I never expected the refugee kid was telling the truth." But Ren Xiaosu wasn't at ease one bit, because he had lied to these people and did not expect the wolves to actually stop chasing them. What did this mean? It showed that some changes had really occurred in the Jing Mountains during the past year. This must have been the reason why the wolves had stopped in their tracks at this place. It also meant that it must have gotten much more dangerous in the Jing Mountains lying beyond the canyon than imagined. Those 5 words on the cliff that said, "Stop here, ye who live," was absolutely not a lie. What should they do? Someone got out of the vehicle and looked at the wolves that were standing outside the canyon. "Why don't we set up camp here and wait for the wolves to leave before we head back the way we came?" Ren Xiaosu thought, "I've never heard a dumber suggestion." He said, "If y'all want to head back, carry on. I'll never go back the same way." Su Xianchu nodded and said gravely, "That's right, there's no way we can turn back." In this sort of situation, the forest was essentially the wolves' home field. If you wanted to wait for them to leave, where would you expect them to go to? It would take 3 days to get back to the stronghold from here. In the space of 3 days, these wolves might even have enough time to turn into werewolves and give you a good thrashing while holding you up. Of course, the wolves couldn't possibly turn into werewolves. That was just an analogy. No one responded to Su Xianchu because everyone knew they would die no matter when they decided to head back. The only way that they could continue living was to head to Stronghold 112. There was no way back anymore. Lu Bu looked at Ren Xiaosu and asked, "Why are you carrying that rat?" "To eat, of course." Ren Xiaosu said matter-of-factly. "What else would I do with it?" Lu Bu nearly pooped. "You're going to eat that?" Ren Xiaosu said, "All of the food is in the pickup, and the pickup's gone now. If I don't eat this, what should I eat? Also, it's only reasonable to eat them since they ate my crackers." Lu Bu was speechless. That did sound rather reasonable. In actual fact, Ren Xiaosu knew that the biggest problems this group would face were the food and water supplies. Although Ren Xiaosu had grossed Lu Bu out, he did not really intend to eat the rat. Chapter 52, Facebugs. To Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, and the others who lived in the stronghold, a rat was synonymous with dirtiness. Traditionally, they were creatures that scuttled around in the sewers and represented plague, disease, miasma, and so on. Although Ren Xiaosu also did not eat rats, it was only because he had seen them feeding on carrion before. It left a terrible impression on him. But to the other refugees in town, their natural mindset was that rats in the wilderness were food all the same. These rats stole food from humans and even preyed on other living creatures, so there was no difference between them and any other wild animals. Since there was a shortage of food in town, they would even turn to eating termites, not to mention rats. This rat would look just like a walking piece of meat to them. Compared to those in the stronghold, the refugees' perception of food was different. The refugees felt that anything could be eaten as long as it didn't kill them. The pickup was now destroyed, and the provisions had been shot to smithereens by the soldiers. Even if there were still food left, no one would dare retrieve it at the risk of being attacked by the wolves. As such, they would have to bear with the hunger and starvation that was to come. However, Ren Xiaosu was not afraid. Anyone but him could starve in this wilderness. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was looking at Yang Xiaojin. Earlier, he thought that she wanted to save him when she pointed a gun at the driver. But when she pointed the gun at him as well, he realized she only needed a guide who was familiar with the environment. Or maybe Yang Xiaojin had realized it would get more difficult to find food from now on, while Ren Xiaosu had displayed skill in this aspect. That was why she had to bring along someone who could find food for her. As persons specialized in different professions, being skilled with firearms did not necessarily mean that they would be skilled at wilderness survival as well. But as it happened, Ren Xiaosu was also skilled at wilderness survival. Ren Xiaosu wondered what his wilderness survival proficiency would be if it were classified as a skill. He asked in his mind, "What's the proficiency of my wilderness survival?" "It can be evaluated." "You're at master level," the voice from the palace crisply answered. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily stunned as he did not expect that it could be assessed. He had never thought that his wilderness survival skill would be at master level. It felt amazing.